Sewing Street managers, get ready for kick-off! On Monday, our full team of Galacticos are bringing you the best deals.
On Tuesday, I'll be making more great savings.
And then on Wednesday, I'll be scoring some great deals.
I haven't got time for this. I'll see you on Thursday.
And it's extra time and penalties with me on Friday.
So tune in this week for Manager's Specials.
That's a red card! Ah!
Morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Now look who I've got with me today. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, everybody.
So this is day, what day is it? Thursday.
So it
Thursday.
must be day 4 then.
Day 4 of Manager Specials, and I have got today Paul, who is our chief head honcho buyer. So Paul's going to tell us a little bit about what he does, because it's quite interesting. Well, basically he buys everything that we give to you, but quite interesting how it all goes about. But we are going to start off before we have a chat about what you do and how you got to spend 3 hours with me today. But this is one fantastic buy that you've done.
Yes.
I mean, most of what you buy is brilliant.
All of what we do is brilliant, obviously.
But this is brilliant, and not only is it brilliant, it's brand new.
Yes, we've never done this before.
So let me get a box. Now, this is the Liberty collection, really. So tell me how you came round to buying this.
So we've bought some Liberty offcuts, remnants.
Offcuts.
Scraps is a bit derogatory term for what they are.
Well, they're quite big. They're not scraps, are they? These are big.
So they are very much random selections. So unlike your Moda Lucky Dip scrap bag, which is all 2.5 inch, 3 inch strips, all of colour coordinated, these are a random selection, brilliant for stash building, brilliant for projects in their own right, to be fair.
They are all Liberty, and they're all decent size, aren't they? They're all, they're good size pieces.
Some of them have got selvages. Yeah, there's no small offcuts. There'll be nothing smaller than a 5 inch charm or something along those lines. But the majority by far are a kind of fat quarter size or fat eighth type of size.
So this, what I'm folding up here, this is just one of them. Now yours will look different, obviously, because all different one, because it's done by weight. So how much do we get?
It is. You get 250 grams. So again, for comparison, if anybody's had the Moda Lucky Dips, they're 227 grams. So you're getting slightly more fabric.
More.
As you've already mentioned, it's all Liberty fabric. It's all 100% Lazenby cotton.
Oh, so the Lake Como quilting weight.
Absolutely. So it's their own quilting cotton that they've developed specifically for quilting.
And it's amazing. Now, we haven't had early birds this week, and I said yesterday, where's the early birds? So I complained this morning, and because we got Paul on, we were allowed to have an early bird. Now, this is one of them, obviously. I've got others. This is another one. This is one I folded earlier. So that's another one. So I don't know what you'll get, but I can guarantee they will all be decent sized pieces. They will all be 250 grams, and they will all be Liberty. So what are we going to do about a little price for our early bird?
Well, if we do the comparison with the Moda, the Moda normally sells for $24.99, and you're getting a little bit less with the Moda. You're getting 27 grams, not 250.
Okay.
So we've already priced these at $19.99.
So it's less already.
But because we're doing the Moda Lucky Dips at an advantageous price, we've got to do these at a good price as well.
Yes.
So we're going to go down to $14.99.
That's amazing. $14.99. Wow. Yeah, it does. Hannah's laughing because Paul's face comes up as it crashes down. I know we had Ian's face yesterday. Now, anyone who's checked out, and let me say that's the same thing for all day today. So all the prices that we've listed already are all full price. We will be dropping some of the items, not everything, but some of the items today. But we can guarantee you will always be charged the lower price. Now, it is massively busy. 100 people had already gone before we even reduced the price. which is amazing. We've had a chat with customer services and we said there's going to be a lot of phone calls, so don't worry. They are getting through them. There is a queue on the phone line at the moment, so please bear with us. Or just check out online. It's just easier. So these are some of the examples. $14.99. I mean, yesterday we were selling Liberty Fat Quarters.
Yep.
And, you know, you get a lot here.
Absolutely.
Compared to if you buy a bundle of 5 fat quarters, this is amazing. And the great thing, half the stock's gone. And we have got a lot of this. So you bought quite a lot, didn't you?
Well, yeah. Can I first of all say congratulations to anybody who's already got it in their basket and started to check out, because I've got a feeling we're going to be selling out before the end of the hour, let alone before the end of the day.
So we've got a message from Caroline. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, Paul. Fantastic. Bag 2. Love Liberty and love you.
Thank you very much.
And it is brilliant.
Somebody has to.
So we had kilos delivered to the warehouse, didn't we?
We did. We gave the warehouse a bit of a challenge to get them out of big boxes of several kilograms into nice 250-gram bags.
And the great thing about Liberty is that Liberty just goes together. I always find with Liberty, it doesn't matter what colours and prints you go, that you put together, it just goes. But what a way to start your day.
Well, two things quickly. Some of these will have the selvage, so you'll even know what collection they're from.
Fantastic.
And the other thing, just to incentivise customers to check out their baskets, is we'll only have these opportunities maybe 3, maybe 4 times a year. So once we've sold out today, we've already taken all the Liberty remnants we can from the supplier. We're not going to be getting these in till, if we're May currently, August, September time at the earliest. So check out now while you've got the opportunity.
Lazenby cotton, that one, the London Parks collection. So you know, I mean, it is all guaranteed Liberty. Lots of you multi-buy. I'm not surprised. Just think of the patchwork and the quilts and the little pockets and cosmetic bag linings and all the things that you can do with your one bag. Amazing. Right, let's have a look at another one. So this one, I mean, it's amazing. That one, painter's vase. Beautiful. Lovely aqua and that's
that
nice.
Is so Liberty, isn't it?
That is so
You'd
Liberty.
recognise that at a distance.
When you get yours home and you've checked out, pop a picture on the fans page because we'd love to see what you've got. And even more, we would love to see what you've made for it. Now, we are down to the final 50, but there are more than that in baskets. Oh, another message. Morning, Rebecca and Paul. Thank you for the scrap bags. I've bought 2 from Rosemary in Buckinghamshire. There we go. Thank you, Paul.
No trouble.
Yeah, it's great having Paul here because he's Mr. Buyer, you see. He buys the right things for your... I mean, I'm not surprised. Buy the right things for your show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You don't want to be giving this to anyone else, do you?
We've got some good stuff across all 5 days. Hayley stole a lot of the good products.
I bet she did.
But I did make sure that we've got some stunning deals for today as well.
Because we have got to win this. Morning, Rebecca and Paul. Brilliant. What a bargain. Thank you from Norma. It is, isn't it? Unfortunately, I think we're going to sell out before I can get... Well, we're about to sell out before I can get off air and buy one, which is a shame. Anyway, let's have a look and see what's coming up on today's show. And it is a bit of a corker for me. It's a good one for me. So, obviously, we've got Paul here at 8 o'clock with more manager special. That's just a little taste of what's to come. And, obviously, Paul's bought specifically for his show, so it's all fantastic. Now, this is one of my favourite designers. It's Kerry Lord from Toft. Oh, and you should see a display that she set up already. It is a floral delight. Absolutely gorgeous. So we've got lots of different things in with her at 9 o'clock. We've got some kits. We've got free gift at 9 o'clock. Look at that. We've got that little centralizer, the little moth. And then we have a different gift at 11 o'clock. So that's the snail at 11 o'clock. So anyone who buys anything at 9 o'clock will get the moth centralizer or stitch marker. And anyone who buys at 11 will get the snail. Absolutely beautiful projects. Little kits, bigger kits, yarn. You're going to love 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Paul will be back. Even more manager special. I'm not going to tell you what they are, otherwise it won't be a surprise. All glorious.
Absolutely.
11 o'clock, Kerry will be back with more of her crochet kits. Again, anyone who buys at 11 o'clock will get the snail stitch marker. So if you buy something at 9:11, you'll get both, which is fabulous, isn't it? And great gifting options there as well. Sorry. And at 12 o'clock, Paul will be back again for managers specials. Again, even more of them. So, Liberty sold out, Canna? Yeah, that was very quick. It's 8:10.
Well, there we go.
Now, this is something that I'm quite excited about because you've probably heard me going on and on and on about the fact that I have an Elna 720 Pro. Now, the joy of working on Sewing Street is I get to play with all of the machines. So when I came to buy my machine, I knew exactly which one I wanted. So this is my favourite machine. You're not allowed to have favourites, but I have. It's a wonderful machine. I do a lot of sewing, as you can imagine. This is a real workhorse. It's wonderful. Now, we have a great relationship with Elna.
We do.
You deal very closely with them. Tell us about the relationship.
Well,
that
we've
you
dealt
have.
with Janome Elna since our sewing quarter days, so in our
Yes.
previous guys. They were one of the first suppliers to get on board when we started Sewing Street, straight back on there. And to be honest, we've got closer. The two businesses got far closer. Obviously, we've got Jane Brogan, who's local to us, who's a superb account manager, always on hand to sort out any customer service issues and so on and so forth. But this time last year, it was actually June the 1st last year, we negotiated to get Elna exclusive to Sewing Street in the UK. And so therefore, because of our relationship and because we're exclusive, we can control the pricing.
Fantastic.
So we're allowed to drop prices because it isn't going to upset anybody else because we're the only people who
Well,
sell
and
it.
that is always the problem. We have to be very careful with
Yeah,
prices,
we're a
don't we?
responsible retailer. We're not a heavy discounter per se. But now we've got the opportunity to be a heavy discounter.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the price for this. And then we need to talk about your role, because it's quite interesting to know how Paul works with these people. So the full price for this machine.
The full price, the RRP, is 1999. So
And I've had mine for 2 years now, and I can tell you it's worth every penny of that 1999.
but
How much are we going to drop
well,
it to?
we've dropped it in the past, but never below, I think, 16.49. So
Yeah, I don't
on silly manager specials previously, or on Black Friday or whatever, we've done 16.49. What we've never done, ever, is get it below 1,500 quid.
Yeah. It's,
So that's what we're doing.
wow.
We are taking it
£500 saving.
14.99, £500 saving. Not just £500 saving, it comes with a 5-year warranty as well.
No.
That would be an extra cost on top. It's normally an optional extra. We've got it with 5-year warranty. So you're buying a workhorse machine, something that will tackle any domestic task and then some. But
That's
on top of
amazing.
that, you've got peace of mind for 5 years.
Well, it is, because mine has got a 2-year warranty, and it's fine. It's fine, because I'm almost up to the 2 years. And I remember thinking, oh, I wonder whether I need a 5-year. And I know that the 5-year warranty, well, on with the overlock we had yesterday, was worth £60. So that's a lot.
It'll be even more on
than
this
that,
because obviously it's a bigger, more expensive machine. So we're saving well over £500.
Saving
Well over
£500, and you're getting that 5-year warranty. It's one of those optional things that you think, oh, I won't tick the box, but I wish I had done.
Yeah.
And let me say as well, the customer service at Elna is second to none. If you have any issues or any problems, I've done something wrong with my machine, I will own up to the wrong bobbin, so don't use the wrong bobbin. Brilliant, absolutely wonderful. They sort it out, they're fantastic.
Not just that, but on top of that, we've trained 2 ambassadors on our own call centre team, so that the issues we have with Elna machines aren't faulty machines. They're normally setting up issues, the customer not quite being able to translate what it says in the instruction manual to actually setting it up. Same with any appliance, if you like.
Yeah.
And so our own call centre, as well as Janome's call centre, very good at doing those very basic things.
Basic things like, have you used an Elna bobbin? Or have you used the right needles? Because that is crucial.
Absolutely.
So £500 saving, it honestly is a fantastic machine. It is a workhorse. It will go and go and go. It's got a fantastic motor. You can go so fast. It's got, I mean, everybody has features about their machine that they love the most. Couple of things that I'd say that I love is that it comes with a walking foot already. In fact, it's attached on this one. It comes with the walking foot. That's a game changer. For me, it's the HP plate, which is the big deal. So you have 3 different plates that you can take off. Here, this one's got the standard. And there's just a little lever, and you just take it off. Now, when you do your normal sewing, because most sewing machines, they'll do your zigzag and the decorative stitch, the line gap you've got here is for, can I put on that on the overhead? Is the gap you've got here is so that the machine can swing back, the needle can swing backwards and forwards. And that is brilliant for normal sewing. But if you're a patchworker quilter like me and you do lots of sewing, you find that the fabric gets pulled in to the throat of the machine and you have to use another piece of fabric. Very annoying and messes up the start of your machine. But this machine, it has 2 extra plates. Now, the one I love is the HP plate, which is high performance. Now, this is a real high-end feature. So can you see? There's only 1 hole in this, and so that means you can't do any zigzag stitches when this plate is on, but your fabric does not get pulled down, so you have a neater start, a neater end. You have a special foot that's 1/4 of an inch wide, perfect, that goes on with the HP, and it goes really fast. So everybody will have different features, but that, for me, is the winner.
It's a high-end machine.
Well, the fact you can change plates, and it's got 3 of them, so you have different ones.
I was going to be sarcastic when we mentioned this, that some of our top designers have got these. So some of our top designers like Rebecca Alexander Frost, Delphine, and so not just top designers, you've got one as well,
I've got one as well, I know. I love
Absolutely.
mine. It's got loads of decorative stitches, it has all the features, and honestly, it is worth £2,000. It really is. So to save £500.
And the 5-year warranty.
And
on a big machine like this, it must be at the back of people's minds that after 3 or 4 years, if you have a little bit of an issue, what's it going to cost me?
Yes.
Well, the answer is it's not going to cost you anything. You're
No,
covered
it's
for 5 years.
fantastic.
I don't think we've mentioned the split pay either.
No, we haven't. So we've got this available on 5-way split pay. Now, that just makes it easier. So we don't charge interest.
No.
It's completely interest-free. What we do is we split the price in 5. You pay 1/5 of it today, which is about to come up on screen.
Just below 300.
Yeah, okay. It flips over.
299.80, I think.
299.90. 299.80. You pay that today. Oh, it says 8, didn't it say 80 on there? 299.80. You pay that today, and Elna send the machine straight to you. I got mine within 48 hours, just saying. I can't guarantee you.
Don't make that promise. We say 7 to 10 working days. Normally, it's same week.
It is, and everyone I speak to, we have a lot of people on the fans page go, I got it like 2 days
Absolutely,
later.
but you make that one payment today, you get your machine straight away.
Out of the box.
So by the time you finish paying for it, you've had 5 months worth of work out of it already. It's already paying for itself.
And then the money will be taken out of your account. Now, it's totally optional whether you buy on the phone or whether you buy online. You're asked a question or you tick a box. You don't have to. Some people prefer to pay it all up front. Some people just think, well, I'll keep the money because I'll earn the interest on it. Ooh. Can't do it that way round, upside down. I mean, normally you wouldn't get the £500, and if
we're only doing it.
Didn't have that relationship.
Well, it's not just about the relationship with Elna. It's also me pulling rank. So we've got an absolutely gob-stopping kind of deal. So I did a big deal on the 680 last manager specials in January. Can't repeat the same thing. So we thought.
Well, this is this is our only sort of semi-industrial machine that we do. It is a real workhorse. It's got a completely metal casing. It goes so fast, I cannot tell you. But it also goes really slow when you need it to. It has all the decorative stitches. The fact that it has the walking foot attached as well. It does the most superb buttonholes. And it's easy. So I got mine home, and I think a lot of people, when they get their sewing machines, they leave it in the box and are scared. And my son said to me, Mum, get it out of the box. I went, no. Just get it out of the box. I got it out of the box, plugged it in. I thought, well, I'll just start sewing normally. And then I've learned with it as I've gone, because it's not difficult.
No, it's a high-end machine, but it's very user-friendly.
Yeah, it is. It's
so
wonderful.
Before we take on any products, we do a bit of due diligence, so we compare it to what's available in the market. And similar machines with similar specifications are in the market for £3,500 grand. So to be able to sell it for £2,000 or £199 is a regular great price, everyday great price. But obviously to be able to knock £500 off and give the five-year warranty at the same time.
I think when you are spending that money, it is an investment in your sewing. It's an investment in your hobby. You want peace of mind to know. You want the peace of mind to know that actually I'm all right for 5 years.
It's a proper investment, and what we know is that a lot of customers, they'll be teetering on the edge previously because it is a lot of money. You're getting a lot for your money, but it's still a lot of money. So this is the opportunity where anybody teetering on the edge, make your decision today, check out today while we've still got the stock. We won't be doing this price. Nobody else will be
So
authorised to
after
come
midnight.
in. We're gonna actually keep it on till midnight tomorrow night
Okay.
because Scott's on, so it'll be for the remaining duration of Manager Specials.
Right.
So you've got until midnight on Friday night, but we have got limited stock. Obviously,
Yeah,
we bring it
so-
into the UK, so
At midnight tomorrow night, the price will go up, or we will run out of stock.
one or the other.
One or the other.
Absolutely.
Now, I've got loads of you who are putting it in their baskets. I know it's a considered purchase. If you've got any questions about it, do message in, because obviously most of them I should be able to answer for you, because I use mine every single day. It's very sad when if I go away and I have to put its cover on.
Well, it protects it though, doesn't it?
Because I think, oh, I'm not going to be using it, and I use it all the time. So in your job as a buyer, how does it work? Do you go and find new suppliers, or do they come to you?
There's a combination of everything. We also get recommendations. So Jess and Kerry and Ian and Hayley, who work on the scheduling team and the creative team, as we call it, that they will often come across suppliers and say, can you have a look at that for us? We'll go off, and the first thing we'll do is, if it's substitutional with something we've already got, and we've already got a deal in place, we won't look for an alternative supplier of the same product.
Right, yeah.
But if it's a new line, if it's a new opportunity, if it's something we haven't seen before, we'll follow that up. We'll get the supplier on board. We'll negotiate the terms, and then we'll go live on air with it.
Wow, fantastic. And how long does it take? So if you were doing, you know, like this quilt kit behind me, how long does it take to...
It depends. So the quilt kits, so the majority of my job in terms of buying is on the quilt kits and it's on the fabric. So this will be offering later.
Yeah, this is coming up later.
Nice William Morris quilt kit. We get proposals from several suppliers on quilt kits. We then see what the cost price is, see what the size is, see how nice they are. We turn down far more than we take because
Really?
some of them aren't that pretty. But after that, we...
So you're quite discerning then?
I'm a buyer who likes to say no.
Well, we need to, you know, we've only got so much airtime, haven't we?
It's not just that. If we bought everything, then we'd be buying in low volumes. If we buy in low volumes, customers will miss out of the really good
that's
purchases.
true.
I made the comment on Monday that we sell elastic, but our warehouse doesn't have elastic walls. So if we push too much into that warehouse, we haven't got room for the stuff that we really want to be
That's true.
buying.
And I guess it's all about volume. So if you buy at volume, we can pass the savings on to you, which is what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
£500. And you've managed to do that deal. So do you have to pass that by them, or do you just go, no, that's what we're doing because we're the sole supplier?
We will always let Elna know what we're doing. We don't have to ask their permission because we buy it off them, and there's nobody else to upset. But we'll just make sure that they're on board with it.
Yeah, and then
in the first place, it's a close relationship. They want us to grow. They want us to grow the Elna business. So between us, we make the right decisions.
And also, it's in our interests to sell decent quality machines.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, we'll just get lots of upset customers. They all get sent back.
When we first started Sewing Street, we got some samples direct from some Chinese and Taiwanese factories because we considered doing own brand. They're not the kind of quality that we want to sell. So don't get me wrong, you can do everything for a price. So we sell machines at £1,500, which should be £2,000.
Yeah,
We also sell
£500 saving.
3.5 grand machines.
Yeah.
We've got some Jukies, which are more expensive still. We've got some Husqvarnas, which are better value. But what we won't do is sell anything that we're not prepared to put our name against.
Right. And I think that's important. You've got to have some integrity, haven't
Absolutely.
you? So should we have a quick look at the key features of this machine? I've told you what I love about it, but we all have different things that we do love. So it has a variable speed control. It has a thread cutter. It has automatic needle threader. It's got the knee lift, which is fantastic when you haven't got your hands free to lift the pedal. Rotary dials. It's very easy to quickly change stitch width, stitch length. You can also change the stitch width and length very minutely. They're not sort of set right or left, and that makes a big difference when you want to change your seam allowance by like a minimal amount. Normal drop bobbin. It has got a start and stop button, which is quite useful if you don't want to use or can't use the foot pedal. Some people don't want to, because the first time I looked at it, I thought, why has it got that? But then actually sometimes I don't use the foot pedal. Quite nice to have that. It comes with loads of accessories, loads of different feet. It comes with 3 different free motion feet, which is fantastic. When I used to do free motion embroidery and quilting, everything used to skip all the time. It doesn't with this because you've got the right feet for it. It comes with a buttonhole foot, which is automatic. You can select, I think, 9 different buttonholes. You put your button in it, it measures the button, and then it does the buttonhole. It's like magic. It's even got a foot to sew on a button. So for the price point that we're offering today, it's amazing. It comes with an extension table as well, which is fabulous. We haven't got that, but it's a really big extension. Oh, there's a picture of it. And I used to not use mine, and then I worked it out, and it keeps the fabric nice and level. So if you're quilting on a big quilt, you've got that lovely big flat surface. So Lisa says, I've had this machine for over 6 years, and it's amazing. There you go. You guys are our best ambassadors, to be honest.
Oh, well, I was just thinking, you're actually getting the 720 Pro, and it's important we use the word Pro, it's there for a reason. You're getting it for the proper price of the 680 Plus.
Wow.
Because the high street price on the 680 Plus, I think, is now more than $14.99.
Gosh.
So you're getting
And
a
then better
720.
machine.
If you can, they're both very good machines. I'm not putting down the 680 because we sell so many of them. However, if you look at the specifications on this is very much
And
a
the
high-end
accessories.
machine.
I mean, Andrea says, I've had the 720 Pro now for a few years. I use it for quilting, dressmaking and bag making and anything else. I know, I do as well. And I love it from Andrea in North Wales. Thank you. It is. I think all the accessories you get with it as well. All the accessories you get.
Yeah, that's been part of our issue because we're looking to put a range of accessories in for across the range of machines. But as soon as you get to 680 Plus and onto 720 Pro, they come with so many accessories
They do.
that we can't find any additional ones that a customer realistically would need to purchase.
No, I mean, it's got a 1/4 inch foot, which is great. And the fact, I think, I mean, obviously with all of these machines, you can buy other feet. If there's something very specialist you want, like a concealed zip foot, you can buy them. But I love the fact that it comes with so many feet because you use them because they're there and you don't realise that you need them.
Absolutely.
But, you know, obviously Elna do sell anything that's very specific. But look at all the feet that are there. And you never ever would expect really a machine of this calibre at this price point. I mean, where do you ever go when they take £500 off?
Normally, particularly if you're buying a sewing machine, you'd wonder about what's happening with that sewing machine. Is it an ex-demonstration machine? Is it a faulty one that's been returned?
Aren't
brand spanking new in the original boxes, direct from Janome Elna themselves.
Which is fabulous. You know, and remember that you do get that 5-year warranty. For me, that's not just worth the money, it's worth the peace of mind. Is knowing that your machine is safe. It is a considered purchase. You're spending a lot of money on this. Well, you're saving a lot of money as well. But you need to know that this is going to last you.
Absolutely.
I mean, this will honestly enhance your stitching. It will take it up to that more professional level. So we'll be repeating it later because we'll have lots of people who tune in at different times. The deal is only till midnight tomorrow or until stocks last because we only have a certain number of them.
There's a £500 saving. Congratulations to anybody who's already had it in their basket and checked out already. Congratulations. That
you're going to love it.
By midnight tonight, that will have polled through and they'll be processing your order and getting it out in the
and when you get
courier
it home, get it straight out of the box. Don't look at the box, get it out of the box and you will love it. It will become your best friend.
Yeah, you want to put your proud picture onto social media as well of people deboxing there.
Oh, I could put, as soon as I got mine, there's a photo of it on the front doorstep in the box. Look.
Absolutely.
I didn't get that price though, can I just say? If only I'd known. Manager specials. I'll leave that with you. Right, let me talk about how to shop because some of you, if you haven't shopped with us before or if you're new to Sewing Street, 2 ways to shop on the phone line, which is a UK call centre, free phone, or on the website, easy on the website just because it's pictures. Go on to sewingstreet.com and then can you see at the top, watch live? If you click on that, you can then watch us live and shop at the same time. And then you get 2 columns. You get today's show deals, which is basically everything that Paul and I have already talked about. And then on the right, you get coming up on today's show. These are the things that we will be selling, but we haven't talked about yet. So this is where you can shop ahead. Remember, these prices haven't been reduced. We're not reducing everything. Some things are just managers' specials that we bought in. Some things we're reducing the price. So these are the full prices, but if you check out it, you will be charged the lower price when it comes to midnight and your basket's closed. We assure that. So if you want to get ahead, here are all the products for today. Oh, we've got some lovely things. But I would stay watching all day because obviously we're not going to tell you what the price reductions are until we get there.
Until they're crashed, yeah, that's how the system works.
So if you want to know what the price are, so we've got all the oh, look at the worm. I love the worm. Brilliant products. We've got quilts. Oh, that's nice, like the humidifier. Oh, we've got friction pens. Look out for those. But if you want to get ahead, then check out now and you will be charged a lower price. Right. Putting the machine. Now, Paul, you decided other people have had their own designs.
Yeah.
It was time to have your own.
Well, we do a lot of panels, and I wanted to slightly explain the process for our customers.
Can I move the machine?
Because we in particular, I wanted to showcase the work of Louise, who's our surface designer, graphic designer.
She's a graphic designer and illustrator.
So what I did was I did some rough drawings. So I didn't just say, can you do me a dragonfly tote bag? I said, I want to do a tote bag rather than just a panel because I'm very pragmatic. So rather than make something just pretty, I want it pretty and practical.
Okay.
And then I actually came up with some drawings that I forwarded on. So we've got those on screen now.
So these are the drawings that you gave to Lou.
Yeah, so these are just scribbles of mine that gave the idea. So I didn't want a dragonfly that's necessarily anatomically correct.
Right.
They can be ugly little creatures.
No, they can, actually.
I wanted some colours on. I wanted a little bow on its tail. I wanted them a little bit more...
Beautiful.
Yeah, a bit more fantastic or mystical or whatever else. It took a couple of phone calls as well because me drawing like that doesn't translate into a panel like this overnight. It needs a bit of magic.
A bit of love.
And that's exactly what Louise has managed to achieve, and you helped in that as well to make sure that the language I used was the kind of language that somebody more experienced would understand.
So I helped Paul with the panel, and we have done other tote bag panels. But I said to Paul, well, this is your new one. We'll have one. This will be a bit fancier. So I rewrote the instructions for it, gave it a nicer bottom, changed the handles so that they fitted better. So it's our sort of basic tote panel, but it's better.
Absolutely.
It's the boxy tote. So this is brand new, so you can see how Paul has worked on it to create this. But there was another element that you really wanted to put onto this.
Well, I'm inspired by a lot of Delphine's work and the applique and everything else. So then Louise was tasked with not just doing the main panels, but some additional bits to be able to put on as well.
Full instructions at the top, so you're easy to follow, and then all of these little bits, they're optional then.
Absolutely.
So you can make it your own.
Yep, absolutely, which is precisely what you did, Rebecca.
Yes. So then I had the panel after working with Paul, and luckily I got to write the instructions, so I didn't have to read them again. And then this is what I did. So this is the front of the bag.
If you compare that to the original.
So there's the front of the bag, and then what I did was I took 3 of the dragonflies, pressed some Bonder web to them, and then placed them on here, and I just top stitched around the edge. But this is fab. So this has been a real collaboration with your idea passed on to Lou, and then I got to sew it all together.
And like I say, I wanted to be able to show the process, and it's not just somebody coming up with a full design. Louise puts a lot of work into it, puts it onto a template, makes it as user-friendly as possible for the end user, for the customer to then translate. So anybody who's not into a plique at all, you just cut round those, you follow the instructions. And
when she did it, she sent me a few versions. So the first version had a green background, and I said, oh no, can we have blue? Because I think it needs to look like the sky. You don't mind, do you, Lou? She goes, no, it's fine, you can have it blue.
But in the same way that you've appliqued on this, some people might embroider on it.
Well, yeah, or you could, and then this is the back of it. So with that one, I just decided to pop one dragonfly. There's loads of flowers as well. Oh, a question. Morning all, can the 720 machine do applique? Yes, of course it can. Not only that, it has the most beautiful buttonhole, 4 different buttonhole stitches in different widths and lengths. It's perfect for applique. So with this, so I'll show you the bag. Now, the bag is easy to make. It's a very simple tote. It doesn't have to be lined. The handles are just sewn into the hem at the top, so it's nice and strong. I lined mine just because I wanted to add some lining. That's totally optional. You could also add wadding because this would love to be quilted, wouldn't it?
It's more than a tote bag though, because you've done boxed
Oh, it has
corners as well.
it has box corners because I love a box corner. It gives it that little bit of depth. So it's got nice deep box corners. It can be lined or not. You could put wadding in it and quilt it. You can applique it. You could even put bosal in it if you wanted it to be a super structured, like a basket. Yeah, no, it could be the central block of a quilt.
It could, yeah. There's no reason why you can't do
So
a
you
wall
get the
hanging or something
handles,
similar as well.
handles at the bottom, but you also get a spare piece of rainbow fabric.
Well, as part of the initial brief, it was I want stained glass, but also I quite like ombre.
Right, okay.
And so, you know, I kind of gave the options. I'm not the most creative type, so I asked Louise which would go best, and we've ended up with both.
And you could make this into a matching purse, and you could even then applique one of the dragonflies onto it. Should we show the size of the panel?
Got another.
So this is a big size. Because Paul asked for all the applique pieces, this is a bigger panel than our normal tote bags. Normally we would have the front, the back and the handles and the instructions. But Paul wanted all the dragonflies and the flowers. So our normal price is $19.99. But obviously, and it's bigger because of the extra applique pieces.
Absolutely.
So, but are we having a little special?
Well, Hayley says we can drop as far as $14.99.
Okay.
So let's go $12.99 instead and totally ignore what Hayley's had to
Yes.
say. $12.99.
She's probably watching, you know.
And
Oh yeah, it's your day. And $12.99. Look at the size. Remember, there are full instructions on here that I wrote and then followed, so I know that they work. You get the front of the bag, the back of the bag. Can you see the bottom has got the cutouts so that you can make the box corners easily? So I didn't want you to have to measure that, so I got Lou to put the cutout corners. It's got nice wide straps. I love this extra ombre piece. And $12.99, that's a ridiculous price.
absolutely,
It's a ridiculous price.
it's not just exclusive. It is an exclusive quantity because we're not repeating it.
Oh, is that it?
No, this is my day in the sunshine. I don't want any more days in the sunshine. So
That's
we'll whatever we've got produced, that's how many
Right.
we'll sell, and then we call it a day.
Third of the stock has gone. I mean, wouldn't it make a beautiful wall hanging? Because of the stained glass, you could even, if you've got a twin needle on your machine, thread it with black thread. You could quilt and twin needle either side of the stained glass. And then you could make it into 2 wall hangings as well. Because I added extra on the bottom for the box corner, you've got the same amount at the top and the bottom without that. So they would easily make quilting panels. I mean, if you multi-bought, and I know lots of you are, you could make a few quilts. You could then use some pale blue fabric, and then you could also applique some of the dragonflies on there for the rest of it. So it is so many
Absolutely.
things you could do with it. It's gorgeous. Now, if you do want to line it, you can. It's really easy to line. So I lined mine. All you do for the lining is you cut the lining as the same size as the outer, and then just trim the top off and pop it underneath the hem at the top. And then I did the handles in such a way so that they're underneath. They go right underneath, so they're nice and strong. On the handles, I used the decorative stitch on my Elna 720 Pro.
Very nice. I did notice that.
With a variegated thread. How nice is that? So if you've got a nice machine, see, I didn't even have to think about that.
And we've got some variegated threads on offer later
There
on
we
today.
go.
It's as though we plan these
I
things,
know.
isn't it?
And all you have to do is choose the stitch and just run down the centre. I've got my panel. I'm going to make a cushion for the chair I used to watch the dragonflies around my pond. What a brilliant
Lovely.
idea. And as I said, because the box bottom is extra, then just cut it across the bottom, ignore that, and then a beautiful cushion. And if I was doing a cushion, I'd definitely quilt it.
No, absolutely.
So we've got some lining options if you do want to line it. They're available, but these have been chosen by Paul.
Well, I mean, you can choose any colour. We do some great plain cottons in any case. But what we did decide to do was just nominate 3 which are compatible, if you like. So you've got a jade colour there.
And half a metre's fine.
Yep. Purple and obviously black as well.
But entirely up to you if you want to. The instructions are written so that you don't have to, because I wanted it to be simple, but with a little bottom, because I like it like that. Makes your bottle stand up. I hope you're going to be using yours every day.
I want to see some of these at Festival of Quilts, because I'll be at Festival of Quilts. It would be very it would. I don't have much of an ego, but
Make
but
your
to
day.
see somebody carrying around one of my bags at Festival of Quilts would be awesome.
Yeah, I bet Paul will be giving you a free badge if he sees you. Loads of you are coming in. It's a ridiculous price. It's worth more than $19.99 because it's a big
It's
panel.
a big panel, yeah, absolutely.
And Hayley said $14.99 and Paul went, no, $12.99. That's just because he, it's your little gift to us.
I feel a little bit of ownership
Yeah, I
towards
think
this, so
you do.
you know.
Well, this is your concept.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? Right, we've got over 100 have gone. And we will, when they're gone because that's it. Paul's not going to do these again.
No.
He's not going to be doing those again. I mean, and there's all the applique pieces on there. I didn't actually use the flowers just because I wanted to use the dagger.
I like them, the water lilies, aren't they?
They're beautiful. So what did you make?
I didn't make anything. I tried to make things. I cut the pieces out.
Well done. They are fiddly. What I would say, because Paul said they're very fiddly, I said, well, you should have pressed Bondaweb to the wrong side of them first.
Absolutely, but that would use
That would have
some
made-
sewing knowledge, wouldn't it?
That would
Which
have made them
unfortunately is not my
But look at
forte.
them when I place them onto the and I love the silhouettes as well.
And there is an opportunity on the tail of these, if you've got a green machine, to put sequins and really bring it to life as well.
Nice.
I'm not good enough to do that, but I'm sure some of our viewers are.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah, you could put them all the way down. You could have beads. I mean, it can have embroidery on it. If I'd had a bit more time, I would have stitched the sort of little running stitch lines, like you have when they come out. That would have been nice. But I would definitely make this into a matching purse or pencil case and applique these in. If you press them on with Bondaweb, I just used a straight stitch on my machine and just sewed them round. It was dead easy. And it comes with a label.
Absolutely. Congratulations to anybody who's already checked out.
2/3 of the stock has gone. I mean, $12.99 is a silly price, and it will not be coming back. Will not be coming back.
It won't. No. This is enough pressure for me to be able to design one. We sell out.
I think
that'll
you've done
do.
a fantastic job,
do.
though. Morning, Rebecca and Paul. You're doing a great job, Paul. Absolutely love your dragonfly bag.
Thank you.
Very pretty. Well done. Have a great day from Laurie. Thank you.
I am having a great day. Thank you.
It is a great design because I know Lou has done all the artwork, but this was your concept.
Yeah.
You knew what you wanted.
Like I say, I wanted to partially explain the journey to the customer, that we don't just say do a butterfly bag and then somebody else does all the work. We contribute quite a bit, but to be honest, Louise does do a lot.
She does.
And she's very shy.
I know. And she goes, oh, I hope you don't mind. Do you think this is all right? And
Well,
I go, no, it's absolutely brilliant.
I tried to twist her arm to get her to come on to take a bit of credit.
She's no chance.
No chance. It's taken them 5 years to get me on air.
There is
It will take
no
another
way.
5 years on top to be able to get Louise
But
onto
she
air.
is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Taking designs from people's heads and translating them
Absolutely.
into reality as well. And then I got sent the panel and I go, ooh, lovely.
But then the customer gets it home. They add their own unique
And
creativity.
that's what I like about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see some of these on social media that will have twists and little hacks that we'd have never thought of.
I know, and that's brilliant because there's loads of different things that, I'm giving you a few ideas of what you could do, but, we've already got one. I'm going to make it into a cushion. It would make a beautiful pair of cushions. Just use this is a very pale blue background. You could use any colour background, and then you've got 2 cushions for $12.99.
Do I get to keep the bag, by the way?
You can keep the bag, it's yours.
Oh, that's nice.
It's yours
Thank
forever.
you. It's appreciated.
I want to see you carrying your lunch in it every single day.
Absolutely.
Right, so fabric buying, as well as sewing machine buying, is one of your things. So tell me about this fabric.
So this is Japanese fabric.
Okay.
So it's
As in printed in Japan or designed in Japan?
designed in Japan. I think it's actually comes from Japan in the first place. It comes via New Zealand as it happens.
Oh, okay.
Some of our fabric takes a long tour to come into
So
us.
when you buy this, do they give you lots of different options?
Yes, so some will come as part of collections. So when we buy 7 berries, this isn't a 7 berry, but when we buy 7 berries, there can be 32 fabrics in the collection. We'll either choose all 32 or we'll choose a selection of 16. On something like this is an end of range.
Okay.
So they've got 2 that are the same but in different colourway, one that kind of matches up as well. But because it's left on somebody's shelf, a distributor's shelf, we've got the right kind of price to be able to pass on to a customer. So we've bought it in as a speculative purchase rather than part of a collection.
Right.
If a customer, I mean, this will lend itself very nicely
I mean,
to going with.
This is metallic, by the way. It's beautiful.
But it matches the kind of indigos that you get in sashiko.
Yes,
So if somebody's
yeah.
doing a sashiko bag, this could be the lining on it, or it could be the handles on it, or whatever.
Oh no, it's beautiful. It's a really deep midnight navy, and this is proper metallic. It's not the metallic that will wash out or iron off. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, £6.99 is a great price point, to be honest.
It is, because we get charged extra for anything with metallics in it. Hence,
okay.
hence why Christmas becomes a little bit more expensive, because
Okay,
everybody
so that
likes
metallic
to put metallics
layer
in it.
costs more.
But no, £6.99. But like I've already intimated, we bought this in to be able to discount.
Right, okay.
We bought this in speculatively because then we can do a deal, pass on the saving to the customer. We all win in that
Because sometimes
scenario.
we want to buy the fabric at the full price and we want the designer names, and other times we want
Absolutely.
to have a little bit of a discount. So, you know, and everyone has different price points and budgets and needs.
So if it's supposed to be £6.99,
How much?
£2.99.
Oh, I thought you were going to say $4.99, to be honest.
Well, I was.
$2.99.
Do you know what? When £6.99 in my head, suddenly half price was £2.99, which it obviously isn't.
You were thinking
So yeah, so it undoubtedly should be £3.49 or whatever. But anyway, it's now £2.99 because I've said £2.99.
instantly. I mean, it is gorgeous. And the silver, I mean, when you get yours home, you'll see, but it's got a beautiful shimmer.
If you leave that on.
So we've got another one. Oh, so that's red. Well, it's like a brick red, actually. Isn't
Terracotta, maybe?
Yeah, it's not as, like a brick red. It's more red than an orange.
It's probably worth mentioning, we buy a lot of these without seeing the fabric swatch. So we get it on a PDF, we get it on a link. It's all done digitally. And so that's why John Scott in particular has so much fun taking the mickey out of the names and the colours that we give it. Because undoubtedly, when we saw this on a digital link, we'd have thought that was indigo, because that's very traditionally Japanese. We'd have probably called this wine. Now we see it, if you've got a bottle of wine that's that colour, you're sending it back. 'Cause that is not a red wine colour at all.
No, there is like a deep brick red. It's beautiful. I mean, and I'm thinking £2.99, Christmas, tablecloth, stockings, Christmas gift bags. Doesn't have to be Christmas, but just thinking ahead, over half of the stock of both of those are gone, and we've got one more.
Obviously, we crashed that to the same price, obviously.
Yeah, that's got to be £2.99. Yeah, Hannah's done that already. Oh, that's nice.
Very much a complimentary.
That's beautiful. So you've got all of the little flowers in pinks and oranges and yellows, and then these little, are they like flower carts?
Well, a rickshaw of sorts, I guess.
Beautiful. And all of the gold is metallic. Because if I do that, you can
It's like a metallic Liberty. I shouldn't say that because Liberty is very exclusive.
Yeah.
But these little ditzy flowers are in the style of.
So, how much will this one be?
Go same again, won't we?
Yeah, let's go same again. Same again, £2.99. This is, by the way, quilted. It's quilting weight cotton. It's 44-inch width, 112 centimetres. Beautiful. Only £2.99. That's silly, isn't it? Silly price. Right, we've had a little move. In front of your screen now. Now, we've got two. These are brand new, aren't they?
They are absolutely brand new.
Beautiful. Now, these are absolute iconic Liberty prints, aren't they? Gorgeous. So this is something that I presume you've talked to Liberty about?
Well, we instigated this because, again, back in our Soundquarter days, we had some notions that were Liberty branded.
Right.
Now, there's a lot of intellectual property issues around Liberty. There's more than one Liberty company. There's Liberty Fabrics is one company. Liberty of London is another company. Very political, something that
Is it?
I don't want to trip us up on.
Right, okay.
So we speak to our distributor of Liberty Fabrics to ask whether we can have some notions that use Liberty Fabrics.
Oh, okay. So I guess you have to be
And that's what
careful.
it's taken us a long time to get there. These were supposed to be in December as gifting.
They would have been nice for gifting.
Yes,
but they
absolutely.
are nice for gifting.
They're still nice for gifting now. We've bought plenty.
So this colourway, this is in the blue. Inside, there's a piece of the felt sewn in, and you've got 3 needles and 3 safety pins. Nice, sharp pair of embroidery scissors. And I quite like the fact it's got a little popper so they don't fall out.
Quite antique-y, aren't they?
Beautiful, look at those. And they go in there, and then that holds them in, which I think is very clever. It comes with these. These aren't serving suggestions. It does actually come with these, with a tape measure, and then it has a little zip pocket that you can keep all your other bits in. $22.95, and these are exclusive to us.
There's different fabrics on different ones, and there's different notions. I think we've got pin cushions and so on and so forth. On each style, so on these are called the wraps, we've got one that's exclusive to us.
Right.
There'll be others that are available in the market.
Okay.
But
this
this blue one's, and I think that's very
and I'd have to
typical,
say that's my favourite.
recognisably Liberty, isn't it?
Beautiful, $22.95, exclusive to us. This is proper Liberty genuine fabric.
Absolutely, nice scalloped edge. There's kind of no expense spared in
It's
its manufacture.
It is a really nice kit, and I'm thinking gifting. It is gifting, whether it's birthday, thank you, new home.
Absolutely. Overall, like I said, we bought a lot of Liberty Notions. However, of each individual product, we've got limited availability. Okay. So there's a decent range. There's like a Victorian sewing box. There's this wrap. There are various pin cushions. Overall, we've got a large quantity. Of these individual items, we've got limited quantities.
So we are limited on these, and they've taken a while, so whether we'll get them back, who knows, because they have taken quite some.
We won't have these designs. These designs were for an initial burst, so to speak.
Right,
and then they go.
And then they go.
Now, in 12 months' time, there may be a new design that comes out, and we'll buy that and so on and so forth. But for the moment, these are the only ones, and when they're gone, they're literally gone.
So this one, beautiful. This is the Floral Joy. And look at this. So I like the fact they've put the felt in. So you've got your essential sewing kit, haven't you? Because you've got the 3 needles, 3 safety pins. You've got a really lovely, beautiful quality pair of embroidery scissors that are held in. That makes a difference. It can be so annoying when they fall out. And the tape measure, proper zip, and then you can put your thread. So you could fill that with a couple of reels of thread or those cards of thread. That's your travel sewing kit.
Absolutely.
Amazing. That's gorgeous. And again, limited quantities, £22.95. If you're thinking getting ahead with your gift box for Christmas, what a lovely thing.
Brand new.
Yourself.
Literally first time on air.
Going on holiday, pop it in your handbag, and when someone goes, you've got a sewing kit, go, yep, that's me.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, it won't be me.
It won't be you.
No, I don't tend to have one of those in my handbag. No.
Oh, but you've got a bag now, you see. So
I've got a designer tote.
Exactly. So now you've got a bag to put your sewing kit in.
Absolutely.
Right. Let's move to one of your favourite tools. You love this.
This makes me laugh every time.
It is brilliant, isn't it?
It's a nice little pickup tool. However, my favourite thing about it is the fact that it's got a magnetic tip.
I think it's fantastic.
So how many times in your sewing room...
All the time.
You drop something on the floor, okay, you can bend down and pick it up. But if it's that side of your...
Oh, I'm on my machine and I don't want to get down.
Absolutely. It's nicely ergonomic, so it goes right to the point. I mean, there's not a lot that I can say about it. This isn't something that's going to feature on Tomorrow's World, but it does what it's supposed to do. Every time we get these in, we sell out.
So it's got a magnetic end. We need some pins, don't we, or something?
This is an example, and we've got a few spread out over today, where we have to think outside the box on what we present to our customers. There's only so much fabric and threads and sewing machines and so on and so forth. And we try and then find some things that are useful.
I'm trying to think whether these are magnetic. Are they magnetic? Oh, no, they're not.
Not as heavy as that.
No, but they're not magnetic. The thing. Let me try some pins. Thank you, Dan. Right, remember, there's only one postage and packing per day. So it actually doesn't matter if you buy something now and something at 9 o'clock and something at 11 o'clock. I've actually got some pins now. But you will only be charged in the same way that if you shop ahead, you will be charged the lowest price, but you will also only get charged 1 P&P. It doesn't matter what you buy and from what supplier. So if you buy that the Elna machine, that's £3.95 P&P, whatever. Collector from Bristol says these are brilliant for Maggie in Bristol.
You can use them in the garden as well. Saves. No, genuinely, they're so multi-purpose.
Only $5.99. I was going to look at the website today for this picker. Recently diagnosed with neck arthritis and need these. There we go, Fran. Brilliant. If you go on to watch live on Sewing Street, it will be underneath there, so you can get them down. But obviously, only while we've got stock. But we have got that today, especially because it's one of your favourite things.
It's just I can't believe we sell them.
Yeah,
it's got nothing to do with sewing whatsoever.
But it is if you.
But every time we get them in, we sell out. So why wouldn't I continue to buy them?
I think they're brilliant, and for very concerned litter pickers, they'd be.
Absolutely.
Right, another fabric. Is this one of your favourite things?
I quite like the idea that we get to do something with rainbows and Stuart doesn't. Stuart, normally, anything to do with rainbows, Stuart's got it on his show. We don't get to see it. So we got to do something with rainbows for a change.
Now, what I like about this fabric, not just the rainbow, is you don't often get a fabric that's printed diagonally, so that when you want to have stripes that are diagonally, you can cut it across the bias and then it comes up straight. Or if you want to use it for binding, you get a nice diagonal bias. But it's really lovely that you can have a stripe cut on the bias.
So you like all the creative, pretty things. I like the price. That's.
That is funny. Yeah, no, I'm thinking, oh, I'd pay $5.99 because then I could have bias cuts.
Well, you pay $5.99, but our customers are only going to be paying $2.99. So off you go.
Off you go. Yeah, but you see, if you check out before you load the price, it's still fine.
You still be paying the $2.99.
So $2.99,
right.
100% cotton. That is quilted weight. Now remember, with this, because it says 0.5 metres after it, that means that you can buy multiple units. It will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you want a rainbow dress and you need 5 metres, put 10 units in your basket and send us a photo.
Absolutely.
There we go. Right, one more. Because we've got some variegated thread that goes with this in a minute. This would actually be quite a nice lining for your dragonfly bag, wouldn't it?
It would seem a bit of a waste, though, wouldn't it? Mind you, at $2.99.5 metre, I guess you can't go wrong.
I love a cheeky lining. It's nice to have something
absolutely
different. Lots of you, most people who have checked out this have checked out multiple units. But remember how nice it will look if you use it for straps or a binding. Because when you fold it over like that, all that, by the way, all the fabric, the Japanese fabric's already gone at $2.99. So when you fold it over like that, isn't that lovely? That you get that nice diagonal stripe, but without having to go bias. But if you do go bias, you get the stripes. You don't often see diagonal stripe fabric.
No.
Tip. If you see some.
Well, we see some which go to full width and some which go to length, but you're quite right, we rarely see diagonals. Absolutely.
And we were talking about this before on something. I said, I don't see them very often, so if you see them, can we have diagonal stripes?
Absolutely.
In fact, if you've got anything you want, just message Paul.
No, please don't.
Right, last item of the hour. Now, this goes beautifully with this.
It links in with that. It links in with the tote bag as well.
I am a bit of a variegated thread collector, to be honest. For that reason, I do a lot of top stitching or decorative stitching on bags, because I've got those stitches on my machine, and May as well. You get such a great effect with them.
Absolutely.
So nice little pack. Love Gutermann thread.
Yep.
Because we do different brands of thread, don't we?
We do Gutermann, we do Orifil, we do Metler, we do some value threads.
But Gutermann, good.
It's an everyday thread.
Well, also good provenance. You know them. You know it's quality.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So in this one, you are getting 5 variegated and 5 plain. So you get green variegated, blue, dark blue, grey, and then you get the rainbow. That'd be nice for that bag. And then you get the midnight grey slate.
So let's test the maths. There's 70 metres on each. There's 10 spools. How many metres are you getting in total?
700.
Hey, there we go.
How much is that per metre then?
Don't even. Unless somebody tells me in my ear, we're not doing that at all. So shall we knock a couple of quid off?
I think we should. $22.99 for that pack, which is great, isn't it?
With
at £2.29.
Our poor maths. If you knock a couple of quid off that, you go down to $15.99.
Yeah, that's rubbish maths.
Absolutely.
$15.99. That works out as £1.59 per spool. That's amazing. So, for example, where I put the variegated thread. And you know, even if you've got a machine that just does a zigzag or a top stitch either side, I mean, all of these are nice, but that rainbow one, you could just top stitch either side of it if you don't want to do a deck stiff. Or with this bag, it has, to create the hem, you top stitch, but wouldn't that look nice in a variegated thread? In fact, that would be a nice thread with it. The dragonfly panels in the side graphic, that should, well, it should be £19.99. To be honest, I think it should be £24.99. We have fewer than 30 of these panels
Well,
left.
let's hold it up
and
again.
they won't be coming back. We've got all the dragonflies in there.
Oh, they can stay on the floor. There we go. It's
All the cut-out dragonflies are folded underneath. So it should be £19.99, though, to be honest, for the size, it's worth £24.99. Hayley wanted to drop it to £49, but because it's Paul's show, and she's not here,
we went to 12.
£12.99, and when they're gone, they're gone. Fewer than 20 left now. Remember, it can be a bag, it can be cushions, it can be a wall hang, it can be all sorts. Sorry, can we mention the egg? The egg, that really threw me then. Yes, can we mention the egg? I was thinking, what egg? I didn't know we were selling eggs. Right, now when Paul comes back to me at 10 o'clock, we're going to be talking eggs. Now, it isn't, I have actually got an egg boiler. It isn't an egg boiler.
Now, do you want to switch the button on just to give a tease?
Just to give it a little tease.
Just turn the dial.
Oh, turn the dial. Is it plugged in? Ooh. Look at that. We'll tell you why and more later. That's great, isn't it? It doesn't smell. It's just steam.
It's literally fresh air.
It's fantastic. Anyway, time for a break. I'll see you back here at 10 o'clock.
Be a pleasure.
Fantastic. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the deals. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. Fantastic. We've got Kerry Lord from Toft in with, oh, wow, the most beautiful crochet projects. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street, or welcome to Sewing Street if you've just arrived. We've got the fantastic Kerry Lord here from Toft. So those of you who know Toft will know that Kerry is the queen of crochet and does the most beautiful crochet designs. Those of you who haven't seen Toft before, you are going to love these. If you're new to crochet, if you're experienced, if you've done lots of crochet, you've only done granny squares, this is the next thing on you. It caters for all levels of abilities, and they are beautiful, aren't they? So your main thing, they're characters really, aren't they? Whether they're animals or flowers.
They are. So really what today's all about is about celebrating Alexandra's garden. So I know some of you out there probably are gardeners like me, and it feels like we've been waiting so long for the sunshine. For the sunshine to come. And then in the last week, it's been all about, getting out in the garden. And whether that is actual gardening or crochet gardening, now is the time to do some crochet gardening.
Absolutely. So this is about Alexandra's garden, and Alexandra is your daughter, and the book is written about flowers but dedicated to her.
Yes, it is. So really, I guess Toft is 18 years old as a yarn brand. So it started all about yarn to knit hats, things that you wore. Then I learnt to crochet 12 years ago, and it started with animals first. And then during COVID, I genuinely found gardening as a hobby for the first time with my daughter, with my children. Obviously, I was having them both at home, and we grew a garden together, and the gardening inspired the crochet, and then the crochet inspired the gardening.
Oh, wow.
And the two things sit together. So the books that we're looking at in both this show and the next show, the first one's flowers, the second one's vegetables, but by and large, all the photography is genuinely in my garden that I grew too. So it's a holistic project, really, of hobbies combining.
It's beautiful. So we'll be going through the book in a minute. First of all, we just need to talk about the fact that anyone who buys anything in this hour will have a free gift.
Yes, you will.
So it's one of Kerry's centralisers or stitch markers. You can use them for centralisers, which is marking your space, or stitch markers.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just, I guess, a quirk of me, is I usually opt to mark my end of rounds with a tracking piece of yarn rather than a fixed stitch marker. But I know a lot of you out there and other crocheters choose to use these stitch markers to bring them in and out. I tend to use this kind of marker to mark a point in my crochet. So whether that be, you can also obviously use it if you're going to head off. So if you're halfway through something, you can mark that live stitch and put it back in your project bag. Or I tend to mark the centre of a tummy, the positioning of the eyes. Like I use them in my work to hold a place to help me when I come back and sew it later on.
So this one is a special moth.
It is. So it's a rosy maple moth design. This one, obviously, really spring summery, suits being on the flowers. It's just a lovely little handy tool to have in your project bag, and it obviously matches if you are going to be hooking your way through a garden.
So anyone who orders in this hour will receive that for free, and that's worth £8.
It absolutely is, yep. So we'll be packing one into your order, per customer.
Now, when Kerry's back with me at 11, just to say that we are doing a different range of kits, there will be another free gift. So if you buy something at 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock, you will get both of them.
You absolutely will. They'll come in one order for
Fabulous.
You.
And they're £8. Amazing. So let's start off with your brand new design. It's not, now this plant is not in the book, because this is a house plant.
No, it's not. So this is a house plant. So the story behind this one is actually nearly a year ago. I designed this for Kew Gardens. So I actually ran one of the biggest Toft workshops that we've ever done in Kew Gardens, which is what this design was for. But this is the first time it's been available outside that workshop. So it is... I will actually put myself out there and say that it is actually one of my all-time favourite designs.
It
really
is gorgeous.
Yeah.
So Kerry's got the real plant here. Let me just bring that so you can see.
I know, it's not in the best condition. I'll disclaim
So-
that. For those that were on that workshop, your plant might be in slightly better condition than ours. It's a little bit dry at HQ, so it's looking a little bit crispy on the edges.
Its common name is prayer plant.
It's a prayer plant. So these are the ones
What's
that...
its real name?
A Maranta fascinator. So obviously, in Toft colour terms, you're going to get 100 grams of the green, you're going to get the lime for this contrasting down the middle, and then that really hot pink magenta that's on the underneath of the leaves. And what's really unusual about the design...
So look, I mean, look how accurate it is.
It is, and that's what I think. That's why I think
amazing.
I was so the challenge really of trying to capture the houseplant in a realistic way, but then it also being a character. Because obviously you can opt to not put the eyes on if you don't want to. You could literally just put this inside a pot, tuck all of that in, and it would look like a very realistic houseplant.
And
that
this
lasts
is
forever.
my sort of plant. I mean, I've had these, and I'm not very good at houseplants. They tend to die. Yes. But crochet never dies.
Never dies. And so the extra feature that is, I think, really important to this design is the fact that it is wired if you want to add those wires. So obviously, if you are creating it for a child to be played with, don't wire it. But most of these designs, they'll be for you. They'll be for being in your home, showing them off. And so you will get 2 meters of modelling wire included in this kit. And that means that then you can arrange the plant however you want those leaves to be in your home. You could even do exactly what a prayer plant does. So they go downwards in the daytime to absorb the light, and then they close up at night time. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I feel like you need to have it, that photo we just showed of it sitting next to the real plant on this one. I feel that's what you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like a little plant that came alive.
So what have we got the kit?
Yep, so it will come in a bouquet format, as all of the Toft flowers always do, as well as these houseplants. I'll just put him back on there if he'll sit up nicely.
The houseplant is not in the book. This is the only way you can get the kit. Now, this makes a wonderful gift for someone or you, but I'll put it there. Look at that. This is how it comes. So if you want to give someone a gift, and it comes in a box as well.
Yeah, it is. It's fully boxed. So yeah, at Toft we don't pack in plastic bags or anything like that at all. We're plastic free. So it's a solid big box that it comes in.
So you could gift wrap that box.
Absolutely.
And then that's their present as well. I mean, that is beautiful. Or if you're buying it for yourself, what a lovely thing to receive.
It's just a pleasure to open. We always wrap the bouquets to try and match your project inside. So obviously here we've chosen to go for the lime and the magenta. It's just another really nice part of the process. It is,
and it comes with a lovely Hessian ribbon. I like that touch. So let's have a look inside.
So you'll get all of your ingredients inside your bouquet. It is a long piece of ribbon as well that you'll be able to use.
Keep that.
Yep, I know. I was going to say, we're on the right place for people wanting to make use of things like that.
I mean, the quality of, it's not just the designs and the materials, but even the packaging.
Because you could always, obviously, crochet the plant for somebody if it was a gift. You can pop it back into the bowl and then close it up.
And tie it all up,
if
so
you
keep the
want to.
tissue paper.
So you get 100 grams of the green, so that obviously is the main colour used.
So for people who haven't crocheted, this is your yarn as well.
It is.
And
so
it's very beautiful.
It is a pure wool double knit spun here in the UK in Yorkshire. You really, and I know that obviously I am biased, but you really can't get a better quality wool
it is
than
gorgeous.
This. It's
and
really,
it
really
crochets
soft.
beautifully.
It's bouncy, so it means you don't have to pull your stitches tight. You can really relax and enjoy making them. So you'll get 50 grams of the magenta, you'll get 25 grams of the lime. And then this is your eye threads to sew the eyes on if you want to. And then at the bottom there will be your 2 bags of modelling wire. So you've got your 2 meters to wire, should you choose to wire your plant. And there is a full video tutorial that goes with it. So don't think you're just following reading instructions. Obviously, you do get printed. Yeah, you do get a printed pattern instruction. I think I've just popped that on the front there. So you do get a full printed pattern instruction, including a really clear close-up.
That's quite
on
useful,
doing,
actually,
yeah,
so you can
on
really
doing the
see
stitches
that.
and the leaves. And that is live scale as well, so you can see exactly how big mine are in terms of the scale. But then there's a video that also accompanies it. So it means that when it comes to your sewing up and
Brilliant.
doing your wiring, which a lot of you might never have done before, there's a full video to help you along the way.
And obviously, anyone who buys this today will get the free stitch marker of the little moth, the rosy moth, which is beautiful. What fab. So for all of your kits, you use nearly all of them.
Yeah, for
all of them.
whenever you're using a double knit weight of yarn in Toft, which is what every single kit on the show today is, you will need a 3mm crochet.
So if you haven't got one, there we go. But even if you just buy the hook today, £3, this code, we've got a different code for the same hook in the next hour, just to confuse you. But just so we know which is for which hour. This, even if you just buy the hook, then you will get the stitch marker. But these are nice hooks because they're ergonomic and they're soft.
Yeah, they are.
Well. They're nice and chunky to hold.
And the big thing when you're doing this style of crochet is the fact that you are obviously putting stuffing in at the end. And what these hooks are very, very useful for is pushing the stuffing into the pieces. So rather than just viewing it as a tool that you crochet with, when it gets to pushing that stuffing into the legs at the end when you're doing your sewing up, that's what the handle is an absolute essential for. In fact, I don't know how I'd do it without it.
No, it's really, and they've got and they're metal as well. And for all of you who crochet, you know there is a difference between your metal and your plastic hook. So also that will be essential if you're working for the book. So that's the first kit. We wanted to do that first because it is brand new and it's the only way you can get it is in this kit. You can't get it in the book.
No.
But this is the book. So now we have got the book available today, which is an amazing price. For all of the designs, 30 patterns, £25. That's a fantastic price.
It is, and it's
when I look at the
still
work
very
that's
new.
gone
So
into
it's been
this.
less, well, just over a year since this one was published. So it's not a book that's been around for a long time at all. You've probably not come across it. We haven't been out to too many events or shows with it yet either. So yeah, it is still a really new book to my range. It is a project that caters to everybody, whether you can crochet or you can't. And so these symbols here, this is showing you the patterns for a total beginner, an intermediate crocheter, or an advanced crocheter.
Fantastic.
So you can flick
I
your
love
way
that.
through the book and you'll know that if you are a beginner, head in for one of the ones that's got that first symbol on.
Some of them we have got available as kits today.
We have, yeah, we've got the hyacinth. And this really is showcasing the colours. So to create a flower book, I really had to look at the Toft range of colours and actually put 6 more in.
Oh, okay.
Because we didn't have pastels before the creation of this
Well,
book.
I guess a lot of your designs have been animals before
They
this.
have, so obviously natural colour and then bold colours was what we were known for, not these subtles. So you'll be able to have lots of fun combining them, especially because the nice thing about flowers is the fact that they come in different colours. So you can choose a design, but it's not like when you make, say, something very specific like a breed of dog that only comes in that colour. With this, you've got such a whole palette and spectrum to play
beautiful.
with.
I love the palette of colours on that page. So there's lots of information, obviously, about how to crochet, tension, right side, wrong, all the things.
Yeah, it'll take you from the very, very beginning all the way through. So don't think you need to crochet before you dive in with this book. It's even set up to give you a practice bulb. So these are all the stitches and there's videos that go with them. But then you've got a little practice bulb, which is a nice, easy project. That's not even included in the 30. That's your little bonus.
Right,
pattern.
so that's what you practice.
You practice on that. That means you'll have learned all the stitches that you need to then be able to dive in and go in for
I
any of the
love
flowers.
that.
Yeah.
Is that a tulip, do you think?
I think it's a tulip bulb, yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just do it for the practice bulb. So do that. And also on your website, there are video tutorials for all
Honestly,
of the
for everything, yeah.
everything.
So there's a video tutorial for every stitch. So if you ever hit an abbreviation and you're not sure what it is, you'll be able to watch a video. And then there's lots of sewing up videos too. So when you get to like sewing on eyes, there'll be a video for sewing on eyes. So this is us, in the garden. And honestly, pre-COVID, it was just a weed patch. I can't emphasise that more. It was a big deal for us actually choosing the flowers.
And is this Alexandra?
It is.
Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous.
They're just a lovely thing
Beautiful.
to display in your home. Like if you are somebody that does like the garden, but you want to have things that don't die and fade, you can sit these on a shelf and it brings colour into the room in the same way that a flower does.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? And we go through all the seasons. So we've got the winter
It is, yes. So I've done it like a gardening book.
Oh,
It's
have
actually
you?
in
Okay.
seasons rather than in levels, so quite different to my other books. So
Oh, I
we
love
go
the
from
snowdrop.
January right the way
Oh,
through.
yes, that's it. I love the snowdrops, like a little rabbit, isn't it?
It is.
He is. Oh, and in the snow as well. Crocus, gorgeous. I mean, you want to make all of them. Primrose.
One of the favourites on the cover.
That is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I love the photography. I mean, this isn't...
I
well,
know,
this is a
it
project
is. I
book.
think that's what's really, really special about the book for me. It is the photography. And honestly, hats off to our team that do this. Like, to produce this book, we did it over such a long period of time compared to a normal craft book. Because we obviously had to hit the right season.
Well, you got snow.
Yep, we had to hit the right season. The photography was done over the course of kind of two and a half years. It wasn't a quick project.
Oh, it wasn't just
we
set
had
up
to
then?
No, we absolutely had to grow the flowers, make sure we got the flowers in the right colour,
wow.
make sure we got the crochet in the right colour to match the flowers, and then take the picture.
Amazing.
And hope that it wasn't raining.
Love the daffodil. That's gorgeous. I mean, they've just got such character. They're just... Why not? Why not?
They're a lovely gift as well. So in anyone that's familiar with my other books, I tend to usually write stories, so character stories, because they have names. In the flower book, they don't have names, but it gives you the symbolism attached to that flower.
Okay.
And I think that's because a lot of us like to gift flowers,
I see. Yes.
real flowers. To
So like the
people
heather
at the time.
symbolises admiration.
Yeah, and good luck and things like that. So it means that you can pick a flower to crochet for somebody. It even goes into colour symbolism. So giving somebody a red rose means something very different to a white rose, different to a yellow rose. So you can even have a little think about that. So if you are gifting them to people, it's a really special gift that, can kind of convey a message.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. The iris, oh, she's beautiful. And with all the, you've got all of the pattern, all of the information, you've got the symbolism, the hyacinth.
Yep, and that's the one we have got kits for this on the show as well, the hyacinth.
The hyacinth. It's like a really curly head. And they look unbelievably realistic.
It was a totally different project, yeah. I guess it took me to another layer of realism. So obviously the animals are kind of cartoon characterisations to a lot of extent. With the flowers, I really wanted them to nod into realism a little bit. So if you don't want to add those eyes on, you could just leave them as flowers and they all tuck nicely into a pot. So you could just sit them as a display on a shelf. You don't need to put the eyes on.
But if you want, I just think I'd have to. Tulips, gorgeous, and I love the idea that you've done it in this colour, but obviously the tulips can be any colour.
Any colour, yes. One of the ones to have the most fun with is the tulip, because they do come in such a wide variety of colours.
And look at this, so £25 for 31 projects.
31
actually.
projects, yep.
Loads and loads of you coming. Third of the stock is gone already. I do
And
love
you
the
can
lily.
use any thickness of yarn. So we haven't even mentioned that yet. But everything you're seeing on the show in terms of plants and flowers is in a Toft double knit weight of yarn, which makes them this big. But if you use a 4-ply, they're half the size. You could even do a bouquet, say, if you used a 4-ply, because they'll be half size. You'll be able to put a few different ones together.
Cute.
If you love a particular flower, or maybe you know somebody, because obviously a lot of people are called Lily or Rose.
Yeah.
You can use a thicker yarn, scale them up, and create a much bigger project that's a statement piece as well.
I think that would be fantastic. I love the lily. I mean, I can almost smell those. You need to check out. These would be good if... Hannah's just said, is that true that you can't have lilies in your house if you've got cats because they're poisonous?
Well, you can have crochet ones.
But you can have crochet ones. To be honest, I always cut them
Yes, I do
off
too,
mine.
yeah.
I know they don't look as nice,
But they've
they
absolutely
stain
ruined
everything.
so many things, yeah.
I absolutely love that one. Beautiful, beautiful. And once you've got the book, the allium is gorgeous.
Yeah, the allium is with us over there, yeah. It's a really fun one.
We can show you because Kerry's bought quite a lot of them in with her, so we can show them to you as well. You always want to plant it in your garden, don't you? It's such a shame they're not waterproof. Imagine what they'd look like after a while. That's gorgeous. But you can have a play with them as well. So like Kerry was saying, do them in different colours. You're getting so much value here. I've seen some of your other ones where you've done big versions, like the vegetables. I bet these look fantastic.
Big, yeah, they really do, yeah. As a statement piece, they look fantastic. Especially, I know a lot of people now do toppers or displays or take part in all of these great British fairs and fetes and shows that we have in the summer, and it's awesome to see so many flowers and veg getting made to go into those kind of like gardening shows.
Yeah,
and,
fantastic.
Craft shows.
Love that one. Oh, that's
the ranunculus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I said, what is that one? So the ranunculus, beautiful. Then the carnation, that's very clever with the they almost dip dye.
Yeah, so you do get a lot of variety in here. If you are somebody who has crocheted, maybe you've made some of our other kits before, with the flowers you've got a lot more techniques, so small touches of different techniques. You'll try different structures, so some of them are hooded, some of them are individual petals,
peony.
some of them are crocheted directly on, so you've got a lot of different variety as you hook your way through.
These are gorgeous. Oh, I love the chrysanthemum. Like you say, you can do them whatever colour you want. Oh,
one of my absolute favourites, the Alstrom.
That is beautiful, actually. I think because it's spotty. And in the different colours as well. The rose, I imagine that's a very popular one.
A really popular one, the rose, yeah, it gets made for lots of different reasons. And again, it goes into the symbolism of which
yeah, so if you gave a red rose or a pink rose or a white rose, that is beautiful. Hard to say my favourite. Petunia, fuchsia.
One of my favourites, I think, yeah.
Oh, I think I'm on rose so far. Oh, I don't know, though. I do love a hydrangea. A blue hydrangea. And these are all crochet. I was looking, thinking, have you put beads in? But they are.
They're just little crochet bubbles.
Beautiful. Yeah. Love that one.
But you could add beads if you wanted to. I mean, if you are sitting there and you're an advanced crocheter, this is the kind of book that will keep you entertained.
Oh, absolutely.
You could add beads. You could really customise them with embroidery.
It's a climbing clematis. The poppy, beautiful. Oh, in red and white. So, again, remembrance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or if you know a poppy, love the foxglove. Climbing up the foxglove. Glorious. Sunflower possibly is my favourite. That might, and we have a kit for the sunflower, which we'll do in a moment. Very possibly. I'm struggling between sunflower and rose now. Gerbera is gorgeous.
Yeah, and another really popular one that gets made, a great one to be given as a gift. It's a classic flower shape.
It is. Absolute classic. That's so cute.
I think he's cute too. He's like a little monster.
He reminds me of the sheep.
Yeah.
Isn't it that same kind of...
Similar kind of techniques, and that's what's quite nice, is obviously they do share different techniques.
I love the sheep. Yeah. We've had the sheep on here before. Look at him. I love him. Dahlia's lovely. And again, I bet that works in so many colours.
Yeah, all the different colours. You can really have fun with.
Oh, I mean, you're going to love this book. As we're going through it, I'm sure you're looking at it going, oh, I want to make that one. I want to make that one. And then
you've got all the stuffing and sewing up at the end. So when we're talking about these free gifts that are coming, you can see here, that's how I would use a centraliser or a stitch marker, is it's marking the centre of my tummy, so I know that when I come to sewing up, I keep that in the middle, and then it's all nicely lined up and symmetrical.
Right, okay. Yeah. And remember, if you buy the book, you get the free stitch marker, which is worth £8. And then there's a different one now, and then there'll be a different one when Kerry comes back at 11. But everything you need to know is in here. If you're a beginner, there are tutorials on the Toft website. So if you look at these, you think, I'd love to be able to do that. Well, you can.
Yeah, absolutely you can. And I can't emphasise that more. That's what we're all about, is bringing beginners on board. This could absolutely be your route into crochet.
And what a lovely gift for somebody. So if you know someone you think has started crochet, wants to, buy them the book.
Or even just a gardener. To be honest,
yes.
We sell, so we've just come back from Malvern show, so we go and do the flower shows now because of this range, and so many gardeners are like, I don't even know if I'll ever crochet, but I just like the pictures of the flowers and the whole idea of the real flowers that have inspired the crochet flowers.
It is beautiful. I mean, it is, the quality of your product is not just in the yarn and the designs, it's in the photography, the books, the packaging. It's brilliant. If you've got it in your basket, you need to get it checked out. We've sold loads and loads and loads of them, but you need to get it checked out. Right. Oh, we've got sent a photograph from one of our customers. Hi both, this is my collection so far. My grandsons love finding the next ones for me to make. Nearly finished the cauliflower and the sweet corn. Love, love, love your designs, Kerry, from Sandra in Somerset.
Oh, they look absolutely fantastic.
They are,
Sandra.
aren't they?
I love it, yeah. Obviously, you've got the daffodil there, and then just a huge range of veg, which is what we're going to look at in the next
the fruit and the veg and the flower, the veg and the flowers go beautifully together.
Yeah, and sitting them in a display like trug like that, or a box or a crate, it just looks so good in your house.
Right, shall we do the sunflower?
Yep.
Over half of the stock of the book is gone. We have got some kits for some of the designs, which I'm going to show you now. So let's start with the sunflower.
So I can unpack the bouquet. Yeah, it's that one on the end, yeah, in the yellow. So we
I'm
always
going to
match
get
the
it.
bouquet, yeah, to the same colour.
So for these kits, we don't need the book as well.
No, you don't need the book as well, so you will get the pattern. If you just want to go in for an individual kit or gift an individual kit, we always make sure that you will get the pattern in there, because obviously one like this is such a good gift when it's on its own.
Oh, I think you'd need to buy someone a bouquet of sunflowers. Wouldn't you? Like that in there. And it is because it's when the sunflowers have died.
Yeah,
this one hasn't.
And this is a lovely, easy one. So if you are a beginner, or you know somebody who maybe you're not sure, you know they do a little bit of crochet, but you're not sure whether they do it, the sunflower is a lovely, easy one to go in for. So what you'll get inside the bouquet, and it's obviously wrapped like the other one was, is you'll get the colours for that sunflower.
So a lovely gift again.
The chestnut is for the centre of that face. Then you're going to get 2 balls of the green, which is for your body and all of your limbs, and then obviously your yellow to do your petals. And with the sunflower design, you've got 2 rings of petals, which is what makes it lovely and full. The way that this is made, you're not sewing all these individual fiddly pieces on. You actually crochet all the petals separately, so you will have a lot of small bits initially, but you actually crochet them together.
Oh, I see.
So it's lovely. It means that you're not having to sew them. It's called, like a mane, a ring of petals. So it means you crochet them all together and then you attach that one piece on, and that makes it much easier to make it really neat, and you just slot the 2 petals on. Again, there's videos that go with that.
Yeah, it's
kind of
great.
thing. Yeah.
So I bought this kit for my daughter from one of the shows where you're at, and she'd only done granny squares. That was the level she was at, and I thought she can do this. And I bought the kit, and it came with everything, and she's made it. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, onto the poinsettia now. But it is really achievable because she'd only just started. She'd done granny squares, but not anything like this, and she did it.
Yeah. So the only extras you'll need will be that stuffing and that 3mm hook. And this one, what makes it a level 1 is it's just the double crochet stitch.
Right.
So there's nothing else to learn. There's no extra stitches. There's no extra fancy techniques. It's just a double crochet stitch is the only thing you've got to master.
So loads of you have bought this on pre-order. It's our most popular kit so far. Now you will need stuffing with that, so I'm just going to talk about that now, because you can buy special stuffing, because obviously all of Toft's products are beautiful quality, so you may as well get the right stuffing. So it contains enough stuffing, but definitely for 1 flower.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. So it'll do 5 standard animals. I'd say it'd probably do you 4 flowers, I would think. Yeah, 3 to 4 flowers per bag.
And it comes in this lovely bag.
Oh, yeah, it comes in the lovely bag. So you can keep your stuffing, where you want it to be. And you can obviously reuse the bag later on as well.
Yeah, which is great. So if you haven't got the stuffing, and it is a nice quality as well. And you know what it's like. There are different qualities of filling. It's nice and separated.
It is. It's bouncy. It doesn't lump up like that at all. And it's obviously very, very soft as well to handle.
150 grams, but obviously more than enough for there. So if you haven't got a hook or the filling, I would get this. Beautiful. And the hook, 3mm hook, you will need for this. I mean, obviously, they're not in the kits, because otherwise, everyone who buys lots of Toft products would have
ends up with too many. I mean, you can never have too many 3mm in my mind. I literally have them everywhere. I think my makeup bag has 6 in. I just discovered when I was putting it on then. But yeah, you will need a 3mm hook for the vast majority of Toft projects.
There we go. So that's the sunflower. So there it is, £32. That contains everything. It's got the pattern, it's got all of the yarn. It comes wrapped up as a beautiful bouquet, which comes boxed to you as well, so you can give it as a gift.
Yep.
And I'm just thinking if you were wrapping
And the
it
pattern
up.
will be inside, so actually the pattern's on display, but if you just grab one of the, it's a little folding postcard pattern on the front. So your pattern does come with the bouquets. It's not that you need the book with it as well. That will come in and it'll be all wrapped up inside your bouquet.
Right, half of the stock of the sunflower's gone. So if you want to get the sunflower, it is great. And I'm thinking, you know, lovely gifts to give to somebody as a kit, but also to give someone made. But you need to buy some sunflowers. And I mean, what a lovely thing to
And
give.
do display. I mean, if you're someone that does enjoy photography or taking photos of your makes, the flowers are so photogenic.
Oh, yeah,
to be able
they're
to get the
gorgeous.
real flower and take photos with your crochet ones.
And don't forget, everyone who shops in this hour will get the free stitch marker centralizer of the moth with every order, anyone who buys from the products in this hour. Right, so the next one, should we do the clematis?
Now, I chose this one to come on the show just because I'm absolutely biased towards clematises at the moment, I think. If you are a gardener, these are in season. Mine are looking absolutely glorious, climbing up the sides of my walls at the moment. So I love the clematis because it's such a classic flower shape.
I just gone to
So this
find
one
them.
will come wrapped in your purples for you.
I feel they're all girls.
There you go.
Anyway, there's the clematis. Look, she's got a lovely fat tummy. Beautiful. Nice big petals.
It is. It's a really classic shaped flower, this one. So you're
There's
going
the,
to be working in lime. So that's the lighter shade of green to the sunflower. So I didn't want to give you too many repeats in terms of colours. You'll get a real range if you went for both. So you've got 50 grams of the lime, you've got 50 grams of the cream, and then you've got our amethyst, which is our really bold purple colour. And with this design, so it's not technically any harder than the sunflower, but all you're doing at the end is adding on this kind of detail. So do you see here around the edge, you've got those extra details to the sunflower. The rest would be like the ring of petals like the sunflower. Here, you're just going to be chaining up and then working a few extra stitches down those chains. So you add that onto the face as part of the sewing up. It's not that you're doing it as you're going along. And then you are actually also doing a little round of slip stitches like that. And it's those two tiny details that just give it so much more detail as a design. So it'll take you a little bit longer than the sunflower, but it's you'll learn a few extra stitches along the way.
I like its fat tummy.
Yeah, that is, again, my classic shape is characterised by the fat tummy. It does mean that they all balance in pots really well. So
yeah, I think it works really well. So like
Yeah.
you put the sunflower here in a pot, so you can just put them in flower plots to display
yeah,
them.
you can. In vases and flower pots, their tummies mean they'll balance really nicely when they sit inside something like that.
Or they can just sit on the shelf. I like the way he's just sort of, I love the way he's like languishing, like in a deck chair, this sunflower, isn't he? Gorgeous. Loads of you getting this in your baskets. Remember, you get everything. You don't have to have the book for this, but obviously if you've got the book, how nice then you can, you know, if you've bought the book, well, this is the kit.
Yeah, absolutely is. So if you go for the book, this is a design that is in the book. Obviously the pattern's the same, but you'll have your yarn to get going straight away.
So it's quite nice. So if you're thinking, well, I'd like to make with them, if you get the book and you get the kits, and although they are standalone, remember you will still need a 3mm hook and you will need some of the stuffing. But obviously, did you say about 5 flowers that would
For
fill?
3 to 4 flowers,
Oh,
yeah, I would say for that. They're a bit bigger than the animals in terms of the amount of cavities you're filling. So yeah, probably 3 to 4 flowers.
Gorgeous. Love that one. Carry on checking out for the clematis. Then the hyacinth.
And just to show how to wrap it up again, so if you were buying it really as a gift where you're going to crochet the flower for somebody, you can obviously put the finished flower back in your bouquet as well and then just rewrap it. So just keep that packaging and then you can re-gift the packaging back with your crocheted flower inside to someone too.
That's really nice. What a nice surprise. Nobody would expect that when they
wouldn't. When they opened it up, they wouldn't expect it. And they'll also know that you've crocheted it because it obviously explains the fact that it was a crow your own kit.
Crow your own kit. Beautiful. Right, let's do now. The hyacinth is a bit special because it has a vase and I absolutely love these vases.
So this is something that if someone had said to me 2 years ago that I would be having to work out how Toft was going to be shipping glass around the world, I absolutely wouldn't believe it as a yarn company. But obviously what the flowers needed, and it's because so many people, myself included, wanted to display them in their home, is that I wanted to get you something that was perfectly shaped, size, proportioned to be able to put the single flowers on display. So this is a classic hyacinth bulb shape, but customised to be exactly the right length for a Toft
I think that
flower.
must have been really funny when you work with a supplier. Is it a glass maker?
Yeah, and you're trying to explain, they're like, but they don't do that. And you're like, no, they're for crochet ones. So yeah, it is obviously vintage style. It's a fully ribbed, I mean, it's a fully functioning vase.
Yeah,
so you can use it absolutely as a vase.
And it has got a beautiful vintage look for it.
But it means that those tummies that we were talking about before obviously fit perfectly.
So in this kit, you get the whole kit to make with the pattern and all the yarn. You get the vase. Now, the full price for this is £40, but we've reduced this today. A little bit of a price crash, why not? Because that's the theme of the day. To $33.99. That's amazing value, particularly because you get the vase. And honestly, I mean, it's like one of those antique trifle bowls, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That beautiful ribbed vintage.
So it's wrapped up in exactly the same way, obviously matching the hyacinth. Hyacinth is our blue colour, so you're going to get this one in blue, and then you've got all the yarn inside to create it.
I think $33.99, including the vase, is amazing.
And then your vase will come obviously wrapped up separately, but with this bouquet. Your vase is not going to get packed inside your bouquet. It will obviously be very safely wrapped up separately for you.
And you get the free gift for £8.
Absolutely. And the vase will work for all your flowers. So you don't have to, it's obviously the flowers share a standard form and body.
Right, so
you don't need to just display your hyacinth. You can put your sunflower in. So if you go for both, it means that then you can just...
Oh, so you just shove his legs
feed it in, and then the tummy fits perfectly within the shape so that they'll sit up.
I love this. Have you got them all in vases at home?
It makes it, it's quite nice to display them in the vases so they're all standing up.
So that vase is not as in the sunflower, it's in the hyacinth kit, but all of the flowers then. So if you get this one and you decide you can put all of the flowers in it.
Especially with the book. For me, I think if I was going to choose something to buy on the show, I would probably go for the book and this kit with the vase.
Yes.
Because it means that when you finish the next one and you're in that like glory bit where you finish the last project, you can put it in the vase on display for a while you're making the next one.
Absolutely lovely. I think that's amazing. And also, you know, that's a fantastic saving. Was £40, is now £33.99. So you're saving £6 and a penny. And you get the vase, the kit, the instructions, and the free stitch marker as well, worth £8. Don't forget you'll need a 3mm hook and you will need some filling, both of which we have. So this is a beautiful, what's this shade
It is, so this is called hyacinth. And
it's called hyacinth.
So with the pastels, they took the flowers' names because that was what I created them for. This kind of lovely vintage shade of blue just did not exist. I couldn't, it took me a long time to get the colours right. Because we're so famous for natural colours in terms of greys and browns, I have to get shades that will work with
So
all
with your
those
yarn
colours
supplier, I mean, it's a if anyone just tuned in, it's a beautiful 100% wool yarn. With your yarn supplier, how do you go about creating the colours?
So it's absolutely to our spec. So the actual way that the wool's spun is the way that it's been spun for over 15 years worth of it being spun that way. When it comes to the colours, we hand dye. At Toft HQ, and we hand dye and we hand dye and we hand dye some more until I can get as close as we possibly can to that colour.
Okay.
Then it passes over commercially. But what's quite complicated then is when we hand dye, as most yarns are produced, you dye it as a skein. So it's actually spun to a yarn first and then you dye that to the colour that you want it to be. The way that Toft spin our colours and our yarn as standard is we actually dye the wool and then we spin the yarn as the colour. So when you go to a normal mill, what you'll mainly see is just white fibre going through. That's what you see is white fibre spinning. When you go to the mill that we spin in, you'll see all the Toft colours coming through like candy floss because it's actually dyed as a fleece and then it's spun to that colour. It gives us a better depth of colour. It gives us a better tone to that colour, and it also lasts longer. It's not going to fade. It's not just dyeing the outside of the yarn.
Yeah, and it has, I mean, well, this is obviously a pastel, but it does have that depth of colour, doesn't it?
It really showcases the colours. It also allows us to do blended colours. So with a lot of our colours, they're complicated. They're not single colour. So say all of our naturals really are blends, but even some of the bright ones are, where it's a little bit of one colour fibre and a little bit of another colour fibre, then re-blended together. It just gives you a much more sophisticated
I see. I didn't realise that you hand dyed to start with.
Yeah, so...
Otherwise, where would you...
Yeah, because otherwise, well, yeah, I don't know what you do. It's very, very hard to...
Paint swatch?
Yeah, you can't, you can't start from just saying a pastel blue because obviously there are so many different options for a pastel blue. So I get as close as we can in person, then we almost have to start again with fibre, but eventually we get there. Takes at least a year, usually, to get a colour right.
Yeah, I know, I can imagine, because that is perfect. Loads and loads of you've got this in your basket. You need to get it checked out. Remember, this is a £6 and a penny saving on this kit. You get the vase, and honestly, I'd pay that for the vase. I love this vase. It's just the most gorgeous thing.
Yeah.
And you're also getting the free stitch marker or centralizer, worth £8. Amazing. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out. The eyes are optional. Look at this little eyes.
So yeah, with a design like this, what you're doing is you're crocheting underneath. So you're just using this double crochet stitch. You're effectively creating like a lozenge-shaped head on the top, really simply. And then you crochet these little flowers directly on. So you slip stitch in and you're crocheting these directly on. So again, there's not a lot of sewing up. It means you can just position those, crochet them straight in.
Oh,
and
I
just
see.
sew your ends in, yeah.
And then it's got that lovely little fat bottom. So what Kerry recommends is if you're going to buy the book, this is a great kit to start with because you're getting the vase.
Yeah, you're getting the vase, which means you can display all of your makes in the future.
Which is lovely. But the kit is standalone. It does come with a pattern, which I left
think it's just quite a hard one to get to, that one. There you go, yeah, just in the front.
So it does come with a little pattern. And remember, if you are new to crochet, the videos for all of the stitches and the techniques are all on the Toft website. So you can just follow them. Brilliant. And the only way you can get the vases in this bundle, which is gorgeous. But it does fit all the others in the book. So quite nice to get the book and that kit, and then you've got the vase. So don't forget the book. The book has 31 designs because it has the beginning bulb. Over half of the stock of this one has gone. So if you want to check out on this one, you need to. It has got all of the flowers. Quite nice, you know, I think when you go through, well, like we did, it's hard to choose, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I hope that's how a lot of you feel. That, yeah, you look at it and you're going to have to decide where to start. But at least you can go by skill level if you want to, or just go in at the deep end with the flower.
Oh, I'd go for the one I like the most, and which is really hard to decide, isn't it? Should we just...
The allium stolen your heart, really, hasn't it?
The
allium,
look
yeah.
at the allium. We haven't got a kit for this. I just wanted to show you it.
So that one is in the book.
But it is in the book.
It is in the book.
So if you get, but I think when you see it in real, I mean, the photographs are beautiful, but we've got all of them here. When you see it, it is just delicious, isn't it?
And again, it's such a variety, I guess, of shapes when you see one like this, because this is, you're basically doing a ball and then you're crocheting these flowers onto the top of the surface, versus the ones where you're obviously making those big rings of petals, whereas other ones have got the elongated head. So you have got lots of different varieties of flower within those 30 patterns.
I think as well, once you've made one, you know, you put it on a
Needs
shelf.
a friend.
It was always going to need a friend.
Yeah.
And then two's no good, you need three.
You have to,
and
then five.
Yeah, then you've got five, and then you've had it, really.
You can't go on the even numbers. You've got to go straight for the next odd number.
Gorgeous.
Shall I wrap this high?
Right, the one that comes, which is that one? This is the one that comes...
With the pot.
Yeah. I'm trying to describe it.
So again, I would have laughed had we said that Toft was also selling plant pots, but we do now actually sell plant pots as well as vases, and that is because
obviously
I wanted them to be able to be the right proportion in order for you to be able to display your flowers and your houseplants. So this next one actually comes with this Qua coconut pot. That is included with the kit.
That's a lovely pot as well.
It is, and it is obviously
like it's been in the garden for years.
It is a fully functioning pot if you wanted to use it that way, but it's the perfect proportion that you can tuck their legs in like that. You tuck their tummies in, and again, that way they're supported so that you can arrange them. Whether that be a house plant like this pothos, or whether it be one of the flowers, they all fit into the pots as well. But with the pothos, what's nice about it sitting in a pot is the fact that if you're going to put it up on a shelf for display, it means that those lovely long, again, looks like a real house plant, can hang off the bottom of your shelf. So you get 100 grams of our lime in that one. It's quite nice you're not using any of the colours, you're just playing with shape. So you've got 100 grams of lime to play with. That's actually so much yarn that you'll even be able to do extra long
so you could have loads of
them. Yeah, so you could really customise it. As standard, you've got two arms effectively either side, and then you've got one long one coming off the top of the head.
They're like heart-shaped leaves, aren't they?
They are, yeah. So then you could just customise it and add extra ones on if you want to, extra leaves or extra long.
It's lovely. Does that have a common name?
Is it the Devil's Ivy, I think, pothos?
I don't know. I recognise it, but I don't know what...
Yeah, this one in particular, I guess it's based on a lemon and lime pothos, to be precise.
Okay.
I was a houseplant geek long before I was a
gardener. Okay. So £32 is the proper price for the kit, but we are reducing it. So in the kit, you get the yarn, you get the pot.
You obviously get
you get the pattern.
And you get the pattern. You also get the eye threads, obviously, as well included.
And we're reducing it today to £27.99. So that's a £4 and 1 pence saving. Is this one isn't in the book either?
No, because it's a house plant. So it's not in the
plant.
book. It's not a repeat. It's standalone.
It's on it, and it's the only way you can get the pot today. So if you want to get, if you've got the book, but you'd like a pot, because the flowers will also sit in the pot.
They will.
So you can choose, really. But at least you're getting the yarn and the pot and this lovely house plant. I think it's
and it's another way to get hold of the lime. So what I think we're about to talk about in a second is also some hand-dye yarn that we've got on the show, which you can use for any of the flowers. This is a great way to stock up on that lime, because if you're going to be making flowers, this ball will make 2 flowers worth of foliage.
And I imagine it's used in a lot.
It's used in a lot of the flowers, yeah. So it really means that you're just stocking up on yarn that you could use later on with the flower book, even if you didn't want to go for the house plant.
Okay. So I just want to go back over the the prayer plant.
Yep.
Actually, they'd make a nice pair as well.
A lovely pair of house plants, yeah.
Again, beautiful gift for somebody. So we often give gifts. You know, if someone's in hospital, you can't take them flowers, but you can take them crochet plants.
You absolutely
but a
can.
lovely gift to give to somebody, someone who loves plants but isn't very good. Isn't very good at looking after plants. So with the wire, how does that work in the kit?
So inside the kit, you will get 2 bags of 1 metre length of wire like this, and it's a soft aluminium wire. You can cut it with normal scissors, but don't use your best scissors.
Is this the only one that comes with the wire?
It is,
Right.
yeah. Use your kitchen scissors, basically. Don't use your best craft scissors. To
No,
cut it,
don't use
'cause
your
obviously
sewing scissors.
it is soft, but yeah, you don't want to be
But
doing that
you
with
can use like kitchen scissors.
Yes, you can. I mean, I'm actually going to use these scissors so you can see how easy it is, because I know I can do it with these. So it does cut with lightweight scissors. It's not that it's like, you don't need wire cutters or anything like that. You can
So
cut
it's
it
a
with
very
normal scissors.
flexible
It's a very
steel.
flexible,
Steel?
soft aluminium.
Oh, aluminium, okay.
So
very
it
nice.
means that then you can really manipulate it. So what you're going to be doing, and again, there is a separate video when it comes to doing this, is you're not actually going to be attaching all these individual pieces of wire in, because your risk would be that obviously they could come out in the future. Just to say once again, obviously, this is if you're going to be making this for display in your house. It's not to be given to a child if it's got wire in, but you could just leave the wire out.
Well,
So
someone's
obviously you
just
get the same
messaged
effect.
to say, if you don't put the wire, how do you get the head to stand up?
Oh, so the heads stand up in exactly the same way as all the other flowers.
Oh.
You just need to make sure that you've got stuffing in the neck. So just in general, to talk about stuffing flowers, it's not necessarily relevant to this one in particular. This one will have wire in, but the normal flowers, what
Yes,
you've
look,
got to make sure
that head stands up.
is
no
that there's
wire.
stuffing going through the neck. So what we tend to do when we crochet something like this is we think about it as a body and a head. And so you stuff the body and then you stuff the head. But what you actually need to make sure is that you've got your neck stuffed. So if you've already made yours, you can retro do this on the ones that you've already made. What you need to do, take your crochet hook, put it in through the body like that, and then tease stuffing down from the head to the body, and then tease stuffing up from the body to the head. So just go around that point like that.
So
and
you haven't
tease
got to get
stuffing.
it right at the beginning.
No, you can do it now. So even if you've made flowers and you think, oh, my head's a bit floppy, I want it to stand up more, you can go back. Just
okay.
make sure that there's a solid piece of stuffing running through that neck joint, and that way the head will sit on self-support.
Okay. So do you roll up a piece to go in there?
No,
or
I
just
don't.
Make sure there's...
It's just a continuous piece that I pull
Right.
with the hook. It is just that when you've got a narrow bit, what a lot of people do is you stuff the body and then you think that that's done, and then you stuff the head and you put the bit in afterwards. That means that you've obviously got a natural gap between the two pieces
So
of
having
stuffing.
the same stuffing that runs through.
Yeah, and that's why
makes sense.
another reason why I would tend to stuff at the end, and this is personal preference with this style of crochet, is some people choose to stuff a piece and then carry on crocheting and stuff another piece. I make the whole thing and I stuff in one go, because I'm much more likely to then get a continuous piece of stuffing running up the whole thing.
Yeah, no, that actually makes sense.
Rather than it in separate parts.
Loads of you've got this one in baskets. I think it is it's hard. It's equally as popular, I think, as a gift as it is as to
Yeah, it is.
own
It's one of
yourself.
my all-time favourite designs. I think probably because I sweated over it so much to get it right. If you don't wire it, it will just be flop. So this leaf here isn't actually wired, so it'll just be floppy like that. It will still mean that it would look good in a pot, because obviously your leaves will sit outside the top of the pot.
But the wire comes in the kit.
It does.
So if you want to put it in...
Yeah, you'll get it automatically.
Anyways,
So what you do with the wire is, let me just cut another piece, because I think I've dropped that on the floor, is rather than putting them all in individually, and there is a separate video for it, what you actually do when you insert them is you twist all the pieces together, so that then they're all attached to each other and they won't come out. And so you end up actually inserting a piece down through the head effectively like that. And then you have all these pieces tied together that go through those individual leaves.
Right, and then you just thread them in.
Yeah, and then you just thread them in. So it feels a bit brutal when you're doing it initially. I think the first time you do it, you'll be like, oh, this feels a bit wrong. But obviously, it's much easier to have the stuffing in and then put it in at the end than it is to actually try and do it and then stuff around it.
Yes,
It becomes
I see.
much more fiddly. So you can crochet the whole thing, see if you like it without the wire, and then add the wire in if you want
Right, and then
to.
you just
Yeah.
push it in, and then the wire just sits inside.
But there is a separate video that obviously does all the steps.
It is quite nice that you can
move it around. You can't stop yourself, can you?
No, no,
I
you
find
can't.
it too. Whenever I'm holding it, I'm like,
just,
just
I
give it a little bit of
need
a
to-
arrange.
Yeah, that just needs sorting out a bit.
And in terms of if you did
gorgeous.
want to then display it in pots, it obviously really lends itself, this one, towards being arranged, because you took in all of that in the same way, and then you can really go in.
And I love the
for,
pot
yeah.
because it does look like a sort of a,
See, yeah.
like something that's in a greenhouse, a Victorian greenhouse pot.
Absolutely, yeah. So then you
The
can
pot
display it
doesn't
in
come
your
with this kit, it comes with the other one though.
Yeah. but you can obviously, tuck it in.
If you've bought the other kit, though, you can keep sharing.
It just looks like a houseplant. I think more than many of them that I've ever done.
It absolutely
You can
does.
put this on your shelf, and I think it would be a while in your lounge until someone would be like, what kind of plant is that?
Yeah,
looks a bit woolly, that plant in the corner. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, let's do the baby flowers because I love... We've had a lot of people because they can see them.
Yeah.
Messaging going, what are those?
So these are real little cuties. They're much faster. So basically, when you're doing these bigger flowers that we've looked at everything so far, there's quite a lot of stitches in them. They are longer projects. But I know a lot of you love to make things for gifts, quick things that you can do fast, whether that be teacher gifts or all sorts of other things at this time of year.
We've got a nice price reduction with this, haven't we? So in the kit, you get everything you need. You get the patterns and all the yarn, all of that. Now, the full price for this is £68, which is great because you're getting four little baby flowers. And you get the free stitch marker, which is worth £8 with every order. But you've let us do a little price quiz.
I have, and that's because the one thing that I just got to clarify is, you see this little fuchsia here? He will have a lime body like the rest, because the way that I've managed to price crash you down is the fact that you're going to be getting one ball of the green. So this little guy here will just have a light green body like the rest, because that means that it's a great bundle price. It's better value for money because you'll get all these different colours included.
That's fantastic.
Like
and we're reducing the price to... And I think I would like them all to match.
Yes, me too. It bothers me that he's
£20 saving. £20. So £48 and you get all of those yarns. I think it's just delicious. And I presume you get 4 patterns as
Yes,
well.
you do. So you obviously get all 4 patterns. And actually, in honesty, you'll have enough yarn to make more. So because you're not using a lot at all. So say to do this fuchsia's head, you'll barely be using 6 grams of this. To do this row of petals here in pink, you'll be lucky if you're using 5 grams of this. You'll obviously use a lot more of the coral and use a bit more of the orange. But with these colours here, you'll have tons left over that you could do more as well.
Again, a nice kit to buy if you've bought the book as well.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of an introduction.
Lovely, because it'll give you loads of colours. And if you are thinking about going for this bundle and going for the book, obviously they're mini flowers, so you've got no repeats of patterns, so you just get 4 more. And in terms of thinking of how many flowers you could make from the big book, you could make at least 2. Big flowers
so
from
a
this
really
bundle.
nice addition.
Yeah.
And Kerry was telling me earlier that people crochet these for wedding favours. I think that's amazing. And
Or
I
even
said,
for table dresses at wedding as well. Like if you couldn't go the whole hog for favours.
Oh, I mean, how lovely.
You could dress the table with them.
Because I said to you, there must only be 5 people at the wedding, but people do it for hundreds.
They do. Amazing, amazing pictures where people have done. I'm always absolutely in awe when I see them.
Are they on your Instagram?
Yeah, we've
I'm
all
going to
shared
have
them
to
when we've
go on
seen
there. I
them.
need to have a look because what a lovely idea. Can you imagine? That's a wedding.
I know. They're just really cute little fun projects, the minis. They're fast. It means that in an evening you can make one of these.
Yes.
So if you are thinking, if it's someone that maybe you're not ready to fully go in for making them a whole big sunflower, having these patterns means that you can just quickly do the minis, and it's just such a lovely gift to cheer somebody up.
Well, also, you could then go and buy some plant pots, couldn't you? Just pop them in, give them as a gift to somebody, and they are gorgeous. So this one is the chrysanthemum.
It is, yep. Well done. Yes, so that's the mini chrysanthemum, which I've chosen to do in coral, but obviously you've got the colours. You can do them in any of the colours.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you could say...
all these varieties I've chosen because they mix and match all of these colours.
Yeah, so you could do the chrysanthemum in that colour.
So then you've got the ranunculus, which is that layered daisy one that we looked at earlier. So the layered ranunculus, these come in all of these colours too. So that one would work in any of the colours.
Wow. And you're saving £20 just because of saving...
Of saving the yarn. And that's where the bundles always work when you see one, is obviously all of our yarn is interchangeable. It's the same yarn thickness. So the more that they can share colours, the better value for money it is.
And look at the ranunculus, he's got different arms.
Yeah, he's got foliage arms.
He's got lots of fingers. Now, if you want this, it's very, very busy. There are loads of you that have got it in baskets. You need to check out if you want this. You are saving £20. Right, we've got to do some yarn because we nearly run out of time.
Right, so they're just here.
Oh, there they are. I know when it comes to
There you go. So these are 2 really special yarns that I don't get to talk about very often, but I am going to also announce the news that we're not going to dye any more at Toft. So what is currently in stock, and we do have quite a large stock, so it's not that it's going to go overnight on this show.
But that's it.
But that's it. We've decided we're not going to be dyeing any more of these. These are now officially discontinued. So there's 2 hand-dyed colourways. This one is Strawberry Sundae. So this is on a peony pink base, and you've got sections of raspberry that break into a slightly different pink.
So this is 100 grams, and we are going to reduce the price. So from £34 down to £28. That's a £6 saving, hand dyed. We've got a few examples of things that you have.
We have, and you actually get these patterns free. So that's why the price is as it is. So with each skein, you'll get patterns as well. So if you go for the strawberry sundae, then you'll get the fuchsia pattern free with that, which is one that I think it works really well.
This one?
Which is that one there.
Look, that's what it
And
looks
this is
like.
just, again, just to show you examples of how you can take these flower patterns and you can use so many different yarns to create the different varieties.
That looks gorgeous in that
colourway,
doesn't it?
yeah.
Beautiful.
So you'll get the fuchsia pattern free with that skein, and you'll also get a parrot pattern free with this skein. And that's to show you again, it isn't just for flowers. You could take this yarn and you can crochet anything with it. You can even knit things with it. If you're a person that loves pinks, it actually knits up really beautifully.
So with this, you get the fuchsia pattern and you get
the parrot pattern with that one skein.
And you can obviously crochet that. And obviously you get the free £8 centraliser stitch marker as well. Amazing. Right, the other yarn, quickly.
So the other colourway is Raspberry Ripple. So this one is on a cream base, and again, it's got that lovely bold raspberry colour that breaks into a slightly lighter pink. It's bigger sections of the colour, so it gives you a slightly different pattern. And with that one, you will get 2 flower patterns with this one. You will actually get your ranunculus and your petunia. So you can see it's a very different pattern when you actually hook it up.
Again, £6 saving for this one. And you get this pattern.
You get the 2 patterns, both of these. So you get the ranunculus and you get the petunia.
What a great price. So £28, you're getting the whole skein and you're getting 2 patterns as well. They look gorgeous.
And it just is a great thing to have in combination with the book. It means
a
lot of the flowers use small bits of colour, so you could use this skein on lots and lots and lots of different flowers to form a collection.
Yeah, so if you've got the book, pop the skein, you'll get the 2 patterns, but then you can start as well, which is fantastic, isn't it? Thank you so much, Kerry. It's been brilliant. We've run out of time, but do check out. Now, Kerry will be back with me in an hour, where we're going to be having more.
All the vegetables.
All the vegetables, and the Monstera, which I'm quite excited about, the cheese plant. There is a different free gift in the next hour, so if you've shopped anything from this hour, you will get the moth stitch marker. For the next hour, you will get the snail. If you shop in both hours, you'll get both. So I'll see you back here in an hour. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. Paul's going to be back for more of his amazing manager specials. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobby Maker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobby Maker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got Paul back. Paul back. Have you had a nice hour off?
It was lovely.
Did you go and lie down?
I went and got some of the day job sorted.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I know. Well, he's still got to be buying. Just because you're having a nice time on air today, you've still got to be buying stuff.
Absolutely.
Now, if you weren't here at 8, you will have missed the amazing deal. Well, you'll have missed some of the things. The Liberty bags have gone.
Liberty scrap bags have gone, but we have other bags and other fabrics.
We have other things as well. We still have some of the sewing machines back, the Elna 720 Pro, which has got a ridiculous £500 off. So Paul, because Paul is our buyer, he's allowed to make all these discounts, seeing as you bought them.
Absolutely. It's taken a lot of arm twisting to get me on TV, so I might as well make it worth everybody's while.
The manager specials didn't used to have you on it.
It didn't.
How did they persuade you?
They didn't, to be honest. The more pressure I was put under to come on manager specials, the less inclined I am to come on it. When everybody has finally given up trying to persuade me, it's like, oh, I ought to do it now, I guess.
That's awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to do it now.
They should have known that at the beginning. Just don't ask them. Go, no, you can't come on. No, you can't come on.
I managed to scare them off by swearing a lot in the office. Everybody was scared to death if I went on air. We'll soon be all off air very quickly.
I know, it's a practice skill.
Absolutely.
So, what are we starting special today at this hour with?
We're going to do a light.
Nice.
Now, we're conscious that in some respects we're getting into the summer and the light nights and everything else. So the only way you're going to buy a light currently is if it's at the right price.
Absolutely, but you need this not just for the light as well.
It's a magnifier as well.
Because sadly your eyes aren't sorted out in the
So
summer.
it's a 2 times magnifier.
Right.
It's got a standard light. It's a floor lamp. So if I put it down here, it does get above there.
Okay, so you can have it as like a standard lamp.
A standard lamp,
Yes.
to use the traditional terms. But also you've got a clamp, so that you can use it as a desk lamp as well. You just unscrew it from there, screw it into there.
So if you were doing hobbies, like if you were stitching or woodworking
Yes.
or whatever.
If you're working at your workbench,
Yes.
then you'd use this. If you're in your armchair or on your sofa at home, you'd put it onto the floor and have it.
changes height.
And it changes height. So you've got this, so it will extend the best part of 6 foot, or it will go straight over into your lap for when you're doing lap work, hand sewing, embroidery.
So if you've got it on the floor, maybe you've got it behind the sofa.
Absolutely.
And it will come over because it will extend. And a great magnification as well.
Yeah, twice magnification. It's mains, but also you can put 4 C batteries into it, disconnect it from the mains, and it'll be
That's quite good,
cordless in
because
effect.
sometimes you're just not near a plug.
You don't want to be trailing flexes across the
Or if you're in
living
your
room
caravan
floor or whatever.
or something.
Absolutely.
It's just sometimes. So before we see how it works, let's have a look at price. So our price at the moment is $79.99, but obviously part of your job, and Hannah's, is looking at price comparisons, isn't
Absolutely.
it? You're not going to buy things and sell them if the price is massively different. So this is the Long River website that we always look at, good price comparison. So they're a little bit more affordable than ours, £74.27. However, you've got to go lower than that.
So obviously we're not going to be undercut by those. So we've got these in stock so to be able to sell through, and we're going to sell them at £54.99.
Wow, 54. So that's £25.
It's £25 off our price. It's 20 quid off the competition's price as well.
Amazing, £25 saving. So show me how it works then.
Pardon?
Show me how it works.
Well, it's as straightforward.
Is it easy?
There's the light. You
Right.
switch the light on, and if you look through it, so I'd have to bring it down.
Okay.
Because we're at a slightly different.
Let's go. Well, we're going to be looking at this book later, so let's see how it works. So you just put. So you can use it just as a light.
Yep.
And then if you want to do magnification, wow, look at that. That's amazing, isn't it? Look, see if I go like that, you can see. Wow. And you can also, it's quite nice, you've got the handle here, so you can hold it
Yes,
still.
it's quite, and it's also quite robust, so that's not vibrating
so
away
it's like
or
a
whatever.
gooseneck, but it's not, it's nice. Yeah, that's not going to move.
No.
You don't have to keep adjust it. So anyone who does any craft, and you don't have to use the magnifier because you can just use it as a light behind you. But
absolutely.
If you want the magnifier, you can. This is brilliant. And £25 saving.
Absolutely. So, like I say, we were conscious of the fact that we're not in the right season, really, for
No,
selling lights.
no.
So the only way we're going to sell them is to get the price right.
Absolutely. The price has got to be right, but also it's a great magnifier. Now, I know, sadly, the light will not stay forever because it will get dark again. So make the most of this price while you can. £54.99, £25 saving.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're right. This is the only way. Yes, that's a very pragmatic approach, Paul.
It's also...
It's the only way we're going to sell them is to get the price right.
Absolutely, and it's branded as well. It's a pure light, which is one of the market leaders in lighting. This isn't a...
Oh, this is the box.
This isn't a non-brand. This is one of the market-leading brands.
So this is how it will come to you. So it's a branded light. This isn't something that Paul's just found.
And being a bloke, we managed to put it together without using the instructions as well.
Oh, yes.
Obviously.
You wouldn't want to be using the instructions.
Yeah.
So it's got the battery pack on the side.
Yes, it's a detachable battery pack. So rather than have it plugged into the mains, you just plug the battery pack into there, it clips on, you put your batteries inside there, and you've got yourself a cordless.
So in the box, you'll get the light, so you can have it desk, you can have it standing, and you will get the clamp as well. You'll get the battery pack, and it explains all about that. 4 C batteries are required, and low heat, low energy. That's quite nice to know as well, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Because you don't want to be burning. There we go. But, it's great to have. I mean, most of the time you might not need the battery pack, but maybe you're in your conservatory or you're in your mobile home or in your garden.
Is it nice weather today?
Apparently.
I was going to say, the office doesn't have any windows at
No,
all,
we have
so
no
I have
idea.
no idea.
Well, it was okay when we were in the car park at, what was that, 6:30?
But that's the problem, isn't it? We
Yeah.
come in good weather, leave full of the joys of spring, and it's raining outside.
Sometimes I walk outside and go, what happened?
Exactly.
Because you missed 5 hours of your life. Third of the stock is gone. This is an amazing price drop, £25. Comes in a nice box, should you want to buy it, because anyone who you know does crafting would love this as a gift. Always nice to know. Packaging.
Absolutely.
Packaging. Another price comparison for you. Same lamp, elsewhere, £72.20.
So that 70 to 75 quid price point is obviously the market
It's about the
market
right
price.
place,
Yeah.
£54.99. But I guess the thing is, because you have got that buying power of buying quantity, that's how you can pass the price.
Yes, that means that we negotiate the right cost price to be able to deliver the right selling price.
Yeah, because if you're only buying 2 or 3...
You wouldn't have that latitude, no. But equally, managers specials, even if we weren't buying at the right price, we'd still reduce it anyway, wouldn't we?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Third of the stock is gone, but just thinking ahead, it's a great light. It is a brand that we know, Pure Light. It's got all of the different accessories. The fact that it's magnifying and light, and it can be on the floor, it can be on the desk.
It's worth looking at the jaws on this as well, because they're rubberized. I think it's a silicone.
Okay.
So if you put them onto your table,
yes,
you're not going to damage your fine oak dining table or your work surface or whatever you're working on. Even though it's a very robust spring action to it, you're not going to cause any damage when you put it on.
Our desk here is like kitchen work surface. I think it is kitchen work surface.
Yeah.
But it's that thickness, and it will go on that as well.
Absolutely.
Because there was something, not lights, but I'm trying to think what I've got the clamps on, and it won't go on to this wide. It would go on a standard table, but it wouldn't go on a kitchen work surface.
Okay.
So it's got a nice wide clamp, and then once you've got the light in it, it has a screw that you just screw to. You don't have, you just clamp that on. Oh, I see. Then you put that in, and then that just screws into place. I've had this Pure Light 3-in-1 for about 8 years now, still going strong. I paid more than double today's price. Loved all from Diana in Denbighshire. So you've had it for 8 years and paid more than over £100 for it.
But it just proves how long they last. It's an investment. It isn't.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And also, I know a lot of you buy them at shows and things, but you haven't got to carry it home. I think it's one of those things. I know a lot of people, including myself, as we get older, and it's not quite as good as it used to be. And a lot of people say to me, oh, well, I don't do an embroidery anymore because I can't see. Well, this is what will enable that.
Absolutely.
I bought a pair of glasses. That made the difference. Cheap ones. But, that can happen. And hi, you're doing a great job, not missing much out here. Very grey skies over Redditch. Thank you, Pamela, because we have no idea what the weather's like.
Okay, if we can have a weather report every hour on the hour, it'd be very much appreciated. Thank you.
If it starts raining at all, if you could let me know, because I've walked out before, like, no coat, thinking, what?
Absolutely.
But do carry on checking out. But this could be something that means you can start stitching things that you couldn't do before.
Yeah, it's all the
used to be able to.
All the intricate work, isn't it? Absolutely.
Yeah. I have to have special embroidery glasses now that I can't look up with, otherwise it makes me feel sick because they're so magnified. But having something like this, and the problem is then trying to watch the television with those on it.
Well, I've got varifocals, so this would actually be useful. I could take my glasses off and actually use this rather than have the constant.
Yeah, that's true actually, because if you're just stitching there, and it also means if you're stitching in a space like your living room that you share with other people, you don't have to have the big light on.
The big light.
And people walk in and go, "Do we have to have the big light on?" I go, "Well, yeah." And they moan at me.
I'm not surprised.
The big light on.
But it's a multi-craft, isn't it?
Well, yeah, model making, jewellery making,
yes.
Carpentry, fine carpentry.
It would be nice to sell out of these so that our colleagues at Hobby Maker and our colleagues at Jewellery Maker don't get an opportunity to sell it, wouldn't it? Yeah. Just being competitive.
It'd be very good for crochet and knitting as well. You know, when you're doing those fine little bits of Fair Isle, or you want to check your stitches, because people say to me often, but even with crochet and knitting as well, oh, well, I can't see anymore. Just get yourself a magnifying light.
Yeah.
And then your hobbies can come back to you. It's a really good, strong light. £25 saving. Fantastic. Right, we're going to go on to the egg now that I got very confused about earlier, because it's not an egg. This is quite a clever thing, really. So tell me why you bought this one then.
So, as I've said before, we try and buy products and think outside the box. There's only so many pairs of scissors we can sell. There's only so many pieces of fabric we can sell. So we've sold in the past. I will turn that off, otherwise nobody will be able to see me. And some say that'd be a good move, but maybe not for TV. So we look at climate cubes, which cool the room during the summer and heat the room during winter. We've looked at HEPA vacuums, so that they can take a lot of the little particles, the things that give you a bit of a cough or cause allergies off bedding and stuff like that. And we came across a humidifier.
I know, because we all know what
dehumidifiers are.
For damp houses.
So they take the dampness out. This does the opposite. So this puts a fine mist into the air. It's good for well-being. It's good for relieving the symptoms of colds and of flu and so on and so forth.
Well, it's the old idea of you used to have like a bowl of boiling water in your bedroom.
Absolutely.
So it would evaporate.
But if you had a bowl of boiling water in, would you be doing that?
No.
So
that's. Is it not?
Oh no. It is like a smoke machine you'd use in
I thought that would be hot. It's
No.
not. It's cold.
Yeah. So I've got a bit of a cold. I put this on yesterday evening. These only came into stock yesterday. We bought them especially for manager specials, and then they weren't coming in time. So they came in yesterday. I took one home because we didn't have any images. It's got a light, so it's got a night light, so that glows.
Lovely. Is that your video?
Yeah, we've got a video.
Oh, and it changes colour.
It changes colour. It's like a mood light, or it's a night light. So it's a glow rather than a light.
And you don't have to. You
can have the light without the humidifier, or you can have the humidifier without the light as well. Now,
it doesn't smell of anything.
It smells of fresh air. Literally, that's what it says.
Honestly, smells of fresh air.
However, if you have enough nails, and I do currently, to pull that out there, there's a little bit of felt in there. If you put an essential oil onto that,
like
or an aroma oil, anything like that, put that back in, then it diffuses along with the water.
And that's quite nice that it's only in there, because sometimes when you put these oils and things, it all messes it up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So if you've got, well, it helps with breathing. It'd be good for people. I mean, obviously, then it's not a medical device, but it will help in the same way as a bowl of hot water with asthma.
I had this on, like I say, I had this on in my bedroom last night because I wanted to test it and everything else. Thankfully, I didn't wake up to a flooded bedroom with the condensation everywhere. Quite the reverse. It just disperses in the air.
Because it isn't, if you do that, it's not wet, is it?
It has got a filter, but the filter lasts something ridiculous, like 5,000 hours.
Right. Okay.
So it's also got the water capacity is 2.8 litres, which will last you 10 hours on maximum. So unless you lie in particularly, I would say that gets you through the night.
Is it just normal water?
It's normal water, not hot water, just normal tap water.
Right.
Goes through the filtration.
And how do you put it in then?
So I will show you that in a moment.
Okay. But just get ahead.
I don't know how this works. So I love. I've got a pragmatic point of view. Kind of. I want to know how it works. And as far as I've researched so far, it's magic. Apparently, it's not mechanics. It's magic.
Obviously. Right. Let's have a look. So the price for this, $39.99. We'll have a look at it. Is this the same? Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Obviously, they've got the blue light on theirs, but yours will go blue at some point.
It does.
$39.99. Okay. But they obviously, Amazon clearly haven't bought as many as you, or...
It's a small company, isn't it, by comparison?
They don't have the buying power of Sewing Street Amazon.
So we bought enough to be able to get a decent price break.
Okay.
And that price break allows us to give a decent discount to the customer. So rather than doing $39.99, we thought we'd try and sell them for $19.99.
No, I thought you were going to say $29.99.
We're going half
price. That it suddenly makes it something that I'll give it a go.
Absolutely.
Doesn't it?
Didn't mention on this, this spout is directional. So obviously you can keep it away from your partner, or you could put it into your partner's direction if you want to obscure the view. You can take the funnel off as well, and a little bit more of the magic is revealed.
So you can see a bit of
the condensation inside.
Yeah.
Yes. absolutely.
But it doesn't drip or, you know, I don't know how it works.
I was a bit concerned that I would wake up to a bit of a mess.
Well, I'm glad that you've tested it.
This is where the magic happens.
Right.
So you actually...
Let me see if I move that.
So...
I want one of these.
On here, you actually fill this bit.
Oh, okay.
So you pour your water, you take that...
Put that under the tap.
Put that under the tap, it's all self-contained. That is your filter. Like I say, it's something like 5,000 hours use. You do not have... The light can be on or it can be switched off.
So that's an optional thing.
It's totally optional.
And you can have just the light as well.
Yeah, so we've got the light off now, or you just press the button for 2 seconds, the light comes on. So you can have the humidifier with the light, humidifier without the light, light without the humidifier.
So it can become a night light.
So you've got every combination. Yeah, so it's 500 hours on the filter, not 5,000.
They can be bought separately, so don't think that once that's done, you just need to search them. You can buy them separately. But I think
just to manage expectations,
fab price. Thank you from Fran. There you go. That is. I think it's a lovely thing to have at home, so that when you have got a cold or you're breathing or the air is just dry.
I've literally had a cold, and a friend was telling me, "Oh, you've got to put the towel over your head. You've got to have a bowl of water." I've got no water downstairs currently because I'm having the kitchen redone. So it's like, that's a lot of faffing around.
I'm not going to do that.
And so I used this last night. And like I say, at the moment...
Also, I think, in October, about then, when you put the central heating back on, you get very dry, doesn't it? I always find my arms and my skin is very dry, just because you're not used to it. The heating's back on, the whole house gets dry. What a lovely thing. If you need a night light, it's brilliant. I think it's quite a nice gift as well. You know, all those people, you think, oh, no idea what to buy them. Who wouldn't want one of those?
It's quite substantial as well.
I think it's brilliant.
I didn't look at the dimensions when we bought it. I did think it was one of these miniature type of things.
You thought it was more of an ostrich egg.
I wondered how they managed to make it last 10 hours on one tank full.
But it looks great. It's one of those things when you need it.
And it's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's still amazing. Oh, and it turns off. So when it's run out, it just...
Yeah, the light goes red and it switches itself off, so...
I mean, you can feel a bit of... They should have these on airplanes, shouldn't they? You know, they give you those damp cloths.
Well, if you go to the south of France, which I used to, can't afford to these days. But anyway, when I used to go to the south of France, there's a lot of restaurants with the outdoor seating and the bistros, and they have this kind of fine mist going across.
I've seen that, yeah.
So it's a similar type of thing.
Can you add essential oils?
You can.
You can,
You
yes.
can. You just...
And you don't put them in the water, which I think is quite good, because I would be concerned that would mess up the mechanics.
It expressly tells you not to add anything to the water. Use cold water. Don't add any oils. You just put your oils onto that, go in, and the scent follows through.
That is actually a home diffuser then, isn't it?
Yes, I think technically it's a 5-in-1. It does several things.
It's a night light, it's a humidifier. You can put wouldn't that smell lovely? Just a fine scent. Yeah. It's a bit like when you go in the supermarkets and they have the sprays, usually in French supermarkets actually, over the vegetables, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. Also, if you're going to transport this, empty the water out first. You would have to be a complete idiot to put it in the back of your car, full with 2.8 litres of water in it, drive home and expect it not to have sloshed around. I mean, you'd have to be a right idiot to do that.
What happened to the box when you did that?
Well, you definitely wouldn't want to do that, because you'd look really stupid if you did that, wouldn't you?
If this is the box it will come in, just so you know, but yours won't be quite as wet as Paul's.
No, yours might be slightly better condition than the one I took home.
But you know it's got cold water in, it's not boiling water. Also, you will get it in a box like this, which is quite nice, because I always want to know, if I'm buying something online, if I'm going to gift it, what does it come in? Because I don't want to wrap that.
No.
I want to wrap that.
Absolutely.
So, $19.99 is Paul's amazing price. We went on to the Long River, which is where, well, I imagine you always look, don't you, when you're buying?
In fairness, we don't want to put ourselves in an embarrassing position where we put something on air and somebody just Googles it and the first thing they come up with is something cheaper than us. It just means we're all wasting our time.
Yeah.
So we, of course, check on Google, we check on Amazon, we check all reputable retailers and make sure that, in the very least, we're competitive. And certainly on manager specials, not just competitive.
No, it's got to be a great price. So we're half price. I mean, sometimes we are going to be a bit more. We can't always be, but you need to use that as a benchmark.
Absolutely.
And this is a direct comparison because this is the same brand as well. I mean, that's quite interesting because that says oil diffuser, baby and pets. Okay.
Yep, supposedly.
For the scent of it. But other ones, I mean, that's a direct comparison. Other ones, they're over £50.
Yeah, and it's worth doing what we didn't do, which is checking the size of them, because to get to this kind, well, you can't get to the $19.99 price point, I'm going to argue, but even to get to the $39.99 price point, you're talking the miniature ones, you're not talking, you know, a 2.8 litre version.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's the sort of thing you have in the corner of the living room or the bedroom, and then you think, oh, I'll just put that on. And it is. And I really thought that was going to be hot, because that'd be quite dangerous, actually, wouldn't it? This
helped free up my cold. It also got in the way of what I was watching on TV, because I kept playing with it rather than using it for what is. And then I took it upstairs. I managed to take it upstairs without spilling it. Which is,
but at least you brought the box back, so we could
see what
happened. Right, we've sold over 100 of these now. So if you've got it in your basket now, that price, will we be honouring it after midnight?
I have no idea. That's a Hayley question.
That's a Hayley question.
What I would say is, if you get it before midnight, and congratulations to the 100 odd who have already checked out, I was going to say, I don't think there'll be many left after midnight.
Right, okay.
Scott's on tomorrow, so I assume we'll honour it tomorrow if any stock is still
left. So if you want to be certain to get it, and you want to get it at this price, I would get it now, because there may not be any left. We have sold quite a lot already.
And they're a nice gifting thing. Anybody who's got allergies, we're getting into pollen season as well.
And I think I would definitely be putting the oil in, and you could put Christmas scent in.
Yeah.
I'd have a bit of that nice.
A bit of cinnamon, would you?
Bit of cinnamon at Christmas, bit of lavender in the. Well, I'd have lavender. I had it upstairs. I'd have cinnamon if I put the light on.
I don't. The light doesn't really show well in the studio. It didn't.
Okay.
It didn't in the office upstairs. No, that's why I took it home.
Right. So it needs to be dark.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I've actually put it on.
I'm not sure whether we've got it on or not. I don't think it'll pick up in the lights. We tried switching off the office lights.
Yeah, unfortunately. It needs to be dark. That's the point. When it's
Absolutely.
dark, it will. Well, because Paul showed us all the different colours, so it does change colour. So that's it in green.
There are seven different colours, and it just cycles through 7 different colours.
Now, there is a small queue on the phone lines. Is this your video?
That's my living room.
That's amazing. Oh, so now we can actually see what colour it changes, but it does need to be nighttime. Quite nice, but the light is optional, so you can have it, you know, it could be just a light and you then just use it.
Like I say, it's a glow, so it's a nice glow.
Right, the Bias Tape Maker.
Simplicity Bias Tape Maker.
This is one of my favourite products. Did you buy this one? Funnily enough.
It's one we've had from almost day one.
A while, but it is a brilliant thing. So when you found this product and you bought it, did you think, is that going to sell? You know, how do you...
What happened was, it's been on the market actually years and years, and it disappeared for a while. Simplicity just didn't bring them into the UK.
Right.
And we nagged, and they for whatever reason, couldn't get production right, not quite sure. And then suddenly, they appeared on their website, so it's like, we will take some. And then we put it on, it's one of our core products, so we put it on replen, which means that as soon as we get down to a level, we reorder more. So it's one of those, we don't guarantee it's never out of stock.
I got to demonstrate the first one, actually.
Yeah.
I think, because I was very excited, because I was allowed to borrow one.
Yep.
Sadly, didn't get one, but I got to borrow one. But it is a brilliant thing if you want to make, but I tell you what, anyone who bought that Liberty pack earlier, be brilliant for that. So this is a way to make your own bias tape, bias binding, from your fabric, from scraps of fabric, because you can join fabric together and it will go through. You can cut fabric on the bias to go through. You can cut it straight to go through. Because for quilting, you want it straight. It comes with a variety of different tape makers, so you don't have to just make it to one size, which is fabulous. So all you do, easy peasy, is you cut the fabric into the strips, you thread it through. This is a heated section. It comes out the other end. It's amazing.
So it kind of presses it as it goes through.
It presses as it goes through, and I know a lot of people. So when I demonstrated it first, I tried it to join the fabric. The seam of the fabric goes through absolutely fine. It's a hot iron, but it's quite protected. So the full price for this is £124.99.
And I think there are a number of customers who are slightly put off by that price, even though it's a standard price.
Right.
And if it was below 100 quid, would potentially buy it. So that's what we'll do. We'll crash it to £99.99.
It comes with a full instruction booklet. It's very easy to use, and it means that if you're doing quilt binding or if you've got fabric left over, just cut it all into strips, put it through the tape maker. Once you've got it going through, you can leave it as well. It will just do it on its own.
So, Bex, we're going to check your education again. £99.99. It's on two-way split pay. How much is that a month?
Oh, I think about £50.
I think it's
£49.98.
I think it's within pennies of £50 as well.
£49.99. There you go.
Yeah, fantastic.
So if you want to do it on split pay, that means interest-free. Pay your £49.99 now. We'll send it straight to you, and then your other £49.99 next month. I know loads of people have done this. They used their scraps of fabric and then sold it as buyer's tape, wound it nicely on other websites.
Absolutely.
But we've had lots and lots of people who, you know, all of you out there who bought the message in and say, oh, I've used mine for this. It is a brilliant thing. So I'll put it all back in. Right, now, overlocker. Another little deal. Another little deal. Elna, obviously.
Yep.
Very great quality overlocker. Let me just put his little arms up.
When we were putting the deals together for Manager Specials, we obviously want to do one Elna deal.
Right.
Elna actually wanted us to promote this as well. So they're very supportive of us doing it. And so I wanted it for my show.
Obviously.
And I thought, in fairness, an overlocker is slightly more of a considered purchase because it's a separate machine. If you're already very happy with your sewing machine, you've got to have a reason to buy an overlocker. So we did think that if we put it on at the earliest opportunity and then have it throughout the week, people have got a chance to get their head around it, work out how much use they're going to get out of it, and so on and so forth. And then that meant I could go and negotiate a deal for the 720 so that I've got something special on our hour as well.
Oh, I see. Well, so yesterday we had this on and with Adam, lovely Adam, and got him to use it.
Awesome.
Which was awesome. So the price for this normally is £559.
Yep.
Which is a great price for a quality overlocker.
And add a few quid more on because we're going to give a 5-year warranty on it.
Which I know is worth £60.
Absolutely.
Right, free 5-year warranty.
But we decided we'd go below £400 for the first time ever.
Wow.
And we've gone for £399.
Which is amazing. Now, as Adam was saying yesterday, if you've already got a sewing machine, and whether you're a dressmaker or a patchworker or a home sewer, this is the next machine. And he said, and then the next one is the cover stitch. And he's got all of them. But this is the next machine because this is what finishes it. So it's brilliant for if you're stitching with jerseys or fleeces or any knit fabrics because it will sew, finish and cut at the same time. And the way that the stitches work is it will stretch. Well, you know, if you look at the inside of a T-shirt, it's overlocked seams. Yeah. Also, you can use it to finish the seam allowance, so you can sew the edge without it cutting. So even if you are a bag maker, if you don't want the raw edges to fray, you can use your overlocker for that. It doesn't have to be just for a dressmaker.
See, you can tell that you're a sewer and you can tell I'm commercial because you're telling the customer quite rightly all the nice features and benefits. And all I'm thinking is, by the time you've added on the 5-year warranty, the customer's saving over £200. So if
I'm thinking, T-shirts?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just thinking, what a bit of kit for £399.
I know. And it is one of those things. It is the next machine. I mean, some people, because you do sew with it, you can just, if you're a dressmaker, you can just have an overlocker. I think there might be buttonholes, might be a bit tricky. But it isn't just a finisher. It will seam and finish. But it is the next machine. So it is something that you think about it. But take this opportunity when you can save this money.
Yeah, when Manager Specials has finished this will offer will finish close of business Friday, midnight Friday.
Right, okay.
And it's not one of those where a presenter or a producer can put it back on air at this price.
Right.
We will only ever do this on Manager Specials, and because we've done it for this Manager Special, it won't be at the next Manager Special. We'll have another deal on a different product.
So this is your only chance, really. of saving, what, over £200?
£200 if you count the warranty.
Well, I think you have got to count that because 5-year warranty is really worth it.
You're almost getting the 664 Pro for the 664 money.
Right.
So there's a junior version, very good machine, great value machine, but it doesn't have a fraction of the performance and the features and benefits.
It's Elna machine. You know, I think if you are going to invest in an overlocker, you need a decent quality one. You know, it's Adam was threading it up. I was watching him yesterday. It looked pretty easy to thread up. It's lovely. It's a lovely machine.
Absolutely.
So there's the price on that, $399, 5-year warranty for free. So if you are thinking about an overlocker, this is the time. Have a read through the spec. It's all on the website. If you've got any questions, just put them on our Sewing Street fan page because obviously they know the answers to everything more than we do. Right, let's talk William Morris.
Let's talk William Morris.
We were talking about this earlier. This isn't actually William Morris, is it?
No, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Probably 100 years late or more. Yeah, so the honeysuckle design, which is one
an
of the...
iconic...
Absolutely.
Iconic William Morris design.
Wasn't actually designed by William Morris. It was designed by his daughter, May Morris.
Which is fine. Can you imagine you said it was designed by the guy next door, but it wasn't?
Well, we've already established on Strawberry Thief, I think it is, with the thrushes. William Morris himself didn't even draw the birds because he wasn't very good at drawing birds.
Oh, no, it was,
he got a
what was his name?
some kind of architect
to
draw them as well. So
the day that he did those.
Absolutely.
So we've got various products here with the iconic William Morris design. Which would you like me to start with the teapot?
Yes, start with a teapot. Yes.
Let's start with the teapot. Now it will come boxed because that's very important to know if it's a gift.
Yeah, gift box. Occasionally we have some with damaged boxes. And we know that people buy these as gifts for other people. So any that are box damaged, we put purely on the website and they're filterable by box damaged. You'll be able to find them on there. So if you're purchasing for yourself, there's the occasional bargain, but these are all brand spanking new in pristine condition.
Beautiful and a lovely box, lovely gift box. So $17.99 is the full price for this.
Or $14.99 today.
$14.99. So look, you've got the teapot that fits in the cup, so you can pour it in. It's got a saucer, comes in the box.
We've never been at $14.99 before
on
this.
Lowest price ever.
Lowest price ever on that.
So again, is that due to how many we've bought?
It's due to that, and what we want is for our customers to consider buying more than one item, so that they can, so that all of their teaware, if that's a phrase, all their crockery, all their kitchenware starts to match.
Oh, okay.
So if they can either buy all in one go, or they can over the next few times.
With the savings, you will.
Absolutely.
Shall we do the mug next? Because I like them. I like this one. Put this to one side.
So, is that a coaster?
Well, it looks like a coaster, look. Doesn't it? That's what your little mug sits on.
Yep.
There you go, see?
And that's particularly pretty.
Just for one. But this is the clever bit, isn't it?
Yep.
You can take the spoon out. And look, that fits on top. Lid. Let's keep it warm.
Absolutely. Or keep the flies off was your phrase.
Well, yeah. In the garden.
Oh, okay. I just wondered where you lived.
Oh, I've got lots of... Well, I haven't got a dehumidifier, you see.
Absolutely.
It's brilliant, though, isn't it? But what a lovely gift.
Absolutely.
From, if you got just a gift for one person. In fact, or you could buy a couple. Now, the price for this one was $10.99, which is a good price to be honest.
We've never crashed it before. I was going to say we've never needed to crash it before. We don't need to crash it now, but we've got an opportunity to crash it now.
Well, and now we're reducing the price. This is where you can buy a pair as well.
Exactly. So, like I say,
and it comes beautifully boxed as well. So let me know what the price is on this one.
It's $8.99.
$8.99. That's amazing. Nice. And I love the fact that it comes in the box because let me show you what the box looks like. I think it's important. I love a nice box. Oh, where's me? Okay, look, it comes in a nice box as well. So, and the spoon, I do like the spoon. That is a lovely gift, or just to have for yourself, isn't it? Keep on checking out on those. Third of the stock is gone. Remember, you're saving £2 on that one. Single figures on the teapot. Right, same print. We are now into the tea towel. Take it out. You can see. Right, so the price on this one is $9.99, but we're going to reduce this to...
I don't know if I'm honest.
$4.99.
Well, let's do $4.99.
Let's do
$4.99.
Nice tea towel. Look, bit classy. That's got a nice pink border to it as well, isn't it? I imagine it's yes, it is 100% cotton. It's 50 by 70 centimetres, in case you need to know. Half price, $4.99. I love a tea towel. Quite often make things from tea towels as well.
Absolutely. Do you like aprons as well?
Yes, I do. I think.
Now, if this had been a simple hook around my neck, I'd be wearing it.
Yeah, but it's only a little. Let's crash it.
No, I've just got a feeling I'll put that around my neck. Somebody will pull it tight, and I'm stuck with that on me for the rest of the day.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious for everybody, wouldn't it?
On you. It's right. They're not in the office today. They're never in Thursdays. We'll be fine. You can go up there. There you go.
So I've got to wear an apron now, have I? Do I look pretty?
Yes, I think it actually really... What do you think, everybody? Don't you think that really suits him? And what's lovely, it's adjustable. So, look.
Yes. Will you stop doing stuff that's going to make it very awkward now? Thank you very much.
Yeah, but then when you're cooking, you see, because I do that, because I've got them that aren't adjustable, and I have to tie the back in a knot, otherwise you get splashes all over you.
So I've been on air with John, I've been on with Stuart, and never again with Bex. That's all I'm thinking.
It's the colour that suits you so well.
It makes my blue eyes pop,
It does,
doesn't it? Yeah,
doesn't it?
thank you. We haven't mentioned the price on this.
Oh, the price is irrelevant. We're talking about...
Oh, well, obviously, beautifully modelled.
$14.99, beautifully modelled.
Absolutely. We'll go to $9.99.
Shall we?
The sooner we get them sold, the sooner I can take it off.
Would you like me to take it off
I would like you to undo it rather than do it up. Yeah, that would be nice. Thank you.
I know, but quite easily adjustable as well,
Thank you.
isn't it?
Thank
You
you.
just pull it up. I think he looks lovely.
Yeah.
Just think how lovely you'll look. Nice tea towel though, $4.99. So $9.99 for the matching apron. We're going to have the whole William Morris kitchen in a moment. Next. Oh, always need a double oven glove. You can try those on. Nice. It's a lovely shade of pink. It's very nice actually, because the straps on the apron are fabric rather than webbing, so it matches the fabric on here. So they're a really nice matching set, but it's a nice sort of dusky pink.
Yep.
Picks up that, but because they've got that same edging on them, it's not just a matching print. They've picked up.
So what are these newfangled oven glove things I'm hearing about now?
Yeah,
I'm a bloke. This doesn't happen.
Do you not have double oven gloves? What do you use for getting things out of the oven?
Oven? I've got a microwave. Are they microwave gloves?
Sometimes things get very hot in a microwave.
Oh, well, that's what I need then,
And then
isn't
you probably
it?
use a tea towel, I bet.
I don't currently have a kitchen at all.
Oh,
so.
Well, what I do is I put a casserole in the oven and I take a casserole out, something like that, a baking tin, roast potatoes.
My new kitchen doesn't have an oven at all.
It's not going to have one at all?
No.
No.
I'd cook everything in the air fryer or the microwave.
No oven?
No.
Can't imagine that. Yes, $9.99. Sorry, we're discussing. We can't be doing price drops.
Kitchen renovations or selling products.
Yes, sorry,
let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing.
I can't get the fact that he's not having an oven at all.
No.
Well, you won't be cooking Christmas dinner, will you?
No.
Ever. $9.99 for the oven gloves.
That's for the double oven glove.
Yeah, that's the double oven glove. So that's that one there. These are nice, actually. Is there a pocket on the apron?
It's a very good question.
Down to have a look. I don't think there is, actually.
Nope.
No, it's a pocket-free apron. You look really pretty, Paul.
Thank you.
Great products today from Hayley in Worcestershire.
Is that Hayley?
Yeah, I wonder who that is. He does
Fancy her taking the mickey out of me. Who'd have thought?
Does look pretty. Priceless in entertainment value from Sue.
Lovely.
Yeah. Well, he won't be, seeing as he's not having an oven, I still can't get over that. He won't be needing the apron, will he?
So I didn't know we was doing clothing, so we've got winter mitts as well, have we?
But you have to buy
just the one. Oh, it's just the one. What?
Now, I actually think you'll need these for the microwave because sometimes, like if I put in a pasta bowl, they heat up massively, don't they? So this was $9.99. Or they'd be very reduced to...
This $5.99.
$5.99, fabulous. Putting logs on the fire. Have you got a fire?
I haven't got a fire, yeah. I haven't got a fire. I'm slightly non-traditional, I guess.
He's got no oven. Such a guy. Really funny. Right. Last in the lovely William Morris. Now, this is nice. This is lovely.
And again, you mentioned about the boxes.
That is a nice
That's
proper...
a presentation box, isn't
Well,
it?
it is. And also, this is a box you can keep afterwards, isn't
Absolutely.
it? So if we take the lid off. Lovely. These are lovely mugs as well. I'm just seeing what they're made from.
They're china.
Oh, bone.
Fine china.
Fine china. Beautiful. So that works out at $18.99. Oh, right. So we'll work it out in a minute. What is the price drop?
I think we're taking a couple of quid off and going to $16.99.
Fabulous. Look at that. £4.29 a mug. Now, if you want to keep this as a gift box afterwards, you can take all the packaging out. And look, how nice is that? Because you can keep stuff in there. Keep all your zips in there. That's what I'd put in there. All my zips.
It's $4.25. It's not $4.29. Just the devil's in the detail. Devil's in the detail.
$16.99 comes with free gift box. But it is that you'd keep all your...
Yeah, you can keep your knickknacks.
Or your Christmas cards and things like that.
Absolutely.
What would you keep in your box?
I have no idea. I've moved house about a year ago. I'm still living out of boxes.
Right, oh, well, there. We should have one of these then.
Absolutely.
They're much nicer. Those are great prices. Now, look, we are very, very low in stock on all of the William Morris items. So if you love William Morris and you've bought the tea towel and the oven gloves and the apron and the mugs and the teapot, you'll be needing a quilt as well.
It goes to, yeah. How you segue from a cup or a mug to a beautiful quilt like that, I'm not sure. William Morris works, but yeah,
happened,
absolutely.
You know, we segue all the time. Sometimes we go, I'm talking about something completely different.
Well, I was quite envious because Hayley Marshall-Say had this on her show on Monday.
No.
And I was envious because
she bought it.
Yeah, well, I bought it, and she gets to demonstrate it and everything else.
No,
so I was quite envious. And then by the end of it, I was amazed that we didn't sell out because that, all in one box, every piece of fabric, it's comprehensive instructions, and you end up with quite an heirloom piece.
It's a good size as well, actually. I wonder if it's got 213 by 213 centimetres. It makes the quilt behind me. What's that in inches? Hannah, if you could just check. Diddly-doo, diddly-doo, diddly-doo. I always think we should have a calculator on the desk. What was that? Right, so the price for this quilt, $199.99, which is a great price because there's no plain fabrics in here. This is all William
it's
Morris.
all William Morris. It's all from the original Morris & Co.
It's an 84-inch square, so that is double, definitely king-size bed. 84 inches. That's a lovely size. That's king-size bed with a nice drop on it as well.
And the techniques aren't that demanding.
No, it looks more complex than it is. It looks like it's got half-square triangles. It hasn't. It's got the diamond in the square blocks. Fairly simple to do. So therefore, you can quilt this on your own home sewing machine. It hasn't been long arm quilted. It's got quite simple quilting on it. It's gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, what are we reducing this to then?
Well, if I had my way, we wouldn't be reducing it because I think it's worth $199.
I think it is.
However, Hayley reduced it. We have no choice but to match that. We can't have today's customers losing out. So we'll go $169.99.
Wow. Do you know what it reminds me of? It's like, you know, when you see sort of in churches and you get like mosaic tiled floors.
Yep.
Have you ever been in one of those? You know,
A church?
Like, yeah,
Not recently, I'll be honest.
And you'll see a tiled floor like this with this sort of...
Yes, mosaic. Yeah,
feels a bit like
absolutely.
that, doesn't it?
Remember, it's on three-way split pay as well, so you're paying less than £60 per month.
So £30 saving. £30 saving's not bad, is it? And if this is your first quilt, this is a really good place to start. It's all William Morris fabric. It's an easy quilt to make. If it's not your first quilt, then you'll get this done quite quickly.
This will be a wow. Can you imagine if you produce that as the first one you've done?
Yeah,
everybody's going to wonder where you've been hiding your skills.
It's got Strawberry Thief in it, in this teal. It's got the miniature Strawberry Thief here in the smaller teal print. It's got your honeysuckle print.
It is. But not in the pink.
But not in the pink.
Yeah.
It's got it in the blue. So it's got May Morris's.
Absolutely, a bit of May.
It is a beautiful quilt, and it's also got the fabric for the binding is in the quilt kit as well, which is important because it's nice to have it bound.
It's also giftable as well, because when you take the sleeve off and you open up the box, we can do, but that's one less for us to sell. But
we'll just look. Oh, we won't open. We'll just look. There we go. Look, comes wrapped in tissue paper.
Tissue paper and ribbon.
And ribbon.
Wraps.
With full instructions as well. And I like the instructions because they always put the pictures of the fabric, which is very useful because otherwise it describes it and you think, which one?
Absolutely.
And it has layout diagrams, which makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? So Jane says, I'm really enjoying today's show. Normally miss Rebecca as I work on a Monday. Some great ideas for Christmas gifts. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Yeah, I'm not normally here on a Monday, actually.
Yeah, it is worth noting. We sold the Antiquity Quilt Kit 12 months ago.
Right.
And we sold out completely.
Okay.
So this is a remake. Technically, there are a couple of the fabrics that are slightly different in this kit than the sample. The effect is exactly the same.
Right.
The effect is exactly the same. We haven't had to change
let's
anything,
have a look.
but they'll be slightly different in the pack.
We'll do a little match thing.
Absolutely.
So it comes wrapped in ribbon, looks beautiful.
That's what I mean about it being gifting. If you've got a quilter in your life,
yeah,
who
I'm a quilter in your life, Paul.
Absolutely, I'll buy you one.
Yeah. He's not tempted, is he? I think he probably just glossed over that. Right, so these are the fabrics that are in it. Now, that one is definitely in it because that's in the corner squares.
Yeah.
That one is substituted. So I imagine that's this fabric here. So it's just
Looks that way.
slightly different. So you see the fabric, I imagine it's that one.
I think it could be.
No, it's
it
not.
could be that one because you've got that one further down.
Yeah, no, it's this one here.
Yeah.
This is the binding fabric and the fabric that's in those top squares. This one has been changed. Actually, I quite like it in that. This is the strawberry thief. So instead of having it in this teal, it's in this blue. Isn't that lovely? I actually think it's nicer in that blue, isn't it? So look, like that.
Yeah. I mean, the effect will be exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly the same, but nicer. You've still got the teal strawberry thief that's used in the borders all the way round. That one. So these, now we found out the substitution. So
I think that's replacing that.
Yes.
And that's, for me, that's far prettier.
Well, what you're doing is you're putting that one and that one together as squares.
Yeah. I think that's very nice.
Like that. Gorgeous. We're on single figures for that, and you're saving £30. So when you bought this one, because you had to get them rebought, is this where you have the conversations and...
Well, we've reached a stage, because we're 4 years old, we've reached a stage, obviously we'll buy new quilt kits when there's new collections coming out and so on and so forth. But we've got a chance, we've got new viewers, we've got new customers. So stuff that's sold out first time round, so long as we leave a respectable time, we can revisit them. Now, unfortunately, some fabrics will go out of print in the meantime, so we'll have to substitute in, substitute out, and so on and so forth. But so long as the overall effect is that kind of overall effect.
And it is, I mean, because you can see, you know, when you look at that, that makes, you know, as long as the effect, but that's quite a nice thing. Because it's a shame to keep bringing back all the same, new stuff all the time when things are...
If they sell well, and particularly heirloom type of things where they don't age, and they're from, if you like, back catalogue designer fabrics, then we'll revisit them every 12 months, every 24 months, and see whether somebody can come up with a similar kit.
Similar kit. Right, we need to go over to this one now. Run across. Oh, God, where does the time go? Right, we need to talk about Lewis and Irene. So this is another thing. You know, we have a nice relationship with Lewis and Irene, don't we?
Yes, they're a family company, British family company, very easy to deal with.
Does that make a difference when you're buying?
We're a very small buying team. There's myself, Barry, and Amy.
Barry the buyer.
Barry the buyer. So, what needs to happen is suppliers need to make life easy for us. We haven't got time to go searching for stuff. So, if they present products to us in an easy to decipher format, they kind of go to the top of the queue. If they're then very good on customer service, very good on delivery, no logistical issues and so on and so forth, they really do top our Christmas card list.
Well, and that's fair enough, isn't it?
So, yeah, like I say, Ben's our main contact. at Lewis and Irene. His sister Hannah is their main in-house designer, but over the last 12, 24 months, they've evolved as a business and they now use third-party designers. So the first one of those was Cassandra Connolly. She's been on air with us 2 or 3 times.
Yes, she's lovely.
Our customers, our viewers love her. And then more recently, Delphine Brooks, our very own Delphine, has done 2 collections so far with them.
Which is fabulous.
And by the end of the summer, there'll be another Delphine Brooks, and there will be a Stuart Hillard collection coming out as well. So, like I say, we're very close with Lewis and Irene. It's also one of their major anniversaries this year, so a bit of a spoiler alert, but come October, we'll be doing a Lewis and Irene takeover day with several of their designers coming in, some exclusive quilt kits and so on and so forth. So, like I say...
I think it's nice to support the British companies, isn't it?
Absolutely. Everything's designed in the UK as well.
So this pack, this is a fat quarter bundle of 20 pieces. So it should be $79.90, which is a good price, to be honest, for 20 fat quarters.
It's not as good as $64.90, though,
It isn't as good as that, no. Now, all of these aren't plains. I'm going to show you one of them, because it's, if you show in the overhead, they're like, it's just sort of a gentle cloud.
Yep, when I showed these to Stuart, he says he's used to, for designer fabrics, he's used to paying $4.50 a fat quarter.
Right.
And again, for a quality fabric, you wouldn't get them under £4. These are the equivalent of £3.24.
Wow. And you're getting all of those colours.
Yes, so you're getting a proper rainbow.
And they're not plain. They've got a lovely...
Texture
well, like
to
a
them.
texture, almost like a cloudy texture. So you're getting the neutrals, you're getting the grey, the black and the ivory, and then you're getting all the oranges. You've got a lovely shade selection of blues and teals. You've got greens moving into the yellows, and then you've got the 2 purples and 3 pinks as well.
And if you want to do everything and get it matching, there's also a 108-inch wide back in exactly this design as well.
Is there?
Yep, it's in.
Nice.
I think it's a grey or a neutral colour as well.
Right.
So if you go onto the website, if you put in dreams or you go into the extra wide category, you'll find it, and we have got it in stock.
Oh, fabulous. So that would be great. I mean, so get yourself some white or ivory plain rainbow quilt. Half square triangles, fantastic. You could just do a beautiful rainbow quilt, starting in the top left-hand corner, then changing the colour across and finishing the bottom right, I like.
100%.
We should do that, shouldn't we?
Well, Stuart was saying that his New Mexico quilt pattern, he's gone for authentic Aztec type colours, but you could easily put these type of into it and give it a modern twist.
Or, you know, you don't have to make something from the whole lot. You can just go, isn't it nice to have a few blues?
Absolutely.
A few pinks. Right, we've got one more hour of you at 12 o'clock.
You lucky, lucky people.
I don't know how we're going to fit it all in, though, because we've got all the stuff that we put into 12 and all the stuff that we haven't managed to do now. But we do have to mention the sewing machine before you go off and have a cup of tea.
Yep, absolutely.
Right, this is a fantastic offer. I mean, I've got this sewing machine. This is my, well, it's not mine, but this is my sewing machine. Absolutely love it. It is worth every penny of £1,999.
But we'd prefer to sell it for 48 hours only, so only until close of business tomorrow, midnight tomorrow, 1499.
With a free 5-year warranty. Amazing. Loads of you have checked out. If you've got any questions at all about it, just message me. You can even message me on the Sewing Street fans page. I'll answer when I come off air, because I've got it, use it all the time, love it. I know it's a considered purchase, but when you're saving £500 plus the 5-year warranty, honestly...
Have we ever knocked £500 off anything?
Not that I know of.
I think that's the biggest saving we've ever done.
I can't think of anything like that.
I can't. Message in, but I've got a feeling that's the biggest discount we've ever done on anything.
Well, because also with the warranty, that's probably a £600 saving, isn't it?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Amazing, and honestly, it is a fantastic machine. It will take your sewing from here to here. Right, I'll see you back at 12, and we're going to have to go really fast then, because we've got a lot to get through. More deals. You're going to love the 12 o'clock. We've got even more deals, and you know how they've been great already. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with Kerry from Toft for even more crochet delights.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Elna Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and Kerry for another hour of fantastic crochet. So the focus this time is on vegetables.
Yeah, it is. So still garden themed, but this time we're going for the veg rather than the flowers. But we've brought a few flowers up.
I know, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So this hour now, if you with Kerry and I at 9 o'clock, anyone who bought anything at 9 o'clock had the free moth stitch marker centralizer as part of their order. In this hour, anything that you buy in this hour, you will have the free snail, because it's vegetables, isn't it? If you buy anything in this hour that was shown in the first hour, you will still get the first one. Not confusingly, but it's just because it was items that were first shown then. So it's worth £8, the little snail stitch marker. Anyone who buys anything will have that included in their order. So we're talking about the vegetables this hour, but we're going to start with the worm.
Yeah, we're going to start with
related
with
to
Milton,
vegetables.
absolutely. And I think for me, Milton's become like a mascot of Alexandra's garden. So when I started doing it all in terms of the flowers and the vegetables, I didn't even consider mini beasts. It wasn't something that was on my radar. I made Milton really just to amuse myself. I'll be totally honest.
Why is it called Milton?
So all the mini beasts take rather grand names. So I've got a Rudyard the slug, Sylvia the caterpillar.
Oh, they're all poets.
They're all poets, yes. So Milton is the earthworm. He absolutely is one of my favourites. It's obviously really simple to make, but has lots of character
there he is in the garden.
Despite it being so easy. The kit does come with modelling wire again. So we obviously mentioned the modelling wire in the first show when we're talking about that other one that's wired. You do get the modelling wire included. So if you want to add that modelling wire, it means you can position it to play jokes on people. It's a good mascot in terms of if you do know someone who loves gardening, it can sit in their shed.
It's just a lovely little thing, isn't it? It's a lovely little gift for someone. So in the kit, you get
the pattern. Yep, you'll get your 25 grams of peony, which is our pastel pink when we're talking about pastels.
That is worm colour.
It absolutely is. You obviously get your metre of modelling wire. You won't need all of that from Milton the worm. So you will get your modelling wire. You will also get your black thread for your eyes as well. So you can sew the eyes and the mouth on.
Now, if you weren't with us at 9 o'clock or if you haven't seen Kerry's products before, all the yarn is spun specifically for Toft and it's 100% wool. It's beautiful quality.
It is, and that does make a big difference. I know that a lot of people might have seen this style of crochet, maybe even tried this style of crochet when you're working with a cotton or an acrylic. It's actually much harder to work with something that doesn't have a bounce in it. The way that our yarn is spun is it's very, very bouncy. It's quite elastic, which means that when you're working these stitches, you can relax when you're working those stitches. You don't have to pull that tension tight, and that way you still get a lovely closed fabric that you can't see that stuffing through, but you're not having to battle with your hands.
So you're making it easier.
Yeah, the yarn does the hard work for you, basically, because the yarn goes under tension when you're working the stitch, and then when you finish the stitch, it bounces back and fluffs up, and that's what then gives you a supple closed fabric. Whereas when you crochet with a cotton that's got no elastic in it, you're having to pull that yarn tight all the time to make the tension.
Yeah, because I've done a lot of amigurumi using cotton, and it's a lovely finish, but it's
a lovely finish, but it's hard. I totally agree. Like, I've maybe made two
nice.
things in cotton in my whole life, and I was like, whoa, this is hard. First time round, I've got loads of gaps, and I'm like, well, that's gone really wrong.
It's quite hard getting into the stitch, especially when you've got to increase. It's harder getting
with this
in,
yarn, you can relax. It's bouncy. It's really soft, and that doesn't just show, in the final product being like that. It is actually the process of it that's easier as well.
Now you will need. The crochet hooks don't come in the kit, otherwise you'd end up with hundreds of them. You'll need a 3mm hook. These are sold separately. Now this is the code. Now if you bought a hook in the first hour, it's a different hook code, but only so that you can get the right stitch marker.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So basically, if you use the code from the first show, then it'll come with the moth one. This one will come with a snail.
That's why they do. It's just so that Kerry and her team can be absolutely sure that they send the right stitch marker to the right people.
Yes, it is.
So this one is WJOF17. It's £3. It's a high quality crochet hook with all of Toft's items. They're made specifically for the job. So it's a metal hook.
It's an aluminium hook, and then it's a plastic handle so that it's comfortable to hold. It's quite big to hold, and it's flat, which I personally find much easier than the round ones as well. It's one of those things.
I don't.
Everyone has a different preference.
Yeah, but I do as well. And it's also got that really soft touch feel.
Yeah, and they're sharp, but not too sharp, because you don't want it to be too pointy on the end. And the thing that I dislike the most in a crochet hook is actually how deep the tip goes.
Right.
These are quite shallow, and that means that you can get quite fast and smooth with it. It's not a very big movement in and through the stitch to get it.
It's funny, you wouldn't think until you start crocheting.
It's really highly engineered. Yeah. And then when you move to a different type of hook, you can be I'm useless. Sometimes in workshops, someone passes me their hook to do something with, and I have to be like, I'm very sorry, I'm finding this hook very hard.
Well, I hadn't realised that your tension changes as well. So I started something in a hook because I didn't have the right one, and then I got the right one, and my tension changed.
Yeah, totally different to how comfortable your hand is, and also the shape of the tip, that it can still be a 3mm, but it very much is down to the shape of this tip as to what it will be.
So stick to the same hook, otherwise you'll mess up your tension.
Yeah.
Right, you will also need stuffing for this. And obviously there's a lot of worms in this bag.
I mean, you get a lot of worms from one bag of stuffing, that's for sure, yeah.
Now remember, again, this is a different code to the filling that we had in the first hour. It's the same filling, it's all to do with the snail.
Yeah.
So if you want the filling, this is enough to do many a worm.
Do many a worm, but in terms of thinking about other things, if kind of 3 to 4 flowers, veg, again, 3 to 4 veg. The veg tend to be quite large capacities. Obviously, they're big, open shapes. So you will use more stuffing than you would, obviously, if you were doing a smaller project like the worm or the damselfly we've got in the show.
Oh, right, okay. But we'll put that, it's a premium toy stuffing. It's developed by you.
It's a recycled polyester. It means that your makes can still be hand washable. So obviously you are working in a pure wool, but it means that you'll be able to hand wash or put them on a wool machine cycle if you use a polyester inside that wool.
Right, okay, lovely. Right, let's do the damselfly next. Now this is new, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is brand new. And before we start, just to say, one kit does make 2. So obviously when it came to looking at the damselfly, this is your classic damselfly in terms of colouring. So I've used our turquoise yarn, our sapphire, and then silver for the wings. But actually, from the 3 balls that you get included in the kit, so you will get sapphire, turquoise and silver.
What is a damselfly?
It looks a bit like a dragonfly. So I think a lot of you, well, certainly I didn't know a lot about it till I started to research it as well. I would have thought it was a dragonfly. So it's something, they do occur in the UK. You do get lots of very rare ones, but
okay. Are they like the sort of thing that goes over ponds?
Over a pond, yeah.
Right.
Over water. So basically one kit will actually make 2. And so you will get included as well 2 sets of the safety eyes to be able to finish it off. And for me, I think it's quite nice to have a conversation about safety eyes because I very, very, very rarely use safety eyes. It's not my
you're not
style
at all.
Absolutely. But when it comes to the bugs and insects, it's essential to get this kind of thing. It really just, you don't get that kind of insect feel at all.
Well, you need
without
that
using a safety eye. Yeah.
That dome look. So have you had these special
yeah, and yes,
for
we
you?
have in this size because obviously I don't normally use them. I definitely have never used anything this big. So this size of eye is also new with the damselflies too. So you'll get 2 sets to go with them. You just invert your colours to make your second one. So obviously I've used the sapphire as the main and the turquoise in contrast.
And they are proper safety eyes.
They are proper safety eyes, yeah. And the thing with safety eyes, again, I've not used them so much, so it's been quite a learning curve for me. When you get to these really big ones, I'm just going to pull this. I'm just going to pull that back because when you get to these big ones, the most important thing to get a good finish on it is that you've got this big dome for the backer. And just to clarify, it's not that way that you'd ever put the safety eye on. You need to get that dome to meet the flat back because what that does is it then holds the eye onto the surface of the fabric and that will give you the neatest finish. Otherwise, it will push the safety eye down in the centre. So yes, it will be firmly attached, but it won't give you a good finish by pushing the edge of that plastic. It's not clamping it.
Right.
Or what you want it to do is clamp all the way around the edge, and that way it won't lift off the surface of your fabric, especially if it's going on a small piece like a little head.
Right. I mean, you still need to think about age of, the age of the child baby you will be.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're still not suitable for under 3s, but obviously you can finish, like with all of my things, you can just finish them off with a couple of stitches in a contrasting yarn instead if you wanted to. You could even double crochet a circle. So just go for exactly the same technique that you do for the centre of the head. You could double crochet a circle, say up to 12 or 18 stitches and sew those on to get a similar kind of rounded effect.
So Marie the damselfly, so you get both?
You get both, yeah. It will make both. So you get, 3 balls of yarn, 2 sets of eyes, and it will make both.
And the pattern, obviously. They are lovely, aren't they?
They're just another little... I've never really tackled the mini beasts in one go. I tackle them bit by bit. So, Milton, well, actually, Nancy came first, who's a bee. But then I've gradually done maybe one every kind of 4 or 5 months. I've never intensively sat down and like done them all together.
So
they just, they just come along
but
gradually.
wouldn't it be lovely to put these in a house plant at home? That's what I would do.
Absolutely. Or a lot of people with the mini beasts, especially the flying ones, I know like to hang them up. So they're like a mobile as a decoration. Yeah, hang them up in a corner.
They are glorious. £25. You've got the 2 sets of eyes, the pattern and 3 balls of yarn, and enough to make 2 of Marie the damselfly. Or you can call them whatever you like. Loads of you have come in for these. I'm not surprised. These are gorgeous. Right, just need to mention Milton a moment. He is very, very popular. He's wiggling out, he is. Over half of Milton's have gone. Look, he's even got a smile. Love his little smile. So Milton is wiggling his way out the door. So if you want one of these, you need to get him checked
And a
out.
lovely thing, just to mention that people love to do with Milton, is obviously a bookworm. So if you... I know he's another character that a lot of teachers that I've met over the last year have made him as a little mascot for the classroom, and he's the worm that a child would read to. So he's another... It's another nice way of thinking about it. Is it being a bookworm? Rather than an earthworm, it could be a bookworm. And he could be the little worm that someone learns to read by reading to Milton.
Oh, that's
especially when
lovely.
he's a poet. I mean, it all makes sense.
Well, and also I suppose it's the same thing, you know, like one child can have in the classroom that's theirs for the day.
Absolutely.
Milton for the day. He's beautiful, isn't he? I think that's such a good idea. Right, Hannah, what we do next? The leek. No, this is the spring onion. I did have this discussion with Kerry earlier about spring onions and leeks.
Yep, so a leek does exist in the book, which we will be coming to, but this one is a standalone kit. It's for a spring onion, and that design is not in the pattern book.
This is brilliant.
So I know spring onions are obviously really popular with a lot of people. Thing to grow. I've got them grown in my garden at the moment. So in the kit, you will get the cream yarn, you'll get the lime yarn, and you will get the green yarn in order to
love the photo
crochet the spring onion.
Are those your spring onions?
Sadly not.
Oh,
mine don't look.
They're very good.
Yeah, they're
spring
very
onions.
uniform.
Yes, they are.
So when you get a veg kit, it actually comes like this, and that's because we like to package it. Obviously, it's totally recyclable, never any plastic, but it's packaged up as a homegrown vegetable kit. So you get all of your ingredients. Again, it makes a brilliant gift because you've got lots of jokes to keep people amused. It's a funny thing to receive something like this in the post.
It is, absolutely.
And know that you're going to be making...
Because it doesn't look like a
spring
crochet
onion.
kit.
No, it doesn't. No, it takes you by surprise. So inside you will get your 3 balls of yarn. You'll get your eye thread, so again you can choose to finish it with eyes if you want to, and then you will obviously always get your postcard pattern included in that as well.
These are perfect spring onion colours, aren't they? Especially this, because it's not white.
No, it's the natural cream, so we don't bleach. This is the natural colour of the fleece, which also makes a big difference to our colours, actually. When we were talking about colours earlier, we're not starting from a bleach white base.
Right.
We start from the natural colour.
Okay, and it is, and it's not white, it's not cream, it's just gentle.
Yeah, it is, somewhere in the middle. So it's a nice pattern, this. It's not a hard one, but it has got lots of entertaining techniques.
I like the little bits.
So you're doing long double crochet stitches here. You're doing some splitting as you get to the top. Again, there is a video that accompanies all the techniques.
Okay.
So don't worry, if you...
So £20 and you've got everything to make the spring onion in there. And that is just a lovely thing, isn't it?
It's just a fun little kit for somebody, if they do like gardening, or maybe they just love spring onions or cooking.
Just a funny thing. And the pattern for that is not in the book.
Yeah.
It could be your allotment mascot, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. With milk.
Lovely. Right, cauliflower next. I love this one. Is that a no? It's not.
Yeah, it's a Romanesco cauliflower. It is.
Yes.
So it's a fancy kind of cauliflower.
It's
this
posh
one is not in the book. So in the book you've got your cauliflower that we all know very well, but this is a baby Romanesco cauliflower, which are those amazing...
I love those. They're so geometric. They're
they are.
unbelievable.
They're so beautiful. And it was really, I guess this one's, it's not a complicated make at all. It's not running as geometrically and mathematically as it would when you actually look at the veg. So it's a nice, quick little make. It's just 2 balls of yarn. So another lovely little gift for somebody.
It's got little feet as well.
Yep.
Look, it's got little feet. These are amazing vegetables, aren't they? They're like... mathematical.
Yeah.
Almost. I don't. Now, how is this one a bit harder?
So you work this on top. So it looks complicated, but again, it isn't. So what you're going to be doing is crocheting, say, a dome shape here using your normal double crochet stitch, and then in the same way when we looked at the hyacinth that you crochet those flowers on, you're just going to be crocheting directly into the fabric to put those little swirls in place.
Okay.
So it looks difficult, but again is nice and easy, and you just spread them out nice and evenly across the top.
It's lovely, and I love his little feet. That's a lovely kit, isn't it? So £15, and you get the 2 balls of yarn, but you also get the little bits for the
Yeah,
back
you get
and
the eye
white.
threads, you get the pattern. Obviously, it comes in the same packaging in terms of a brown bag, and there is a video again that comes.
Oh, okay.
So
To do the whole of
to do the
this?
whole lot, even in terms of crocheting the 2 pieces together.
So again, good gift all for you if it's beginner and you want something that's got, you know, dedicated video tutorial backup.
Yeah, it would be a lovely little project for a beginner, really, because it's small, so it's not going to be a big amount of time to go for. I'd start with Milton still if you were a beginner. I'm a bit biased towards Milton. I'd start with
He
Milton,
is
but it'd be a
lovely.
great accompaniment to Milton.
Gorgeous. Right. Should we do the book now? Because the book. So if you were with Kerry and I in the first hour, we did the flowers, which was Alexandra's garden. But this is Alexandra's garden vegetables, which was
Flowers came first.
Flowers came first.
Vegetables
and then
came.
second.
Vegetables came second. So this was only published in the autumn of last year.
Right.
So still feels very, very new. In the same way that for flowers, I had to develop the pastel colours. I also developed earthy
Vegetable
tones.
colours.
Yeah, vegetable colours for this as well.
Because
so we
dogs are not in vegetable colours.
No. So, and most of these, again, I have tried to grow. Slightly less successfully than flowers, I will say, although these carrots are genuinely grown in my garden.
They do look genuinely
Yep, they are.
proper carrots.
So again, it's been a big project in terms of the crochet inspiring the gardening inspiring the crochet, and I know a lot of you
That's a great
enjoyed that
photo.
as well. Oh, well, there's the little snail central.
Oh, there's the snail.
So that's the one that will come.
I love the fact
with
you've
all
got
the orders.
the tiny pots with the needle and the hooks are like this all. Why not crochet
why
in your
not?
shed?
So these obviously gives you kind of an idea of all the different colours that you can use as well. We're talking about not just greens, but veg is quite colourful.
Vegetables,
so you can go for
yes.
really bright colours.
So it's a lovely pair. If you've bought the flower book is still available. This is a lovely partner to it.
Yeah, it is. And they were always designed to be a pair together.
Right, okay.
So I say that the flowers came first. The books were actually done in tandem because, again, we had to do the photography over 2 years.
Of course.
So they were created in tandem. It's just that the flower one happened to be published first.
Now we've got all of the crochet stitches, so all the basic stuff you need, how to make them, you know, details on how to make the leaves and stuffing as well, because that's very important, shaping. Now this is the practice.
Yes, it is.
So the practice potato. So we had a practice bulb in the flower book,
Yep.
and this is the practice potato.
And this, honestly, is a brilliant project for someone to learn to crochet, whether that be someone that's 100 or somebody that's 6. This pattern is a brilliant way for someone to learn to crochet this style of crochet.
Okay.
Just a double crochet stitch, you learn a little bit of shaping, just the right amount, and then you get to sew a face on and it becomes
Yeah,
something.
and it's
so
a
cute.
potato,
Yeah.
and then you can make loads of them. You can have lots of new potatoes, and then we move on to the projects, and this is where it gets wonderful. I mean, I love that picture.
I genuinely grew this carrot.
That's amazing.
I mean, I've not had many successful carrots since. This was a very special
But what a
one.
great photo,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, so this is genuinely my hand pulling that carrot out. What you can't see is the shock on my face that it actually worked, and I managed to grow one as big as the crochet one.
That is fantastic. It's a brilliant photo, isn't it? And you know, they're the sort of thing, because I know people say, well, what do you do with them? Well, they just sort of sit in your house, don't
Yeah,
they?
so obviously if you decide to put the legs and the eyes on, and all the legs are optional, and that's what I've been very careful with the veg, is that they're a
okay.
separate piece.
Right.
Because I know what a lot of people choose to do is actually use them more as a still life basket. So if you leave the eyes off, I've designed them all so that the scale holds, which means
Right.
that you can leave. So say with the beetroot, you leave the legs off, you don't sew the eyes on, and you are then making a beetroot. So if you want to create a nice display of a trug full of crochet
I think we
vegetables,
should get
things
the
like that.
Oh, I know, but even with the still life, it still needs eyes, doesn't it? So, I mean, look at what they look like when you've made them. I know we've got them in the book, but when you actually see them...
So this is all using a double knit yarn, and that's the thing that we should emphasise again, is you can again make them any size by changing the thickness of the yarn. So this is a double knit yarn on a 3mm hook. If you use this book and all these patterns on a 4-ply, they'd be half the size, more like real size of the veg. If you used an Aran, they'd be twice as big, chunky twice as big again. So all you do is change the thickness of the yarn in order to scale things up and down.
Okay, so that's just I just wanted to show you some of them because they are glorious. Now, the leek is slightly different to the spring onion, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely. So the leek is 2 colours, and it's a very different structure on top. So it's obviously got the cut leaf endings like that. It is, yeah, a totally different pattern and complete with 2 legs and arms there as well.
There's the leek. Look at the leek. Oh, I'll put them on there.
So it's got a very different structure in terms of the way that these are put together on
Very
the top.
good for anyone who's from Wales.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet a lot of people buy them for St.
And make
David's
them
Day.
for people, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that is your mascot, isn't it? In fact, if you made him in chunky.
It'd be amazing in chunky.
Massive leek.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gorgeous. But obviously, the pattern for this is only in the book.
Then you've got curly kale, and this is where the new colours kind of kick in. I needed to get an even deeper green than the green we've done before, so I introduced a kale. I don't think the kale's with us. When there's 30 patterns, we struggle to get it.
Yeah,
all
you
on
can't
set.
bring them all
so we have
in.
to decide. So this is the parsnip, obviously a good one for Christmas dinner. This photo always makes me laugh because these ones I didn't grow. This is the one that I grew here. Not very successful at parsnip growing. I'll try again this year.
Oh, look, I found the potato.
Oh yeah, there he is, the practice potato.
Look, there's the practice potato. He's so cute, isn't he? I've got a lot of them now in my arms, so I can show you. Got him.
Oh, so you've got the radish, yep.
Look at radish. I mean, they're beautiful photos, but when you actually see them made like this, I love the way the leaves curl in just like they would do.
Yeah, so you've got lots of different techniques in the veg. Again, as I mentioned before, and with all the books, you've got beginner, intermediate and advanced, and that's always indicated with a symbol. So if you are turning to any of these patterns, this one would mean it's beginner, so a total beginner new to crochet could tackle this one. This one means it's intermediate, so you might have a few different stitches to tackle, and then there'll be one other symbol, which is a fully grown plant. That would be one of the most advanced patterns, which just means you're going to come across lots of different techniques.
Yeah, okay.
But there's videos for everything in the same way. There's even videos that are specific to some of them in terms of sewing up. Like, say, this one, yeah, you're going to use lots of different stitches, say, to create that through the middle. The cabbage, the cooked cabbage.
Yeah, I haven't got the cabbage.
But the thing that's, I think, quite exciting for me about the veg book is there's no standard shapes or standard forms for patterns. So if you think back to the flower book that we looked at this morning, they obviously all share a body shape, they all share a limb shape, much as their heads vary.
Yeah.
But with the veg, it was in some ways the hardest book for me to design.
Because you couldn't have it stuck.
There's no standard form. The legs and the arms unite them because they obviously do have a standard leg and arm if you choose to use those.
The avocado is brilliant because the
it is, yeah. The stone is totally removable, yeah. So you can even make two sides to the avocado with the stone in the middle if you want to. Little baby, but you've got lots of different techniques again. So yeah, why this would be regarded as one of the hardest ones, despite being the smallest ones, is just because you're going to tackle bobbles along the way.
Okay.
So it's still not difficult.
So
I just like to flag that it's a different technique.
So Stephanie says, my partner grows cabbage, cauliflower, broccoli and Brussels sprouts. We'll crochet these for his dusky, mucky office. Brilliant.
Perfect. And all of those ones are in the book, so you've got all the
there you go then.
there.
You've got all of them. I'm just trying to see which ones I've got in my arms.
You've got the garlic. We haven't come to those.
No,
yet,
and we
You've
haven't
got the garlic and the
got
asparagus.
The peas. I love because the peas come out.
Yes, they do. So all the beans and the peas.
Oh no,
those ones are broad beans, but the peas are removable, as are the beans, in exactly the same way. So you can put them to sleep in their pod.
I know, in their little sleeping bags.
Which, if children are playing with them, they obviously absolutely love those ones that are interactive. It's a great way. Here's the peas.
I love that because you'd want to put them in and out of their sleeping bags.
Put them to bed. So yeah, you've got the peas. Then you've got the cauliflower, which I have got here, a very fluffy cauliflower, returning from Malvern Show, this one. So it looks difficult, but actually this is dead easy. So what you're doing is you're doing chain stitches like a sheep.
And it is like the sheep,
exactly like the sheep.
They're nice because you've got one breed of sheep that's really fluffy.
Yeah, so it gives you that texture on the top by doing the chain stitches afterwards. And the nice thing, I guess, is showing the variance in green. So this is the same design. I think we've now got 4 or 5 different greens. So I've tried to make.
Yeah, I guess it just depends what your cauliflower's like.
Yeah.
And it does, and I love this because it does look like a cauliflower.
On
courgettes.
My children hate courgettes. I endlessly grow them. I endlessly just eat them myself.
I love courgettes.
I know, my kids won't eat
Children
them.
don't like them.
I try really
They tend
hard.
to watery and
no, they just don't like them.
Mine don't like them, and they're even grown up.
Yeah. Onto the chili pepper.
Oh no, I've got the carrots. But
yeah, you've got the carrot. Yeah, he was at the beginning. Yeah, the chili's got a curve
love
to it. Yeah.
the chili. I think a lot of people would like.
Yeah,
that
it's a
as well.
great one for people that you know that like to try and show off by having hot
I
sauce
love
and
the
things
curve
like that.
that you've managed to
It's
get
a
on that.
lovely shape. So you're just decreasing on one side while you're increasing on the other, and then you decrease back
wow.
down. So a lovely, simple pattern again, not hard, but it's just gives you a really nice effect.
I've got that because I love that one
Here he
as
is,
well.
yeah.
Look at the sweet corn. And I like the way you've got his jacket.
Yeah, so that's
folded down.
I've tapped this one up here just because we've probably been using it for something photography-wise recently, but you don't need to. They're separate pieces, so you can have it like a little Elvis-style
He's like
collar.
an Elvis jacket. Look
He
at
reminds
his
me of Elvis Presley, the corn on the cob.
His little feet.
And this is a ripened one, but again, corn comes in many, many colours.
Oh,
you
of
even get
course.
multicoloured rainbow corn as well, so I've seen lots of people play with that pattern.
And the
really
bobbles
nicely.
work so well, don't they?
Really
I mean,
nice
he is
texture.
beautiful, isn't he?
Onto your cherry tomatoes.
Yeah, now we have got
Yeah,
those. I've got to find those.
And you can have those on the vine or off the vine. So obviously I've gone for giving you a vine option so you can add them on, but you can have them off the vine if you want to.
You've got to look at those.
And these are without legs. Again, you can opt to put
Well,
them
it's
on
the
legs on
fact
if
that
you
they're
want to.
joined together. I mean, that's just beautiful,
Yeah, so
isn't
they can
it?
walk off in opposite directions.
You'd hang these off a shelf, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Several of them.
Yeah.
And I guess you could make lots and have them all hanging
You could
on.
make them all onto a vine if you wanted to. Yeah, you could do a whole set.
They are delicious.
The bell pepper, so which is that one there.
There we
Yeah.
go. There's the pepper.
Again, a nice, lovely, easy one. So this would be regarded as a total beginner one because all you're doing is you double
okay.
crochet. Yeah.
And I guess you
So a
can go
nice
red, blue, and
big-
green, can't
Yeah.
you, as well?
Yeah, so we had a
orange,
lot
not
of
green.
fun
You get
making
green
them in
ones.
different colours. It really plays into the our
butternut
spectrum of
squash.
naturals and then the brights. So yeah, the butternut squash, another nice easy one. Onto your ochre. This is a hard one because you're using a very different technique around the end. But if you are an advanced crocheter, you'll love a pattern like this. It's very, very satisfying. So they're not just all basic shapes.
Yeah, that
You see
would
what I
be
mean?
quite a nice one to do.
There is
see
a
how
bit of
good-
interest
yeah.
in different detail in them because obviously I had to try and create these corners to create these lovely shapes.
Oh, yeah, because they are very angular,
Angular,
aren't they?
yeah, they are. So pumpkin, great pattern to have for Halloween. You'll be
How
making
big is that
loads
one?
of those. So in a double knit, it's around this size.
Oh, it's
so
a
about
big
a football size.
Oh, it
yeah.
is like pumpkin size
Yeah,
then.
absolutely. So you could use an arrow and a chunky to go even bigger or come down to a 4-ply if you wanted to. And obviously you can embroider this as a jack-o'-lantern if you wanted to. Those eyes you just embroider on.
Yeah,
everything.
and won't rot. Much better than carving a pumpkin.
Absolutely. Broccoli, one of my
I
absolute
think
favourites. I don't
that's
think he's with me. Yeah, I
brilliant.
love the broccoli with his little legs like that. And I know that this is a really popular one with children.
Yeah, because they actually like broccoli.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Never know
Broccoli.
why.
Yeah, and this is quite a nice one for kids to hold on to as well.
Yes.
So I've even seen people use this one as like a baby gift, things like that, because obviously it is one of the first veg that
Yeah,
babies tend to
or
get
butternut
introduced to.
squash. That's one of the first ones they eat, isn't it?
Onto the garlic.
I've got the garlic.
That's
Perfect.
a lovely one for chefs, people
For
that like
chefs.
cooking. Yeah.
And French people.
Yeah. A lovely mascot in the kitchen, though. I know
It is.
Quite a nice one to sit on your kitchen shelf is a little onion.
Yeah,
A
it is,
little
isn't it? It's
garlic
just
like
like the
that.
garlic, or you could make the garlic and the onion be nice
And sit
together,
as a
wouldn't
pair.
they?
Yeah.
He is gorgeous. I don't know, it's weird, isn't it? The vegetables are boys and the fruit flowers are girls, and I've no
The
idea.
chard we saw before, we saw it in the
Yes.
beetroot yarn. So this is, I guess, a more unusual shape, 2 pieces that you put together. But again, another really fun one. Sits up very much like a character. It's got a flat bottom, so they'll all sit up really nicely on a shelf. And this is in my garden. These are very big and unruly right now. And then finally, we're at the end of the
That's
year,
sort
and I
of
had to put the
Christmas.
Brussels sprout, because of Christmas. I put
Yeah.
it right at the end of the year. So there's your Brussels sprout.
And that's a lovely thing to make someone funny who doesn't like sprouts.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely. And again, it's got the legs on, but you can take the legs off. You can even use a 4-ply. You can make them to hang on your tree. Once you've got the pattern, obviously you
Yes.
can get really, really
Christmas,
creative.
oh
with
yeah,
them.
they'd be brilliant. Or hang them off Christmas parcels, little gift tags.
Then this is a lovely illustration to really show you all the sewing up. So it shows you how they're constructed, just so that you can consider whether you want the legs or not. So that's the shapes with all the legs.
Oh, we've got a couple of images from customers. Morning, lovelies. Kerry, your books are amazing. I've been hooked for years, but the veggies are super. Mine live on the stairs, so I can see them every day. And the flowers live in the hall from Babs in Southall.
Oh, they look fantastic. Honestly, so good. Such a range of all the different
I
vegetables.
love the fact
I
she's
love
got
it.
vegetables all up her stairs.
Why not? Yeah.
There we go. Morning, both. Here are a few of my vegetables I did recently. Sue from Tamworth. Oh, I
they look
like your
fantastic, Sue.
sprout.
I love it, yeah. And you've got a kohlrabi in there as well, which I like to see. That one's not in the book. Yep. And the curly kale in the back. Oh, they look fabulous.
There, I am very tempted to start sprouts for Christmas now.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to do that as a crafter, I think. Start as early as you possibly
Yes,
can.
because you always leave it too late like I do. Look at the carrot. I love it. Right, the price, £25 for the book. Now, you're getting, it says 30, but it's 31 because that includes the potato.
Yes, it does.
It's 31. Love the potato. 31 patterns, very, very inspiring. This could be your first ever crochet book. This could be your 10th ever crochet book. It really doesn't matter either way. Now, we have got a bundle of purple yarns.
So that's in the trug.
In the trug, which I started emptying out.
It's all right. I think everything's still in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I put them back in. So this price we're going to reduce as well.
So the big thing for me was to introduce this beetroot colour for this book, and that's why I've put this little bundle together, is this was the colour that we definitely didn't have in the Toft.
Right, yeah, no dogs in purple.
Yeah, it was with this lovely, really, really deep earthy red. And for me, lots and lots of veg do come in this colour because you do get a big range of vegetables in it. So in the bundle, you'll get 100 grams of the beetroot. And one thing I really I don't often get to show off, but I'm really proud of, and so should the team be that illustrate this, is all of these special yarn labels. So when it's a skeined Toft yarn rather than a wool, they're actually illustrated labels as well that go with the whole range. So that's illustrated beetroots. The other two hand dyes that we've got on the show, there's strawberries and there's raspberries on those as well. So I'll make
That's
sure I point
beautiful.
those out.
You need to keep the
it
tag,
is.
don't you?
We design these with the idea that people will keep them, the tags. We don't think you should, throw them away. You should keep them and keep them forever. So purple bundle-wise, you're going to get 100 grams of the beetroot, you're going to get 100 grams of the green, and then you're actually going to get patterns for the rainbow chard, the beetroot, the red onion, and the carrot. Now, all of these are in the book in terms of patterns, but you will actually get them individually printed as well. So you could just, if this is your spectrum, and you look at this and you think, actually, I really like these deep earthy tones together, then you don't even need to get the book. You could just get this bundle and you'd be able to hook your way through.
Now, we're reducing the price of this one to £52, which is fantastic, because you do get purple carrots, don't you?
Oh, yeah, you do get purple
And when
carrots,
you boil them, the water goes...
Yes, it does. They go a
purple.
very strange colour. And when you roast them, they go even stranger colour. Yeah. Look great. And then when you try and feed them, you think it's going to be novelty with the kids, and then they're like, why is it this colour? And you're like, oh, yeah, maybe this one.
Yeah, maybe this one. But they look nice. So you'll get in this... the purple, what's it called? This
beetroot.
Beetroot
yeah, it is.
Colour.
It's the namesake from the front cover of the book. So you'll get 100 grams of the beetroot and then 100 grams of the green.
And then you will get the patterns for all of these. Yep. And don't forget, anyone who buys anything today, in this hour, will get the snail stitch marker worth £8 for free. That's a great set, actually.
It's just a great place to start. That if you're going to go for the book as well, you've then got the two colours that probably characterise this book.
Yeah, so it's quite nice that if you're buying the book and you think, well, as soon as I get the book, I want to get going.
Yeah.
You've got the green.
And you can start, at the very least, you can start with the one on the cover, which is the beetroot.
Exactly. Yeah. You can make the beetroot. I love the red onion. It's lovely. Right, yeah, so the cards for the instructions for the vegetables aren't actually in the photo that's on the website.
No, they are.
But you will
they
get
are
them.
actually here. I think they're just underneath that shelf.
They are here.
Yep.
But they're just not. Oh, just dropped Milton.
So you will also get included the 4 individual postcard patterns. Now, obviously, these will be in their original colours that they were in, but all of these vegetables do come in purple varieties, so you can make them from the beetroot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the onion is the same as the red onion.
It's all exactly the same pattern. It's just made in a different colour. So you'll get all 4 postcard patterns there.
Brilliant. That's a great offer. £52 and all that. Move the carrot. Tomatoes getting confused. All of those yarns and all of the patterns as well. That's a great offer. Particularly if you've bought the book as well. Right. Let's talk about crochet markers. I'll just put these away because you've got some new.
We have. So because we're going garden themed, for those of you that do love gardening and you love crochet, these are a set of centralisers or stitch markers, however you choose to use them, and they are garden themed. And this is what I love to amuse myself with when I'm crocheting vegetables and flowers, because they obviously are completely garden themed. Now, when we talk about how to use them, a lot of people will use a marker like this when they are marking their end of round. So you can absolutely do that.
Love the photo.
You can put it in, you can take it out, you can put it back in, so you keep track of where you are in your pattern. Or what I tend to use them for is for marking shaping to do with sewing up. So this is a peony flower here. And as I've been making the body, and all of this information is in the book, it will say to add a marker to a particular point in your crochet, and that then becomes the tummy when you sew it up.
And these are different to the free snail one.
They are. I didn't want to do a repeat. So obviously you're going to get your snail free anyway, But if you're someone that really likes shiny things, like
They
me,
are really
and you like
shiny.
things like this in your project bag, these are custom made. They are Toft ones. Like they're not generic
No,
at all.
they've got
They're
Toft printed on the back
absolutely
of
made.
them.
Yeah, they're absolutely made for us. They are Toft stitch markers that will sit alongside your gardening themed things in your project bag. Because certain patterns, all the flowers definitely will have marking the tummies in, but some of the veg will also have marking points that you use. So say on the avocado, you'll sometimes put markers into the edge so that when you crochet the two pieces together, you marry the markers up.
Oh,
so
okay.
there's a few points in the different patterns where these are a really useful tool to have in your project bag.
And you know what? If you just use a few of them, if you've got somebody who loves gardening, these are lovely to put on
Lovely
your keys or
individual.
something.
Yeah, a
aren't
lot
they?
of people do that. Obviously you don't even have to use them as a stitch marker.
No,
like that. They're
in
just
fact, they
garden-themed
fit nicely on the end of a
charms.
zip,
Yeah,
don't they?
they do.
If you've got like a little zip case. They are beautiful. £48 for all of them. And you get the free snail as well. And they are lovely because they're, you know, you've had them made specially for you. I love the fact they're so brass and shiny with the little green enamels on
Yeah, a
them.
touch of green and a touch of black. So you've got your watering can, your pots, obviously your trowel, your fork, the seedling growing, and that is the symbol for a beginner from the book, so that all matches up nicely, and then your secateurs.
It's beautiful. It all comes beautifully together, doesn't it?
I really enjoy it. This makes me very happy.
Yeah, no, that would make me
making
very-
flowers
Yeah.
and vegetables and using one of those from your project bag. And if you're sitting in the garden doing it, I mean, it's
Well,
so
like
perfect,
you were saying to me earlier, the time of year, you know, our traditional time when we're knitting and crocheting is in the autumn, winter.
absolutely.
But in the spring, summer, this is when you can do smaller.
This is when you can do smaller, faster things, projects like this, where you're not going to get hot, because making blankets in the summer is not the one for me. I mean, making blankets in the winter I struggle with because I get so hot. But yeah, lovely, quick projects. You can take a seat, and be inspired by
Also,
it.
really good when you go on holiday. I always like to take something small. And a crochet project is ideal for holiday because you only need the one tool.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I always do is forget the stuffing, though. So if you are going on holiday, do make sure you pack your stuffing, because so many times I've forgotten the stuffing.
And then you can't finish it off. But it's nice, particularly if you get one of the kits because they've got the pattern in them. It's a very good holiday project.
It absolutely is. Like, it's such a small little self-contained project that you can.
There's
pop
hours in a bag.
And you can fly with it too. That is worth mentioning.
Yes,
like,
I've
you can
always
fly
flown
with the
with-
crochet
yeah.
hooks. I mean, I've flown sometimes with like 40
Yeah.
in my bag. And they take them out and look at them. You can.
Yeah,
fly
you
with
can
them,
always
so,
fly with a crochet hook. Right, we just need to recap the damselflyer moment because it's super popular, so don't want anyone to miss out. Now, in the kit, you get all the yarn. Again, nice holiday project.
Yeah, you do. Lovely
All the
summer.
yarn
to make
for
both.
two, and the eyes to make 2 damselfly. Oh, you get the pattern as well, obviously. You'll need a 3mm crochet hook, and you will need some stuffing, but we have that. If you have a look on the website, we've got the Toft versions there for you. What haven't we? There's a few we haven't done.
I think your monstera's.
Yeah.
He's actually fallen asleep in there out of his pot, is why.
Okay. Oh, and we have to do the worm again. But these are beautiful, aren't they? I love these. I guess you could put wire. Oh, this one's got wire.
You could
in.
wire, and this one's wired, yeah. So we often wire things when we're photographing them, which is why the wire
Yeah,
is useful.
that's
Again,
basic.
if you're going to give them to a child, don't put the wire in. But they will. That's why that one's a little bit more floppy. But that said, you also could sew it to make it stiffer if you want to. The way that this kind of design is done is you're making these almost like individual beads, and then you thread them up onto a necklace. That's how it's done as a structure.
Of course.
Yeah.
Which is why they have that, but it makes it more realistic, doesn't it? Right, worm, Milton worm, just going to bring him back. Now, well over half of the worm has gone. This is brilliant for a beginner. Just £10 for the kit. What I love about the idea when you said about for a bookworm or a reading worm or to have in school or a nice little gift for someone who you know loves reading.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just got
funny.
so much character. He's just funny, yeah. It really is funny. It's such an easy make. And what he's actually got the true saddle in there of an earthworm as well. So I've obviously tried to be quite particular about things like that. So it has got that true saddle of an earthworm sitting in it.
What is that for? Is it just like part of its body?
I think that's where its organs are, yeah.
Oh, is it?
I believe. I mean, don't quote me on that. Sometimes I speak like an expert. I am a crocheter. I'm not a biologist. I do some research by I'm not a biologist.
Yeah, no, I have never, but they do
I think
have
that's what it
bit.
is. But basically, you will get your 25 grams of peony, which is obviously that classic colour. You're going to get your modelling wire, and that's what I've done here, is obviously without the wire, you wouldn't be able to position it. It will still curve round, but it won't quite stay in the same place. Whereas what I've done in the top half of him there is I've added that modelling wire in, and that means that you can really position him as you want to.
But without the wire, he's a lovely gift for a child, isn't he? Because he's just nice to hold.
Absolutely, and it's lovely and textured. So what you're actually doing here is you're double crocheting the whole length of the worm, really, really easy, and then you're just slip stitching in between those rounds. So do you see how that's what that's all that texture is you just go around slip stitching the detail on. So again, really easy, not difficult pattern. One of the things that I love about him feature-wise is his eyelids. I think it gives him so much little.
I thought they were eyebrows, but they are his little.
They're just little embroidered, hardly any stitches to create
and
a
his
character
little
like this.
smile.
And again, it has a video, so there is a video that goes with it that will show you how to add.
So
not
if you
just
want
this texture,
to do
but
your
also
first
sewing it.
ever crochet, make
Milton would be a good one.
Gorgeous. Yeah. You will need the 3mm crochet hook, which we do have, the Toft one, and that's what's used for all of them. Right, let's do the cheese plant, Monstera.
Right, so it's just fallen out of its pot now. This kit does also come with a pot, so you will get a pot to display it in as well.
So this is not in any, but none of the house plants are in the books.
No, so the house plants sit separate.
This is your cheese plant, Monstera.
Yep.
Now, loads of you have actually already checked out. Mind you, I had a look this morning and I saw them and I thought, no, I really like that one because it's just a classic plant.
It is.
Loads
It's a plant that a lot
had.
of us have in our house, for better or for worse.
And we're going to reduce the price as well. Wow. So we're going to take £5 off.
Wow.
And £27. No, sorry, £4 off. £27.99. £27.99. Now, so in this kit, you get the pot as well.
Yes, you do. So you get 100 grams of green, and that is in a 100-gram ball. So you will get the whole ball.
That is the right colour. It's amazing.
Yeah, it
well,
is.
obviously, but I know when you've got, because we've got the real plant there.
And and again, I think it is to do, well, I know it is, not think. I know it's to do with the fact that we fibre dye and then we spin it as a colour. So this isn't cream yarn that's been dyed green. The way that Toft coloured yarns are manufactured is we actually dye the fibre to the green colour and then we spin it as a green. And that's what gives you that real depth of colour that you don't see in the
it is a very... and it's not like a depth, like strong. It's just
it gives you shadow. Yeah, it means
more
that when you
intense,
see that
isn't it?
twist, it's much more intense because it obviously is right the way through that yarn. It's not that it's darker on the outside. So you'll get a pot to display it in, and that then means that when you sit it on your shelf, you can pop it in there, and then you can hang these over the edge.
And I love the I mean, they are.
They are, and this one
so accurate.
Yeah, sat in my car and curled up slightly overnight. But obviously, if you do decide to steam or block them, if you are, obviously, I know a lot of you are perfectionists and sewers out there with the show that we're doing today. If you just block those or steam them,
then
they'll absolutely open up as flat stitches. They're intended to be accurate to the Monstera leaf, so you are crocheting right the way around. It's not that you're doing lots of sewing, you do it in one piece, leaving
Right,
those
and
holes
they
behind.
really are. I mean, look at that, look how accurate it is.
And then there is a video on that too, so that's worth mentioning. There is a video that again goes with that. So whenever you get a pattern like this and you think, oh dear, there's a lot of code, there is a video that will go with it. This one I've even provided a diagram for the leaves because I know some people do prefer the graphics. Not something that you see very often in a Toft pattern really is graph charts like this. You don't need that. It's not that you haven't got the words. You have got the words.
Sometimes it's nice to have both.
There's that bit extra, and then there's also the video. So it's quite a nice way of skilling up, going way beyond the double crochet stitch because you're trying something a little bit different.
Love the fact the pot comes in. I think that's a great price, £27.99. You get the pot, and it looks like a pot in an old shed, like a proper pot.
It's made from coconut coir, so it's made from the husks around coconuts.
But it gives it that sort of old pot look. It's beautiful. And you get the free stitch marker worth £8, which is a snail, which you could just attach to him, actually. Now, if you weren't with us in the first hour at 9 o'clock, Kerry also had another houseplant. Now, I'm thinking these would make a wonderful set, wouldn't they?
Absolutely would.
So the other houseplant is the prayer plant, which also has a fashion name.
It's the Maranta fascinator, technically.
Maranta
fascinator. It is a prayer plant. And this one, I've put myself out there and said that it is one of my all-time Toft favourite plants.
And they do look lovely.
Yeah.
So if you, I think for gifting, or, you know, if you wanted to have them on a couple of shelves in your home, how nice to have 2 houseplants together.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's with the real ones or not.
Yeah. And the good thing about it, because this one was in the 9 o'clock hour, this is 11, you'll get 2 stitch markers. If you bought both of them now, you'll get the moth stitch marker with this one and the snail stitch marker with that one.
Absolutely will. It's a much bigger kit, this, so you're getting a lot more yarn with the Maranta Fascinator compared to the first one. So you will get your 100 grams of green, but you'll also get then 50 grams of magenta, which is that hot pink, and you'll get 25 grams of the lime. You'll also get your eye threads like you would with the other, but you get those 2 meters of modelling wire. So there's a lot more in this kit, versus that other one.
Yes, because I guess that needs it, whereas the cheese plant is sort of more drapey, isn't it? But it's drapey.
Yeah, it's drapey. You could wire it though if you wanted to.
Yeah, if you bought both of them, you'll get more, you'll have extra wire, you could even wire it. But it is more of a drapey plant, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's vines that fall rather than, so you could fall it off a shelf, whereas this one, you can absolutely arrange however you want it to be. So whether you want to put it in a pot or whether you just want to sit it up, because they will all sit up as well, it means that you can position those leaves exactly as you want them to be, so it looks like a real houseplant.
It's great, isn't it? It's the fact because it's like a head with all these bits coming out of it. It's gorgeous.
So yeah, you've got what you're doing. I try to stick to a kind of standard monster shape when I do them. So you've got 2 arms effectively, but one arm has an extra hand. So one arm with 2 hands.
Yeah, so it has sort of got arms.
It has still
legs.
got the same shape, yeah, which is why I think also children still really enjoy them because they're like monsters. They're not just
You're gonna have to do a houseplants book, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got it. They're quite hard. I'll be honest. The houseplants are quite hard because a lot of them are a lot of kind of surface texture and detail like this. So working out how to get it right, how to make it symmetrical is quite a challenge as well with this style of crochet. So I'm working my way through.
So the making is easy, it's the designing that's the problem.
It's designing that's really, and that's with a lot of them that actually you'd think that the vegetables, some people think that the vegetables would be easy for me to design because of their shapes being quite open and round. Yeah. But in a lot of ways, it's harder to capture what they are.
Well, things like the chilli, where it curves, you couldn't do a red carrot.
No, you couldn't. So that's what, I think that's what's really fun is I've done all the hard work design-wise, but actually it's really, really hard with these often to capture them. But the patterns, when you then get them, are simple.
Well, there you go, exactly, because you've done the hard work. I'm going to recap the hyacinth. So this we did at 9 o'clock because it's a fabulous kit because it comes with the vase.
It does.
Now, this should have been £40, but we took £6 off this one, so it's $33.99. In the kit for this one, you get...
So you get 50 grams of the lime, and then you get 50 grams of the hyacinth. I'm just going to take this off to show you. So this is what your bouquet will be wrapped with, but that is actually what the vase would then look like. That's how it will come. That's the thread off the bouquet wrapping. So it'll come wrapped in a bouquet with your 50 grams of lime.
Is it this one?
And yes, it's that one, yeah. And your 50 grams of your hyacinth.
So when you buy it, it will look like this, which it's like a proper present, which you can give to somebody as the kit, or you can make it, put it back in, so keep all the packaging and give it to them gift wrapped.
Yep, absolutely. And it will then come with the vase. And the vase fits all of them. So obviously it will fit your hyacinth, but all the plants and all the flowers have the same shape tummies and bodies. And so that means that you can fit them all inside the vases. So you could even put your house plants inside the vase if you wanted to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they all fit interchangeably.
Oh.
So that's what's quite fun about them, is it's just a great way of displaying the things that you've crocheted. Yeah.
And they're just charming, aren't they?
Yeah. Fun.
Just charming things.
Designed to make you smile.
Well, exactly, especially with their little faces. That's why you need to have the faces. But that's beautiful. Love that one. The flower book.
Now that might have been tidied up very well.
No,
I know where it is. Yeah.
No, I've got it. I can see it on the trolley. We tied it. There was so much. Some of it had to be put away, didn't there? We were just filled with fruit and vegetables and flowers and bugs and animals and all sorts. So if you weren't with us in the first hour, this is Alexandra's garden. So they are a wonderful pair. Because there's the flowers and there's the vegetables.
And they were designed as a pair, so they do work in parallel really nicely.
Yes, they work so well together, don't they? So the flowers, now there are 31 in here because you have the practice flower, which is actually a bulb. So let's just have a quick go through these.
So like the other one, it's actually arranged by seasons rather than difficulty. So you'll be starting at the beginning of the year, but there is a symbol that indicates beginner projects too. So whether you're a beginner or advanced, you can
And it's the same symbol as well?
Yeah, it's the same symbol across both books.
So £25 for the book. The practice bulb, same as the practice potato.
Yeah.
And then the projects, and we start, this is almost like your calendar, isn't it? January is all
It
the
is, and I
winter
know a lot of
equinox.
people that are crocheting their way through it, so they've set off in the
are they?
season. Like right now, I guess, well, we're just past tulip season, haven't we? So right now, in terms of the book, we're about, my alliums are about to
Yeah,
come
and
out.
I guess it doesn't need to be by month, does it? Because they're not, they just,
and
when
it's
they start
different
coming
in every
out.
territory. So yeah, you could basically turn to here.
And my alliums are just.
And then keep going through the rest of the book. Yeah.
You can start wherever you want, and then you've got the whole season. You can have them all sitting up your stairs. I absolutely love the snowdrop. It makes me think of a rabbit, which sort of works.
Just
with
a
its
really
droopy,
classic droopy ears.
beautiful. Love the snowdrop, and they've all been photographed at the right time of year as well. There we go. All of these flowers. Anyway, so daffodil. I'm just flicking quite fast. We won't get through it all. So that's all the. Look at the rose. I love the rose. So that's the fruit one. What did you want me to do next? The strawberry sundae yarn.
So the two hand-dyed yarns. So we've got Strawberry Sundae and we've got Raspberry Ripple. And as I mentioned earlier, these are actually going to be discontinued by Toft. So we've dyed our final skeins of these batches. We're not going to dye them again, so don't miss out. These are the illustrated labels I mentioned before. So yeah, you've got strawberries and raspberries on these ones to go with that, the beetroots that we had on the other one. And included with the skeins, you will get 2 free patterns. So you've got 100 grams of yarn.
You've even got a diagram of what to do. Do not knit, crochet, crochet.
Do not crochet from the skein, and I speak from experience.
So
where you try and cut that corner, and it never
I've
pays
done
off.
that, and you think you can unravel it.
Oh, you think you can do it. Of course you do. So included with the skeins, you will get 2 patterns with each colourway. So with the Strawberry Sundae, you will get the fuchsia.
Look.
And then you will actually also get Cameron the Parrot.
Because they work beautifully in this yarn.
They do, and it's just to emphasise, really, if you are a knitter and you're sitting there watching, it doesn't have to just be for crochet, this yarn, at all. It is a pure wool, it's in a double knit weight. If pink's your colour, you could decide to knit a hat with it.
It is really soft, it's just gorgeous. But you get, so 2 patterns, 1 skein of yarn for £28. It's a fantastic deal. The other colour is
the raspberry ripple. Yep, so this one is a bit more blocky rather than speckly, based on a cream base. And here you're going to be able to make the petunia and the
you've got the
ranunculus. And the petunia's here, but I don't know where the ranunculus ran off to. But just to show it in cake form, oh no, it's here, I've got it here. This is, I'm actually crocheting with this one at the moment. So when you take your skein, this one has actually been machine caked, but you'll do it by hand to roll it into a ball before you start crocheting with it. And the nice thing is, with the 100-gram skein, you're going to be able to make quite a few different flowers. So if you go for the book, you can play it into lots of different designs. You can use it as touches of detail. You don't have to commit to all the petals being it. So you could do it the other way around even and have the hand dye on the contrasting pieces.
Fabulous. That's wonderful. Right, the last thing we're going to do, we never run out of time, is the stitch markers, just to go back over them. Remember, anything that you buy in the items from this hour, you will get the free snail marker. Anything from the first hour is the moth marker. But if you buy anything in this hour that was originally featured in the first hour, you get, so I know it's complicated.
It's complicated, but
it was the only way to do it.
It was the way to do it. So it means that, yes, if you've bought from both, I don't know where they've been tidied to.
What did we do with them?
Did I magpie them away into my project bag? I mean, I sometimes do things like that.
Oh,
there they are. They're
under
hiding
the
just
cheese.
under
Well,
there.
that's my
There we
fault, because I put the cheese plant there. So these are the stitch markers for the vegetables. Well, they can be used for the fruit or the vegetables, to be honest. They're gardening.
They're garden-themed stitch markers that just mean that you'll be able to enjoy them matching your project. So you're going to get all 6 different designs.
And you'll get the snail free.
You'll get the snail free, and you've got secateurs, you've got seedlings, you've got forks.
Julie said these could be charms for a bracelet.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They absolutely could. That is something that it's been on my radar for a long time, Julie, and I haven't quite got round to sorting it out, is, having something big enough that you could just clip them on. It would even be practical as a tool bracelet, because obviously then you can clip them on, use them and put them back on.
I mean, you've done them as on key rings.
Yeah, we have got a keeper that goes on your project bag that you can save them on as well.
Yeah, that's true. Earrings. Could be nice earrings. Well, you wouldn't get that bit through, but put that, how cool.
You could hang it off a hoop, actually. They'd probably go straight onto mine.
They would be
They probably would go straight onto mine.
I think you should just hang them off your hoops. That would be lovely. Well, thank you so much, Kerry. It's been a joy, as always. I hope you're really inspired by these. Have a look. If you've not crocheted before, this is a great way to start. They're just charming. I think it's nice to work with great quality yarn, great quality products and packaging, and it just makes the whole experience more enjoyable.
Enjoyable, and that's what it's about, is have some fun. It's supposed to be light-hearted.
Absolutely.
Who thought you'd want to make an earthworm?
Who knew? Yes, but we do. when are you back with us?
I haven't got a set date right now, but I
Okay.
presume it will probably be either 2 weeks or a month's time.
Fantastic. Well, let's hope it's on a Monday. Although luckily I've got a Wednesday today. It's been wonderful. Please do check out your baskets. I will be back with Paul in a few minutes' time for more manager specials. Thank you so much,
Thank you very
Kerry.
much. Love to see you.
And we'll see you again soon. And I'll see you again in a few minutes' time.
Sewing Street managers, get ready for kick-off! On Monday, our full team of Galacticos are bringing you the best deals.
On Tuesday, I'll be making more great savings.
And then on Wednesday, I'll be scoring some great deals.
I haven't got time for this. I'll see you on Thursday.
And it's extra time and penalties with me on Friday.
So tune in this week for manager specials.
That's a red card! Ah!
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
And welcome back to Sewing Street and to Paul. Final hour of Paul's special appearance on Manager Specials. Might never be again.
Back to the office for the next 3 or 4 months.
Office, yeah. Back to phone calls. Bye. Sell.
Absolutely.
So we have had some fantastic deals. If you've been with me since 8 o'clock, you will know all the wonderful things we've had. Some of them, a lot of them have sold out, to be fair. This is the best deal. This is the best deal. This is the best saving. Because this is £500.
I had a quick look. It's not totally exhaustive. I don't think we've ever done a £500 plus saving.
Wow. So this is amazing. This sewing machine, the 720 Pro, which is the one I have, should be £1,999. But Paul is taking £500 off that today. Plus, you get a 5-year warranty, which is worth absolutely loads. Well, we think over £100, don't we?
Yes, yeah. So you're talking best part of £600 reduction in total.
It's a fantastic machine. It's a semi-industrial machine. It is a workhorse. It has a fantastic motor, loads and loads of features, different features depending on what you want. It comes with loads of accessories. It comes with a walking foot, which is brilliant. It comes with lots of different feet. So you've got the 1/4-inch foot. You've got 3 free motion feet that you can use for quilting or an embroidery. It comes with an extension table, which is brilliant, particularly when you're doing quilting. It has a knee lift. It has loads and loads of decorative stitches. Just so much stuff.
Congratulations to all those customers who've already checked out on it.
Yeah. I mean, it is a considered purchase, isn't it?
It is. It's a considered purchase, which is why we haven't made it a one-day special. So you have got until midnight tomorrow night, so Friday night. If you leave it till Saturday, you're too late. So it's for Manager Special Week only. It's for today and tomorrow, so Scott will have it on as well. So if you do need to think about it, sleep on it, that type of thing, which is totally understandable, the deal will still be there tomorrow, but it won't be there on Saturday.
You will only have to pay £3.95 P&P, which is amazing, isn't it, when you think of the weight of the machine, to be honest. And it will be dispatched directly to you from Elna, and it's very fast.
Also available on split pay as well. So if this is what you want, but you haven't quite got the budget this month, then you're just paying just under £300 for the next 5 months.
And you only pay one payment. Now, it's completely interest-free. It doesn't cost you any more, and it's optional. Some people prefer to pay it all up front, and some people not. We've got all of the features. If you are thinking about it, if you've got any questions, please do ask. You can always ask me on Facebook, to be honest, because I use mine day in, day out. I'm happy to answer your questions. It is a considered purchase. Mine was a considered purchase, but never look back. Anyway, if you want to save yourself over £500, and that is only going to last till tomorrow, then it's a great machine. Right, let's talk about the overlocker, because we had a little deal on that one as well. I'm going to just move the sewing machine out of the way. There we go. Sorry, just dropping the threads. Right, the overlocker. Right, so this would normally be £559. I've knocked the front bit off that one. £559. But the price today?
$399.
That is amazing price, isn't it? So
yep. And again, we're adding on the additional warranty, so it's a 5-year warranty for a 664 Pro. The clue's in the title, so it's a decent, it's a decent quality.
Well, we had
machine.
Adam on yesterday, and we got him to demonstrate it, and he loved it. It's great. It's a great overlocker, and it is the next machine. If you are, whether you're a dressmaker or a home sewer, it's the next thing. This is what means you can sew stretch knits. It means that you can finish seam allowances without any fraying. Even if you're a home sewer and you just want to finish the seam allowances like inside a cushion cover, lovely to do it with an overlocker. But it is a considered purchase because it's the next one. But if you're going to do it at this price.
Absolutely, this might make a considered purchase into an impulse purchase
at
this price.
I know, and I do think if you're going to buy yourself an overlocker, it means that you enjoy your sewing. Get yourself something of decent quality, whenever people say, what machine should I buy? Just say, just buy something of decent quality because otherwise it will let you down.
I mean, 5-way split play as well on something at only £3.99.
Yeah, £79.80 a month. That's interest-free if you want to spread the cost. Entirely up to you, though. I think it's a great way to do it. And it will sew, cut and finish, or it will just finish if you want to. So it will do the seams and finish them like when you're sewing a t-shirt. Or if you just want to finish off the seam allowances, you just sew on the edge of it and then it will finish the seam allowance. It's got all of those different stitches, so you can disengage the blades if you don't want to do the cutting. But it's got all of those stitches as well. It's a lovely machine. Lovely.
Again, the offer on this will close at close of business Friday, so midnight Friday. It's a manager special for manager special week only.
Right, and we're not going to be having that.
So Saturday and Sunday, you're too late.
If we've not sold out of them by then anyway.
Well, that's the other question about being too late, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, anyway, I'll leave you to think about that. Again, do put questions on the fans page. They're all of you out there, you're the ones who've got him. You're probably the best at answering. Whenever I see anyone put questions on the fans page, everyone answers because they all know, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Amazing. Right, I'll move this to one side. So we've got another little offer from you here.
Well, from time to time, we have our Moda scrap bags, or Lucky Dips, to give them, I think, the name that we give them, because then I think scraps is being a little unfair. Because if we take...
So, how much have we got in here?
227 grams.
Right.
It might have a more rounded number if we did it in imperial, but I don't know what that number would be. But it's
okay.
227 grams, so...
Now, they are random. You won't know what you're going to get in there, other than there'll be 227 grams.
There'll be strips.
And it will be Moda, and it will be strips.
It'll be strips. They're 2.5, 3 inch, some of them 3.5 inch. Some have the selvage, some of them don't have selvage. They're either from the same collection or a similar collection.
Half a pound.
There you go. So they're colour coordinated as opposed to, you know, our normal scrap bags.
I mean, this one is all like autumnal Halloween prints.
Yeah.
This one is all... Now, this is all Christmassy. Now, the price for this, our scrap bags...
Normally £24.99. We sell those day in, day out. But we bought in a large volume.
Right.
Larger than we've ever bought before.
OK.
And we're down to our last 50 as well.
Right.
And these are at £17.99.
Wow. That's not bad. £7 saving.
And again, you've got the selvage on a lot of these.
Yeah, so you know they're Moda. They'll all come in that little bag. And what's quite nice is that you're getting a very, very good value fabric. But not only that, you're getting inspiration. Only 40 left. When you get your scrap bag, think, well, I'm going to make something with this based on the colours I've got.
Absolutely.
20 left, 20 left.
You'd be able to do a jelly roll type of project.
Yeah, definitely. Make a nice tote bag because you just join them all together in one go. Use them to bind things, join them all together. Lovely for binding. £17.99. Yeah, they're about to sell out, so we'll have to go. Right, now, unfortunately, we all have a lot of fabric and equipment and things, so we need to store them in something. So we've got, this is a very nice bag, actually.
I think it's practical.
Like this one?
I've said before, we search for storage solutions, whether that's hard cases, whether that's storage cases, but this is a glorified laundry bag. But better than that, it's got 3 separate compartments.
This is fabulous.
By the time you flattened it out.
Yeah, once you open it out, can you see? Oh, you see on the overhead. Look. So it's like a retro Apple design, but then it's got compartments in it. So this is brilliant.
So we thought it would make a good stash bag.
Yeah.
And so you could put your brights into one, your pastels into another.
Yes.
You could sort by colour, you could sort by fabric type. So you put your cottons into one, your fleeces into another. So there's...
It'd be nice to keep wadding in as well, because wadding is so bouncy and big. It'd be nice to put it here. But also, you could take this shopping when you go to fairs and things.
Absolutely.
It folds up quite small.
We haven't got many of these left, but I do want to clear the space in the warehouse. So we're going to do a silly price. We're going to go to £4.99.
No.
Yep, so better than half price.
I mean, also brilliant for laundry. Put this, out on the landing.
Technically, that's what they are. Same as some of the other big stash bags. They're technically shopping bags. But if they're the right size to be able to put a folded
But they, that's what I'm thinking. £4.99. Get yourself a few. They'd be great to take shopping, even to the supermarket. Put them in the trolley. keeps all your bottles up. You could have one for your laundry, one to take to fairs, one to store all your fabric. Wadding would be a brilliant thing because it's so bulky, isn't it? It'd be a really great thing to store in there.
Absolutely.
$4.99. Silly, that is silly.
And it folds up really small. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fold it.
I know, it
up
was hard
small,
enough to
but
open. And it's got nice carry handles as well.
I will put that to one side.
Right. Now, I'm amazed we've got any of this left. You have to do that so you know
Put it down gently, love.
No, so you can see the weight of it.
So I was very envious when Hayley made sure she'd got the calico bolts on her show.
She did. So when you bought this,
yes.
How did you, did you think I'm going to buy bolts or did you buy it to be cut?
Barry does the negotiations on this.
Oh,
so this is all credit to Barry. So what we discovered was we sell hundreds and thousands of metres of calico.
Right.
And people weren't buying a half-metre unit or even a metre unit, or they were buying them in big denominations, in big increments. So we initially thought, why don't we try and sell the bolts?
Yeah, why not?
Kind of makes sense. Absolutely, saves a lot of work in the warehouse. But it's nice for a customer. They can use it for dressmaking. They can use it for backing on quilts. It's a multi-use. So long as we can get the price point so that a customer can afford it and invest in this, then it's worth doing. And so that's where the theory came from. And then Hayley, obviously being Hayley, decided we'll also discount it as well. So that's why that's what we've done.
Oh, and there's only 10 left.
Down at $99.99.
Wow, and it is absolutely brilliant. You must have bought so many bolts in this.
Some of our suppliers are very friendly with us on the amount that we're spending with them currently.
But also, this is a good calico because this is a pre-washed calico, pre-shrunk calico. So it's quilting weight. So if you want to use it as the background fabric for a quilt, I've used it a lot with red and with blue. It looks beautiful together. But it's a nice quality. Yeah,
the washing instructions are on the website. So if you put in the code into the website, you'll get the details. Because even though it's pre-shrunk, you still get a 5% shrinkage or something else, which is quite normal. But it is pre-shrunk, which takes out, I think, 10 or 15% of the shrink.
It's quite a lot, because cotton fabric's normally about 3%. And it's interesting, because the other day Barry had said to me, he had some calico, he goes, should we get this? And I went, no, don't like that, because this is the right stuff.
Split pay on it as well, so split over 2 months. So if it is a bit of an investment, at least you've got the option to split pay as well. Saving
£24.50, actually it's a bit more than that we worked out. But we've got more if you've got it in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So let's talk about designer block.
Let's talk about a designer block.
So we've been doing the designer block quilts. This is the 3rd year now, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah. So we've done this for Festival of Quilts. You can buy the block and it comes with all the printed strips and some plain and the instructions. And then what we're asking you to do is design your own quilt block. The size of it is on here, it's 12.5 inches square. And then we will choose 12 winners. And the quilt will then, those blocks will be made into a quilt and displayed at the Festival of Quilts. And any of the 12 winners will also have £100 credited to their Sewing Street account.
Absolutely. So here, chosen at random is some of the entries we've had for this year.
So it's £5.99 for the panel. They won't necessarily be winners. So 14th of June, your block needs to be back in. But it's quite nice to see a little selection.
Yeah, and we allow customers to add a little bit from their stash, so long as it keeps with the essence of our...
Yeah, as long as it's mainly the blue, because otherwise our quilt will not hang together.
Some obviously spend a lot of time on it. I mean... Sorry.
Wow. Yeah.
Awesome.
And and different techniques. You can do patchwork, you could do EPP, you could do FPP, you could do embroidery, you could do Paul's made a cockerel. That's beautiful, Paul.
I made that.
That's very impressive. Did you cut all these little pieces out yourself?
I have very little to do in the evenings apart from watch football and
sit in front
indulge in these type of things.
It's gorgeous. Well, all you need to do now tomorrow evening is sew it in place.
Let's quickly show the viewers.
This is last
year's winner.
One. So these are the 12 blocks that won last year that we made into a quilt. You can see the variety of techniques. We've got a bit of a plique here. Oh, nice Dresden plate, cathedral window. You've got some blanket stitch, Somerset patchwork down here, tiny, tiny EPP on the bottom. Look at that one. Look at the EPP on that bottom one. Absolutely gorgeous. So please do get involved. $5.99 for the panel, and then it's entirely up to you what you do with it, as long as it's sewing and as long as in the majority you use that block for your entry. But don't quilt it, just send it in as it is. It gives you the finished sizes. It has to be that size so that we can then cut it down and sew into the quilt. Right, we've moved now. Right, love these.
Yep.
Now, do you remember when you, because these are the clicky ones, do you remember when you got these? Because these, I much prefer these.
You like the clicky ones?
Well, because I keep forgetting to put the lid back on and they dry in.
Well, we have these in stock all the time. They're what we class as a core range.
Right, okay.
They're always at $10.99, never been reduced.
Right, except for today.
Except for now when we're going to do them at $8.99.
Wow. So you get one of each colour. They are brilliant. They are heat erasable pens, which is fabulous because it means that you can mark your fabric, whether you want to mark the point at which you're sewing or whether you want to mark embroidery lines. And the best thing about these is because they click, you just have to close them. I always forget to put the lids back on or lose them. So these are brilliant. You get one of each colour, but all you do is you mark the fabric. When you finish with it, whether you're marking seam allowances or embroidery marks or applique, iron over it, heat erasable goes. Do test it first though. There are some fabrics where it doesn't disappear. I've not found one yet, but there are some.
If you've already bought something today, add those to your basket at the same time. You've already paid for your postage and packing. Why wouldn't you save yourself a couple of quid and get something that's going to be used day in, day out?
And I buy them in packs of 4. They're just something you have, like pins, needles, scissors, friction pens.
Absolutely.
And they do come with this package. Oh, sorry, these do come in this plastic, which means that you can actually stand them up.
Yes, yeah. It's got
quite
stand.
clever, really. I think it's all stuck on, so I won't do it. But it does stand up, or you can put the lid on. So this is what it will come with. So save yourself a couple of quid, and they are brilliant. If you've never used friction pens before, you'll love them.
Absolutely.
There we go. Nice little saving from you there, Paul. Was that a special one today?
Yes.
Didn't let the others have that?
No.
No. Right. Over half of the stock's gone. I'm not surprised if you've got it in your basket, or if you bought something else, just pop them in. Very handy. Absolutely. There you go. Now, this is something is particularly...
I was really pleased when, so you said earlier about how do we buy stuff, why do we buy stuff?
Yes.
And it was Ian who was dealing with Mandy Shaw.
Right.
And we got Mandy Shaw on board, and she said she wanted some pigment pens. And I knew exactly what she meant, because I use these when I'm drawing. I don't draw very often, but we've got a couple of examples of the drawings I do.
Yeah, they're very good. You're very good at drawing.
And I use this exact brand of pen and this type of pen.
Wow.
They've got different size nibs, points, or whatever, so that you can get the precision that you want. So I use these for normal artwork. Mandy uses them for putting detail onto stuff. I'm sure Santangle uses them as well in order to do that. So they're very versatile.
So they're a permanent marking pen?
Yes, you could use them for doing your quilt labels and name labels on your...
Well, when you want to label something, and sometimes you want to write the name and you don't want to do a label, or you
But they're fine enough that it's not going to get that horrible bleed that you get on the thicker pens.
Absolutely perfect, because there are times when you need your permanent markers, so like dolls' faces.
Yep.
But for permanent marking.
So I get through quite a few of these because I only use 2 of the sizes on the work that I do.
So you've got different. So you've got 6, but they're all different sizes.
Yeah.
They're all black.
So in order to make sure that they're good value, just in case somebody doesn't use all 6 sizes, let's drop the price down to $8.99.
That's fantastic saving. $16.99 down to $8.99. Really worth it. And always label your things, or even if you've just made someone a bag. You know, if you don't want to sew it on, just write on somewhere made by. It's quite nice to just put your signature on it. But for those little permanent marks that you need, really good for toy making as well, where you can just do little eyes on.
Yep.
Fab, that's a great price. So if you've checked out anything today, pop the friction pens in and get a packet of those as well. I always have permanent markers. That's another thing that I have. If you have a look elsewhere, this is very good price. Because brands are important to you as well, aren't they, when you buy?
Say again?
Brands.
Yes, yeah. Like I say, I knew exactly what she meant. I knew exactly what brand to go for. These will be, our older price of £16.99 would have been competitive with anybody else in the market. Going to
Right.
£8.99, there's nobody doing that kind of price.
Okay, and it's important that you have the right brand,
Yeah.
the quality.
Absolutely.
A bit like buying the friction pens.
Absolutely.
Because our customers are quite fussy about such things.
Well,
Like I am.
we don't want our name associated with poor products.
No,
So
absolutely.
it's as straightforward as that. We wouldn't, if we haven't, touch wood, we don't get complaints about our products, or very rarely. And if we do, we talk to the supplier and we just don't repeat on that product.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but we much prefer to deal with quality brands so that we don't get into that conversation at all.
Right, more people have got this in baskets than we've actually got available. Right, we've got another little deal for you here. Talking about brands.
Well,
do you work a lot with Alpha?
We get quite a bit of Alpha product. Obviously, they are probably market leaders, certainly one of the top brands in terms of cutting.
Yes,
So whether you're
yeah.
talking rotary cutters, whether you're talking knives, and then cutting mats and associated products as well.
Well, yeah, I think they were probably one of the original. I've got my Alpha cutting mat that I bought like 25, 30 years ago.
Absolutely.
And it's still going strong, and it's Alpha, so I think they were probably one of the original rotary cutting equipment people.
So this in particular is, I wouldn't say it's unique, but it's strange because Alpha you always associate with yellow. They always have yellow rotary cutters, and this is a nice, all colour coordinated, turquoise,
But
sky.
they've still got a bit of yellow on. Yes, well, their mats are green and their rotary cutters are yellow.
Absolutely, but this is more colour coordinated for those fashion conscious sewers.
Always, we're all fashion. All. So you get the rotary cutter, you get the mat, and you get the 6.5-inch ruler, one of my second favourite one after this very long one. This is brilliant for if you need a second set of rotary cutting, particularly if you go to workshops, or you need it to be by your machine, or if you're new to rotary cutting and you think, well, I just want to give it a go and see.
Absolutely.
So you're going to give us a special price on
Well,
this?
I remember we had a deal similar to this, but it wasn't Alpha branded back in our sewing quarter days.
Oh, wow.
So 5 years ago, we were selling these on offer
Mm.
at $19.99. Now we're 5 years on and we've got Alpha brand on there.
Yeah.
So it'd be outrageous if we
That
could do
would be silly
$19.99.
because it's $44.99 full price. So that would be outrageously silly. $19.99.
So that's what we've just done.
Wow, that is amazing. So if you have never done rotary cutting, you keep hearing about talking about it, and you think, yeah, but I don't have that equipment. And the problem with rotary cutting is you need three things. One is no use without the others. This is the time.
It's also the one that you leave behind in your caravan. Or,
Yes,
or wherever.
it
So
is,
you've got
yes.
your normal sewing room where you've got all your really special
Yes,
gear,
that's true.
and then you've got your caravan or wherever where you.
Or it's the one that you
these
buy when
behind.
your kids keep pinching your rotary cutter to cut paper and card and all sorts, and then
That
it ends
never
up with
happens.
glue on it. That happens to me all the time. I say, just don't touch it. Don't touch my sewing machine and don't touch my cutting mat. Nobody touches my sewing machine, but they do touch my cutting mat. So this, I mean, or if you're doing paper craft, it's quite nice to have one for each because you need different rotary cutters.
Absolutely.
So at $19.99, and we know, don't we, that, you know, we have different price points, but it's brands. We know Alpha is great. Also, do you know what, to be honest, $19.99 to get an extra ruler.
Yeah.
You know, these how much are the 6.5-inch rulers? They're similar to that on their own, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Barley Pop Aurora. I love a barley pop. I know, I love batik, as you can tell, in my batik dress. In fact, buy a few of these, you can make a whole batik dress. So this is very topical, isn't it, Aurora?
Aurora is very
it
topical.
not? Did you see it? I never saw it.
No, but I couldn't miss it on social media the following day.
Well-
the timeline was just everybody's taken a photo.
I know, but how come I missed it then? I never saw that.
You'd have been drinking, wouldn't you?
Well, it was Eurovision party.
Yeah, there you go.
Missed it.
So, Hoffman's Barley Pops, we've had since virtually the first week of Sewing Street. So we had them back in the Sewing Quarter days and we had them at Sewing Street. And we got them on a bit of a sweetheart deal, which meant that when we were first retailing these...
What's a sweetheart deal?
It's where they try and tempt you. You buy a decent volume, they give you a really good price.
Oh, okay.
So we had a sweetheart deal on it, and we sold these from day one at $39.99.
Right.
And we sold hundreds and we sold thousands. But since then, we've gone through COVID, we've gone through cost of living increases.
They are made in Indonesia, aren't they?
They're made in barley, they're made in a traditional way, they're hand-dyed, they're hand-cut, etc. But our costs have increased, the cost of the suppliers increased. So unfortunately, we've probably had a 50% increase in our costs over that time. So our standard price has gone from being 40 quid, 39.99, to it should be 59.99. We try and keep them at 54.99 that's on screen, but that's just because the costs have gone sky high. But what I wanted to do was a bit of a throwback to the old days. I'm quite nostalgic about those first days of Sewing Street.
Broom cupboard.
Absolutely. So what I did think was, rather than do them at the 54.99 or 49.99, can we get down as low as the 39.99 that we used to do?
Broom cupboard days.
And then, just to prove a point, can we go a quid cheaper still? So.
And you could.
We've gone for 38.99. So we've just travelled back in time for 4 years.
That's amazing, because they are made in Bali. This is proper batik as well, because there are batik effect fabrics.
Yeah, no, these are genuine batik. So they're done with wax and then wax-resistant dyes, and like I say, in a traditional method with the wax stamps and so on and so forth.
They are gorgeous. Really lovely, because you can do, with jelly rolls, there's loads of different jelly roll patterns, design rolls, you can create them, you could sew them all together, make a dress, you can make a bag. They look really nice when sewn together in lines and colour graduated from bottom up to top in rows. It's also got a little bit of purple. Now, Delphine has done a pattern using these, because I saw it the other day, and beautiful applique quilt, and she used the purple for the swallows, so it worked really well. So you've got all of the blues and the greens. Half of the stock is in baskets. But that's amazing. 38.99. That's going back 4 years minus.
I looked at all our pricing. And it goes 39.99. Then after 12 months, we're suddenly at 44.99 because our costs have gone up.
Yeah.
We can absorb it for so long, but not for too long. Then at 49.99. Then we've gone up to 54.99. We should be at 59.99. You know, the costs are going up. Fuel isn't getting any cheaper. These come across several continents to get to us.
Well, yeah, they've all got. You've got, everyone has got, these got to be printed. The cotton fabric has to be bought. Even the price of all of that has gone up. Yep. That's amazing. Over half of the stock has gone, and I'm presuming this is a one-day deal. Maybe tomorrow.
I don't think stock will last past midnight. Right, in theory, Scott can have this tomorrow. I'm being really generous because it'll sell out anyway.
It will, because then we'll be back up to the normal price.
Yes, 54.99 has to be the ongoing price.
This is only special. So this one is beautiful. You've got those purples and greens, very Aurora. Thank you, Paul. Such a great deal. So I bought two. Yay.
Lovely.
Great idea,
congratulations.
Well, why not? Because the price is going to go back up. If you love these, they are beautiful. Use them. Join them together end to end. Use them for bindings. Fantastic. Cut them all up into 2-inch squares and make 2-inch squares. Brilliant. Yeah. We have got another one as well.
Let's have a look at the other one.
Now, this one is called Copper. Yeah. Where is it? Copper. This one's called Copper. I found it now. Now, I love this one because it's very autumnal, isn't it?
It is very autumnal. We'll crash the price straight away. Obviously, we're going to try not to confuse our customers by having two different prices. So obviously, we'll go to 38.99.
But isn't this beautiful? Because you can see the batik in it. It's got all the different colours and layers. Because they put the wax on, then they dye it, and then they take it off, and then they dye it. They do it loads of times, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, fewer than 20 of this one. 38.99, and look at the colours in it.
Again, if anybody Googles batik, you can learn the process. It's barely evolved in the last centuries, let alone decades and stuff.
Yeah, Hannah says she's quite happy to do a work trip there to take photos.
I'm surprised Ian hasn't. Ian's normally the one who's the first to volunteer for a road trip, regardless.
I know, it'd be brilliant though, wouldn't it? We could take pictures of everything.
We do have a road trip planned this weekend. We've got a couple of our team going to the Melbourne show.
Oh, nice.
Again, opportunity to see whether there's any demonstrators, designers,
That's
any new product.
Well, I know that's how you find all the new designers and products, is at the shows.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So anyway, 38.99. Buy that while you can. I'm talking about designers. Our newest designer, Paul, here, has designed a panel. I think we've only got, have we got any left? 10. Handful left. Yeah, where is it, Paul?
I have absolutely no idea.
He's lost it.
Yeah.
So, there it is. I found it. So this is Paul's design that he has done in collaboration with Lou. He asked for a design of a dragonfly, and there are 20. Now, the full price for this panel should be $19.99, although I think it's worth more than that, to be fair. I think it should be 24, because with the applique pieces. So Hayley wanted it to go down to $14.99, but because Paul's designed it and he wanted it to be an extra special offer, it's $12.99. So you've got the stained glass panels of the bag front and back. You've got the extra applique pieces of the dragonflies and flowers. You've got the handles. You've got full instructions and an extra piece of ombre fabric. And then what you will make is this lovely, it's called the boxy tote, because I decided that I was a bit bored with the simple tote. We do that all the time. You could have a special one. So it has a little box bottom. The handles are put in, all the instructions are on there, are put in by tucking them underneath and then sewing them over so they're nice and strong. You can line it if you want, but you don't have to. Now, what you can do is take off the pieces, applique them on. You could make it into cushion covers. You could use them as wall hangings. Oh, right, yes, somebody asked us, what's your angel policy?
Do what you like. It's absolutely fine.
You can't sell the panel. Do not sell the panel, though.
No.
You've got to make it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We need to credit Lou as well, because everybody keeps saying Paul's design this. A lot of the heavy lifting was done by Louise, not by me.
It was Paul's initial idea and drawings, which Lou translated into this bag of glory.
Yeah,
yes,
they've got my scribbles up on screen now.
You can make to sell, but you can't sell the panel, because that would be mad. Right, we just need to do the Aurora one, only because we've... just to make you aware, we have got so many of you who've got this in your baskets. If you don't check out, you're going to miss out. This should be $54.99, and it's $38.99.
38, cheapest it's ever been?
Cheapest ever, even pre-broom cupboard days.
Sorry, most affordable.
Not allowed
it's a faux pas to
I
say
know.
cheap online.
I always forget that.
If that's the worst thing I'm going to say today, that's still a success. This could have been
This
could have been a lot worse.
You're not allowed to say word.
No.
It has to be affordable.
I'll add it to the list of words I'm banned from saying.
But you won't get sacked for saying, although Hannah gets very cross.
Absolutely.
Affordable. So anyway, look at all of these. Barley pops, $38.99, about to sell out. So if you've got them in your basket, press that checkout button very quickly. Bolts.
We'll do some bolts.
Now, we always look at Paul and think, he loves a bit of animal print.
Who doesn't?
He doesn't. But actually, I think he just loves a bolt. I think you'd look lovely in a dressing gown.
I think a nice lounge suit.
A lounge suit. Yes.
Cigar on one of those long things.
I could just see you all in. Maybe a blanket. Now, we've never sold this by the bolt. Is this a bit of a calico thing?
Well, again, we've had it before, and we've had it on manager specials, Black Fridays and stuff like that, and nobody ever buys half a metre.
No, why would
They all buy in bigger multiples. They're going to do a fancy dress outfit. They're going to do a hat. They're going to do, they're going to do several.
Because it's nice and furry, they're going to do a blanket, aren't they? A throw.
Yeah.
Because you could line the back of it, and then you've got a throw. So you are going to buy more than... Now,
absolutely.
We haven't got many of these bolts, have we?
No. Mainly because we didn't know how popular they'd be. We've done quite a few bolts spread over the week. And we've bought to sell out, because we don't want them in the warehouse, because then we've got to mess about cutting them up into half metres and everything else. So the idea is to get them in, appeal to the viewers, and then
I guess
get them
part
sold.
of your job as well is testing things, isn't it? It's like, does it sell? How does it sell?
We can repeat on it. If these are a massive success, we'll repeat on it for the next time.
And if they're not, we'll hide them. Now, they should be $59.90 for 5 metres of this baby leopard-esque animal print fabric, which is beautiful.
So we've got to go roughly half price, haven't we? We've got to go $29.90.
I would say yes.
You're saving yourself £30. The maths is relatively easy when
when
I do it like that.
What I love about this is that the nap goes in an animal way.
Oh, okay.
So if you feel it, in the nap on something is normally one way or the other, you can see the ridges.
That's very clever.
So that the way an animal pelt would have the ridges, how they do that, I have no idea. But that's quite clever, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit wider than our normal cotton bolts. Our normal cotton bolts are 44 inch, about 110, 112 centimetres. This is 145 centimetres.
So this is cushions, fancy dress costumes, full tracksuit, dress. I think it would make lovely, if you backed it and then bound it or bagged it out, wouldn't it make a lovely throw? Be nice, wouldn't it? 3 left.
I think cushions for my boudoir.
Definitely cushions for your boudoir, since you haven't got a cooker. You may as well have some half-decent cushions.
I've only got the essentials.
Yeah, leopard print cushions and a microwave.
I am giving everybody so much ammunition for the office tomorrow. Why don't I shut up?
How's it going without the cooker then? And can we have pictures of you in your boudoir?
Can we move on quickly?
Yes, let's have another bowl. We'll talk about
the
matching items for your boudoir. I know they are going to give him, they are mean to him anyway, aren't they?
They're mean to me, yeah, absolutely.
Now, are you going to match the price on this one?
It'd be rude not to.
See, this does the same. It's very clever. It's just got the same fault. So this one is a antelope.
It's either that or it's a zebra that's been in the sun too long. Yeah. It's got a slight tan to it.
A tan zebra, tea-dyed zebra.
That's exactly what it is. All the composition details are exactly the same as the previous one. So again,
it's lovely. It's not like a faux fur. Let me show you the back. So it's not thick. It's quite a short nap, but which makes it very soft. Also, because it's not the really thick faux fur, it's really easy to sew and cut. That's lovely, isn't it? $29.90, 5 metres, and you will be sent for just $3.95 P&P to make your boudoir. You will be sent this as the bolt. How exciting will that be?
I think to buy a bolt is nice.
I really want a bolt of calico because I just want that bolt on my shelf.
Absolutely.
Just to sort of unroll it. The other one is sold out, so Paul, you can't have that one.
Oh, well, I've got to rethink my home decor now.
But that means that we know it works. So
yeah,
sometimes,
so we can revisit that, yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't, and then we have all these bits we have to cut up.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it does.
Yep.
But now we know. Right, there's only 3 of these left, and this one has sold out.
If you pass that to me.
Right, let's talk humidifier. So if you weren't with Paul and I at 10 o'clock, this is brilliant. So popular. A, because it's a brilliant product, and B, because it's an amazing price. It should be twice the price. Should be $39.99, but it's not. Now, we have fewer than 40 remaining, and there are 42 in baskets. So tell me why you decided to buy this.
Well, we always try and get some wellbeing products as well as sewing products, particularly if they fit into a workroom or a sewing room and everything else. This one is a humidifier. Just stops the air being stale in your room, particularly if you're in the conservatory where it can get very hot.
Yeah.
This adds a level of moisture to the air. There are several claims on the box about it helping relieve symptoms of colds and of flu and of stuff like that. It's not only a moisture opportunity, you've also got a little tray in there, you've got a bit of felt, you put your essential oil onto there. I would go for peppermint, by the way.
Oh, would you?
I like peppermint.
Oh, no, I'd go lavender or like cinnamon, depending on the time of year.
No.
No, would you not go
that
lavender?
or pine. Pine's a nice, clean, fresh smell as well.
Yeah, nice.
And
grass. What would you have in the boudoir then with your leopard print cushions?
I'm not going anywhere near this.
Maybe.
It's one thing to regret it, but it's another thing to regret it live on air.
Something like myrrh or frankincense, something spicy.
Thank you.
Spicy, I think.
Moving on.
Earthy. And it has a light. It has a light, and this is one where Paul filmed it in his lounge, not his boudoir, and it changes colour.
It does. It's got a nice glow. It's a night light type of arrangement. You can have the humidifier with the light, the humidifier without the light, or you can have the light only, if you prefer.
And you can put the scent in or not put the scent in.
Absolutely.
It lasts for 10 hours, so you can have it on all night. So if you are struggling with breathing, I think it does help with asthma as well, because it just adds the moisture to the room.
It's supposed to help with allergies, yeah, absolutely.
I think it'd be brilliant when the central heating comes back on because it always feels so dry. Your skin dries out there. Oh, and it's not hot either, by the way.
Oh, yes, a fair point.
Because I thought it would be. We have no idea how it works.
It operates on electricity and magic.
Electricity and magic.
They're the two things.
Because look, if I put my hand right on top, it's actually cold. And if you put it on for long enough, you can feel a bit of dampness.
Yeah, a bit of condensation.
But I think it'd be really good for your skin, wouldn't it? Moisturising.
How would I know that?
Well, I think you could. Clearly, you're never going to do that. You could put that in there. Yeah, if you've got a she shed at the end of the garden, how nice would that be?
Absolutely.
Anyway, $19.99, fewer than 30. And when we looked on, we did a price comparison on Amazon. How much was it on there? 40 something, wasn't it? Can you remember?
I can't remember.
That was 2 hours ago, wasn't it?
But did you say we've got 30 left?
Yes.
We've got more than double of that in baskets currently.
Right, okay.
So if you're serious about it,
Yeah,
check out.
You need to get checked out. Also comes in a very nice box, so it's very easy to wrap should you want to send it as a gift.
Absolutely.
Oh no, Hannah's found the price comparison. There we go, $39.99. That's exactly the same brand, by the way. That's not a different version, exactly the same. And ours, $19.99. We have got more in baskets, so please check out very quickly. What's the lamp? The lamp was very popular today as well.
The lamp that I've totally dismantled.
The lamp that you dismantled and put back in the box. However, it's so easy to put back together, so it's fine. This is a brilliant lamp because it's a magnifier and a light.
Absolutely.
And a clamp. Now look at the price of this. It should be $79.99, but no, $54.99. You see, what you're getting at this hour is what we've got left of the best of the specials.
Absolutely.
Now, so look at the magnifier on there. So if you find that you have stopped being able to see and stitch, or you think, well, I can't do that, not in the evenings anyway, because the light's too dim, this has got the magnifier, so you can clamp it to a table. It also comes with a longer stand and a heavy base so that you can use it as a floor lamp, so that you can sit there, you can sew in the evenings, you can look through the magnifier. Magnifies double, and it means that you don't have to have the big light on, that you can actually see to do it well. Not everybody else has to be bothered.
Absolutely.
Great price as well. Price comparison for that. This is a nice, good brand as well, Pure Light. Look at that. $74.27 on Amazon. $54.99 on Sewing Street.
Can't knock it, can you?
No, you can't knock it. So this was one of the lights that you've been looking at for a while.
Yes, well, we wanted a deal because we're getting into light night, so there's not much point in us trying to sell lights when it's light nights, unless it's a more intimate piece where you have it over your shoulder, you have it on close work and so on and so forth, and if we can get a special deal. And obviously we've got a special deal.
There you go. Can't sniff at that, can you? $54.99, and that price will go back up. No, you won't be sniffing after you've used the humidifier either. That was quite funny, actually, wasn't it, Hannah? I'm sorry, I'm not credited that as myself. Hannah told me that joke. I thought it was quite funny. What should we do next? The Moda quilt kit. Oh, right. Where is
the one straight in front of you?
Oh, this one. That's different to the one we had before. Climbing vines. So this is 173 by 213 centimetres, which is about 80 inches-ish. It's double bed size. Nice quilt. So, $199.99? Are we going to have a special price on this?
We're going to have a special price. Again, they've been in the warehouse a little bit of time. They're available on three-way split pay.
Hard to say that,
I'm not going to say it again.
Three-way split.
So we'll just sell it at $99.99.
Brilliant. For the last 8, get them cleared out.
If it's $99.99, three-way split pay is?
$33.33.
Oh, smooth. See, that private education wasn't wasted, was it?
No. Actually, my dad taught me, was my maths teacher. Fully
Very
comprehensive.
Very good.
See? We had to do mental. Do you know the reason? It's because I had a job in a pub. And in my day, you didn't have...
You had to tot it
You had
up
to
for
do it up in
yourself.
your head.
Absolutely.
And you'd be thinking, please don't order a gin and tonic, that's too fast. But can you have a pint? Because I can add up in the time I pour the pint, whereas a gin and tonic's too quick.
Too quick. But Moda quality
Yes.
cotton fabric.
Beautiful, yeah, really lovely. Really good way of getting. I don't know if I can open it up.
I would slide it from that side.
Yeah, I can't open up boxes. I can divide by 3. Let me go. God, dear. Dear. He's shaking his head at me. Look, full instructions, thank you card, and all the fabric, which I'm not going to open up because we've only got 8 of them left.
Yeah.
But it's all Moda fabric, so you know it's going to be lovely quality. And you get the pattern there as well. Only 4 left. It's a great opportunity to get a Moda quilt at half price. And I will leave that there with you. Pastel fat quarters. So this is a different sort of buy for you, isn't it? Because this is pre-packed. So you buy bolts, you buy by the half metre, and then these are pre-packed. So do you go actually specifically looking for these?
We do. So we've got multiple suppliers who pre-package fat quarters. Everybody needs some plains in their stash. So rather than going outrageous and going for animal prints and everything else, we just go for plains. We sometimes go for brights, sometimes go for pastels, sometimes go for monochromes.
Right.
So, and sometimes we'd go for, in the past we've gone for plaids and ginghams and stuff like that. So this time we thought we'd bring a pack of 5 fat quarters in pastel shades.
Nice, 100% cotton. Yep, 5 fat quarters, wash at 30 degrees, 54 by 45 centimetres. Aren't they lovely? Quite nice colours, really. Oh, I thought $8.99 was quite a good price, actually. Are we reducing that?
Yeah, we've got to crash it.
Oh, I
It's
thought that-
special, so $5.99.
I thought that was quite a good price. I thought we'd already done it, or we were sticking to that.
No.
$5.99 is an amazing price for that, isn't it? Really good. So $5.99 for a pack of 5 fat quarters, nice colours. And we have another one. Same thing, but different colours.
Absolutely. It's always nice to get some whites, creams and blacks.
Right, are we going to match the price on this one? Was $8.99, now...
I don't like confusing customers, so yes, we stay at exactly the same price.
So we've got fat quarter of white. We've got a fat quarter of pale grey. These are nice, aren't they? 100% cotton. They're proper fat quarters, I just haven't opened them out.
Go on, what colour's this? You've just called that light grey.
Oh, sorry, light grey. That is slate.
It's not elephant.
No,
Oh.
I think that's slate because I think it's got a little bluey tinge to it.
Okay.
That one I'm going to go dark charcoal because it is darker than a dark grey, but it's obviously not black.
We need you on our team when we're trying to name the colours of fabrics.
I love naming fabrics.
John likes criticising our colouring of fabrics. It's one of his pastimes.
Oh.
We'll call something pink, he'll call it blush. We'll call something terracotta, he'll call it wine.
Right. I love it. Yeah, so ink black,
Yes?
heavy slate.
Yeah. That's school uniform grey, isn't it?
Yeah, but I always think that there is a yarn called that. I always think it sounds horrible.
Okay.
So I'm going to go wet slate.
Wet slate.
Well, you know when you get wet, when it's been raining, that wet slate and it's a darker colour.
I was
isn't
thinking
it?
more blackboard type.
Oh, yeah, okay. Blackboard would be good. 'Cause it's slightly white, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one, I think, well, maybe it's a pale slate, dry slate and wet slate. Maybe I won't get a job.
No.
That's a very pale, that's called a hint of grey. And then white.
But they'd supplement anybody's stash.
Absolutely. And they are all fat quarters, by the way. It's just the way I've done it. See?
Absolutely.
There we go. Now, my top tip for you. It's very hard to get creases out on pre-folded fat quarters. Best press.
Oh, okay.
Spray it with best press. Give it a press.
Comes
They'll
out
come
straight away.
Yeah. Much easier and quicker than washing. Otherwise, that used to be the only way I could get them out. But
nice.
And it's because the creases are pressed in and folded in. But best press. Right. The last, because it's 12:54. Flipping out. Where did the time go? It has been a pleasure. We've saved some serious money today, haven't we? Well, not me and you, but they have.
Yes.
You've saved some serious money today. Everyone who's shopped, how lovely. We should have Paul in every time, if you can face it.
Well, no, congratulations to every customer who's checked out today, particularly if they've checked out on our monster hero today.
£500 saving plus the warranty, 5-year warranty, which we reckon is about £100.
Our greatest ever saving on any product we've sold, we think.
And we think, well, there'll always be someone who'll go, oh, we did 500.
Feel free to email me with something we've done on a
And
better.
now that you've met Paul the buyer, you know, just go on the fans page. If there's something you want, you think we should have, all suggestions welcome.
We'll follow up on any leads that we do come through. Generally speaking, if we don't deal with a supplier, it's because we don't deal with a supplier. We'll have tried to get the right product at the right price, and if that doesn't happen, it doesn't happen for a reason. So we have contacted most suppliers that we'd want to trade with, but we're always open to new opportunities. Going back to your 720 Pro, the hint on the Pro quality, it's available at this reduced price until close of business tomorrow,
Right,
so midnight tomorrow.
So you have got time. We do understand it is a considered purchase. Read about it, have a look at all the different features which are all on our website and also on the Elna website if you want to know more about it, but you need to get it before tomorrow. Anyway, thank you for joining me today, Paul.
Always a pleasure.
Shall we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow?
We can do.
We have got Scott is the special manager tomorrow. Who's presenting? Is it John tomorrow?
It is. It is.
Right.
It's John tomorrow.
Okay, so John is presenting. 9 o'clock, he's got Janet Clare. Oh, nice, with the Janet Clare Fleur Quilt Kit. At 10 o'clock, Scott and John will be back with Manager's Special. And at 11 o'clock, Janet will be on with her Dapper Quilt Kits. Nice day. And at 12 o'clock, they'll be rounding it off with the final day of the Manager's Special. So any of the items that we've said will end to the end, you will have until the end of tomorrow. Thank you for joining me today. Have a wonderful afternoon of sewing, and I will see you back here next Monday.
Goodbye, everyone.